untouchable he becomes, since any attack on him is effectively an attack on the people themselves, on their innermost longings. The people is thus split into actual individuals, prone to treason and all kinds of human weaknesses, and the people embodied in the master. These three logics, that of the traditional master, of the democratic regulated fight for the empty place of power, of the totalitarian master, fit the three modes of the disavowal of politics conceptualized by Rancière. The traditional master functions within the space of archie-politics. Democracy involves parapolitics, that is, the gentrification of politics proper in regulated agonism, the rules of elections and representative democracy, etc. The totalitarian master is possible only within the space of metapolitics. Perhaps the distinction between the communist and fascist master resides in the fact that, despite all the talk about racial science, and so on, the innermost logic of fascism is not metapolitical but ultrapolitical. The fascist master is a warrior in politics. Stalinism at its purest, the period of great purges in the late 1930s, is a much more paradoxical phenomenon than the Trotskyite narratives of the alleged betrayal of the authentic revolution by the new nomenclatura would like to have us believe. Stalinism, rather, is the point of radical, self-relating, negativity that functions as a kind of vanishing mediator between the authentic revolutionary phase of the late 1910s/early 1920s and the stabilization of the nomenclatura into a new class after Stalin's death. That is to say, what characterizes the Stalinist moment, this effective point of revolutionary madness, is the inherent tension between the new nomenclatura and the leader who is driven to repeated irrational purges, so that the nomenclatura is unable to stabilize itself into a new class. The self-enhancing, bootstrap, cycle of terror potentially involves everyone, not only the entire ordinary population but also the highest nomenclatura, everyone, with the exception of the one. Stalin himself was under permanent threat of liquidation. One is thus led to believe that Stalin in fact lost his fight against the nomenclatura, and thereby the bulk of his real power, in the late 1930s, with the end of the Great Purges. Ironically, this moment coincided with the ridiculous increase in public adulation for the figure of Stalin, his celebration as the greatest genius of mankind, and so on, as if the loss of real power was somehow compensated by a gain in symbolic power. What the nomenclatura offered Stalin was a role comparable to that of the constitutional monarch who dots the I's, but is deprived of actual executive power, or, at least, has to share it with his equals, members of the senior inner circle. Stalin, of course, could not resign himself to such a symbolic role, and his post-World War II activity, the Jewish doctor's plot, the planned anti-Semitic purge, etc., betrays his effort to regain real power, an effort which ultimately remained unsuccessful. So, in the last years of his life, with the resistance of the nomenclatura growing, Stalin was more and more isolated as a paranoiac madman whose words no longer possess direct performative efficiency. His words, say, his accusations of treason against the senior members of the nomenclatura, were no longer acted upon. In the last Communist Party Congress attended by Stalin, in 1952, Stalin, in his speech, accused Molotov and Kaganovich of being traitors and English spies. After Stalin's speech, Molotov simply stood up and claimed that Comrade Stalin was wrong, since he and Kaganovich always had been and remained good Bolsheviks, and, to the amazement of the party delegates present, nothing happened. The two accused men retained their senior posts, something that would have been unthinkable a couple of years before. Also with regard to actual social change, or cut in the substance of the social body, the true revolution was not the October Revolution, but the collectivization of the late 1920s. The October Revolution left the substance of the social body, the intricate network of family and other relations, intact. In this respect it was similar to the fascist revolution, which also merely imposed a new form of executive power onto the existing network of social relations, or rather, precisely in order to maintain this network of social relations. For that reason, the fascist revolution was a fake event, a revolution, the semblance of a radical change, which took place so that nothing would really change, so that things, i.e. the fundamental capitalist relations of production, would basically remain the same. It was only the forced collectivization of the late 1920s which thoroughly subverted and dismembered the social substance, the inherited network of relations, perturbing and cutting deeply into the most fundamental social fabric. 26. Let us return, however, to Rancière's basic emphasis on the radical ambiguity of the Marxist notion of the gap between formal democracy, human rights, political freedom, etc., and the economic reality of exploitation and domination. One can read this gap between the appearance of equality, freedom, and the social reality of economic, cultural, and other differences either in the standard symptomatic way, the form of universal rights, equality, freedom, and democracy is simply a necessary but illusory form of expression of its concrete social content, the universe of exploitation and class domination, or in the much more subversive sense of attention in which the appearance of Agalabert, precisely, is not a mere appearance but evinces an effectivity of its own, which allows it to set in motion the process of the re-articulation of actual socio-economic relations by way of their progressive politicization. Why shouldn't women vote too? Why shouldn't working conditions be of public political concern, etc.? One is tempted here to use the old Levi-Straussian term symbolic efficiency. The appearance of Agalabert is a symbolic fiction which, as such, possesses an actual efficiency of its own. One should resist the properly cynical temptation of reducing it to a mere illusion that conceals a different actuality. The distinction between appearance and the postmodern notion of simulacrum as no longer clearly distinguishable from the real is crucial here. 27 The political as the domain of appearance, opposed to the social reality of class and other distinctions, that is, of society as the articulated social body, has nothing in common with the postmodern notion that we are entering the era of universalized simulacra in which reality itself becomes indistinguishable from its simulated double. The nostalgic longing for the authentic experience of being lost in the deluge of simulacra, detectable in Virilio, as well as the postmodern assertion of the brave new world of universalized simulacra as the sign that we are finally getting rid of the metaphysical obsession with authentic being, detectable in Vatimo, both miss the distinction between simulacrum and appearance. What gets lost in today's plague of simulations is not the firm, true, non-simulated real, but appearance itself. To put it in Lacanian terms, simulacrum is imaginary, illusion, while appearance is symbolic, fiction. When the specific dimension of symbolic appearance starts to disintegrate, the imaginary and the real become more and more indistinguishable. The key to today's universe of simulacra, in which the real is less and less distinguishable from its imaginary simulation, lies in the retreat of symbolic efficiency. In sociopolitical terms, this domain of appearance, of symbolic fiction, is none other than that of politics as distinct from the social body subdivided into parts. There is appearance insofar as a part not included in the whole of the social body, or included/excluded in a way against which it protests, symbolizes its position as that of a wrong, claiming, against other parts, that it stands for the universality of Agalabert. Here we are dealing with appearance in contrast to the reality of the structured social body. The old conservative motto of keeping up appearances thus takes a new twist today. It no longer stands for the wisdom according to which it is better not to disturb the rules of social etiquette too much, since social chaos might ensue. Today, the effort to keep up appearances stands, rather, for the effort to maintain the properly political space against the onslaught of the postmodern all-embracing social body, with its multitude of particular identities. 28. This is also how one has to read Hegel's famous dictum from his Phenomenology, the supersensible is appearance qua appearance. In a sentimental answer to a child asking him what God's face is like, a priest answers that whenever the child encounters a human face irradiating benevolence and goodness, whoever this face belongs to, he catches a glimpse of his face. The truth of this sentimental platitude is that the supersensible, God's face, is discernible as a momentary, fleeting appearance, the grimace of an earthly face. It is this dimension, of appearance transubstantiating a piece of reality into something which, for a brief moment, irradiates the supersensible eternity, that is missing in the logic of the simulacrum. In the simulacrum, which becomes indistinguishable from the real, everything is here, and no other, transcendent dimension effectively appears in / through it. Here we are back at the Kantian problematic of the sublime. In Kant's famous reading of the enthusiasm evoked by the French Revolution in the enlightened public around Europe, the revolutionary events functioned as a sign through which the dimension of transphenomenal freedom, of a free society, appeared. Appearance is thus not simply the domain of phenomena, but those magic moments in which another, noumenal dimension momentarily appears in, shines through, some empirical / contingent phenomenon. So, back to Hegel, the supersensible is appearance. Qua appearance does not simply mean that the supersensible is not a positive entity beyond phenomena, but the inherent power of negativity which makes appearance merely an appearance, that is, something that is not in itself fully actual, but condemned to perish in the process of self-sublation. It also means that the supersensible is effective only as redoubled, self-reflected, self-related appearance. The supersensible comes into existence in the guise of an appearance of another dimension which interrupts the standard normal order of appearances qua phenomena. That is also the problem with cyberspace and virtual reality. VR What VR threatens is not reality, which is dissolved in the multiplicity of its simulacra, but, on the contrary, appearance. So in order to counter the standard fear that cyberspace VR undermines reality, it is not enough to insist on the distinction between reality and the real, claiming that VR can generate a sense of reality, but not the impossible real. One should also introduce a distinction, correlative to the one between reality and the real, within the order of appearance itself, the distinction between phenomenal reality and the magic appearances, of another dimension, within it. In short, one should distinguish here between two couples of opposites which are absolutely not to be confused in the single opposition of appearance versus reality, the couple of reality and its simulacrum, and the couple of the real and appearance. The real is a grimace of reality, say, a disgustingly contorted face in which the real of a deadly rage transpires / appears. In this sense, the real itself is an appearance, an elusive semblance whose fleeting presence / absence is discernible in the gaps and discontinuities of the phenomenal order of reality. The true opposition is thus between reality / simulacrum, the two coincide in VR, and real / appearance. In more detail, one should distinguish 4 levels of appearance. Appearance in the simple sense of illusion, the false / distorted representation / image of reality. Things are not what they seem platitudes, although, of course, a further distinction needs to be introduced here between appearance qua mere subjective illusion, distorting the transcendentally constituted order of reality, and appearance qua the transcendentally constituted order of phenomenal reality itself, which is opposed to the thing in itself. Appearance in the sense of symbolic fiction, that is, in Hegel's, appearance as essential, say, the order of symbolic customs and titles, the honorable judge, etc., which is merely an appearance. If we disturb it, however, social reality itself disintegrates. Appearance in the sense of signs indicating that there is something beyond, directly accessible phenomenal reality, that is, the appearance of the supersensible. The supersensible exists only insofar as it appears as such, as the indeterminate presentiment that there is something beneath phenomenal reality. Finally, and it is only here that we encounter what psychoanalysis calls the fundamental fantasy, as well as the most radical phenomenological notion of phenomena, the appearance which fills the void in the midst of reality, that is, the appearance which conceals the fact that, beneath the phenomena, there is nothing to conceal. The problem with Kant is that he tends to confuse the last 2 levels. That is to say, the paradox to be accepted is that the realm of noumenal freedom, of the supreme good, appears as such, as noumenal, only from the phenomenal perspective of the finite subject. In itself, if we get too close to it, it changes into the monstrous real. Here Heidegger was on the right track with his insistence on temporality as the ultimate unsurpassable horizon, that is, of eternity itself as a category which has meaning only within the temporal experience of a finite subject. In exactly the same way, what Kant was not fully aware of is how the distinction between our experience of noumenal freedom and temporal immersion in phenomena is a distinction internal to our finite temporal experience. Post-politics. Today, however, we are dealing with another form of the denegation of the political, postmodern post-politics, which no longer merely represses the political, trying to contain it and pacify the returns of the repressed, but much more effectively forecloses it, so that the postmodern forms of ethnic violence, with their irrational excessive character, are no longer simple returns of the repressed but, rather, represent a case of the foreclosed, from the symbolic, which, as we know from Lacan, returns in the real. In post-politics, the conflict of global ideological visions embodied in different parties which compete for power is replaced by the collaboration of enlightened technocrats, economists, public opinion specialists, and liberal multiculturalists. Via the process of negotiation of interests, a compromise is reached in the guise of a more or less universal consensus. Post-politics thus emphasizes the need to leave old ideological divisions behind and confront new issues, armed with the necessary expert knowledge and free deliberation that takes people's concrete needs and demands into account. The best formula that expresses the paradox of post-politics is perhaps Tony Blair's characterization of New Labour as the radical center. In the old days of ideological political division, the qualification radical was reserved either for the extreme left or for the extreme right. The center was, by definition, moderate, measured by the old standards. The term radical center is the same nonsense as radical moderation. What makes New Labour, or Bill Clinton's politics in the USA, radical is its radical abandonment of the old ideological divides, usually formulated in the guise of a paraphrase of Deng Xiaoping's motto from the 1960s, "It doesn't matter if a cat is red or white, what matters is that it actually catches mice." In the same vein, advocates of New Labour like to emphasize that one should take good ideas without any prejudice and apply them, whatever their ideological origins. And what are these good ideas? The answer is, of course, ideas that work. It is here that we encounter the gap that separates a political act proper from the administration of social matters which remains within the framework of existing socio-political relations. The political act, intervention, proper is not simply something that works well within the framework of the existing relations, but something that changes the very framework that determines how things work. To say that good ideas are ideas that work means that one accepts in advance the global capitalist constellation that determines what works. If, for example, one spends too much money on education or healthcare, that doesn't work, since it infringes too much on the conditions of capitalist profitability. One can also put it in terms of the well-known definition of politics as the art of the possible. Authentic politics is, rather, the exact opposite, that is, the art of the impossible. It changes the very parameters of what is considered possible in the existing constellation. Point 29. When this dimension of the impossible is effectively precluded, the political, the space of litigation in which the excluded can protest the wrong/injustice done to them, foreclosed from the symbolic returns in the real, in the guise of new forms of racism. This postmodern racism emerges as the ultimate consequence of the post-political suspension of the political, the reduction of the state to a mere police agent servicing the, consensually established, needs of market forces and multiculturalist tolerant humanitarianism. The foreigner whose status is never properly regulated is the indivisible remainder of the transformation of the democratic political struggle into the post-political procedure of negotiation and multiculturalist policing. Instead of the political subject working class demanding its universal rights, we get, on the one hand, the multiplicity of particular social strata or groups, each with its problems, the dwindling need for manual workers, etc., and, on the other, the immigrant, ever more prevented from politicizing his predicament of exclusion. Point 30. The obvious counter-argument here is that today it is the political right that is accomplishing the acts, boldly changing the very rules of what is considered acceptable admissible in the sphere of public discourse, from the way Reaganism and Thatcherism legitimized the debate about curtailing workers' rights and social benefits, up to the gradual legitimization of the open debate about Nazism in revisionist historiography à la Nolte. Was it really so bad? Was not communism worse? That is, cannot Nazism be understood as a reaction to Leninism-Stalinism? Here, however, it is crucial to introduce a further distinction. For Lacan, a true act does not only retroactively change the rules of the symbolic space, it also disturbs the underlying fantasy, and here, concerning this crucial dimension, fascism emphatically does not pass the criterion of the act. Fascist revolution is, on the contrary, the paradigmatic case of a pseudo-event, of a spectacular turmoil destined to conceal the fact that, on the most fundamental level, that of the relations of production, nothing really changes. The fascist revolution is thus the answer to the question, what do we have to change so that, ultimately, nothing will really change? Or, to put it in terms of the libidinal economy of the ideological space, far from disturbing/traversing the fantasy that underlies and sustains the capitalist social edifice, fascist ideological revolution merely brings to the light the phantasmic inherent transgression of the normal bourgeois ideological situation, the set of implicit racist, sexist, etc., prejudices that effectively determine the activity of individuals in it, although they are not publicly recognized. One of today's common wisdoms is that we are entering a new medieval society in the guise of the New World Order. The grain of truth in this comparison is that the New World Order, as in medieval times, is global, but not universal, since it strives for a new global order with each part in its allocated place. A typical advocate of liberalism today throws together workers' protests against reducing their rights and right-wing insistence on fidelity to the Western cultural heritage. He perceives both as pitiful remainders of the age of ideology which have no relevance in today's post-ideological universe. However, the two resistances to globalization follow totally incompatible logics. The right insists on a particular communal identity, ethnos or habitat, threatened by the onslaught of globalization, while for the left, the dimension under threat is that of politicization, of articulating impossible universal demands, impossible from within the existing space of world order. Here one should oppose globalization and universalization. Globalization, not only in the sense of global capitalism, the establishment of a global world market, but also in the sense of the assertion of humanity as the global point of reference for human rights, legitimizing the violation of state sovereignty, from trade restrictions to direct military interventions, in parts of the world where global human rights are violated, is precisely the name for the emerging post-political logic, which progressively precludes the dimension of universality that appears in politicization proper. The paradox is that there is no universal proper without the process of political litigation, of the part of no part, of an out-of-joint entity presenting/manifesting itself as the stand-in for the universal. One should link Rancière's notion of post-politics to the notion of excessive, non-functional cruelty as a feature of contemporary life, proposed by Balibar 31, a cruelty whose manifestations range from fundamentalist racist and/or religious slaughter to the senseless outbursts of violence by adolescents and the homeless in our megalopolises, a violence one is tempted to call evil, a violence grounded in no utilitarian or ideological reason. All the talk about foreigners stealing work from us, or the threat they represent to our Western values, should not deceive us. Under closer examination, it soon becomes clear that this talk provides a rather superficial secondary rationalization. The answer we ultimately obtain from a skinhead is that it makes him feel good to beat up foreigners, that their presence disturbs him. What we encounter here is indeed evil, that is, evil structured and motivated by the most elementary imbalance in the relationship between the ego and jouissance, by the tension between pleasure and the foreign body of jouissance at the very heart of it. Evil thus stages the most elementary short circuit in the subject's relationship to the primordially missing object cause of his desire. What bothers us in the other, Jew, Japanese, African, Turk, is that he appears to enjoy a privileged relationship to the object, the other either possesses the object treasure, having snatched it away from us, which is why we don't have it, or he poses a threat to our possession of the object. 32. What one should suggest here, again, is the Hegelian infinite judgment asserting the speculative identity of these useless and excessive outbursts of violence, which display nothing but a pure and naked, non-sublimated, hatred of otherness, and the post-political multiculturalist universe of tolerance of difference, in which nobody is excluded. Of course, I have just used the term non-sublimated in its usual sense, which, in this case, stands for the exact opposite of its strict psychoanalytic meaning. In short, what takes place in the focusing of our hatred on some representative of the officially tolerated other is the very mechanism of sublimation at its most elementary, the all-encompassing nature of the post-political concrete universality which accounts for everybody at the level of symbolic inclusion. This multiculturalist vision and practice of unity in difference, all equal, all different, leaves open, as the only way to mark the difference, the proto-sublimatory gesture of elevating a contingent other, of race, sex, religion, into the absolute otherness of the impossible thing, the ultimate threat to our identity, this thing which must be annihilated if we are to survive. Therein lies the properly Hegelian paradox, the final arrival of the truly rational concrete universality, the abolition of antagonisms, the mature universe of the negotiated coexistence of different groups, coincides with its radical opposite, with thoroughly contingent outbursts of violence. Hegel's fundamental rule is that objective excess, the direct reign of abstract universality which imposes its law mechanically, with complete disregard for the concerned subject caught in its web, is always supplemented by the subjective excess, the irregular, arbitrary exercise of whims. An excellent illustration of this interdependence is provided by Balibar 33, who distinguishes two opposite but complementary modes of excessive violence, the ultra-objective, structural, violence that is inherent in the social conditions of global capitalism, the automatic creation of excluded and dispensable individuals, from the homeless to the unemployed, and the ultra-subjective violence of newly emerging ethnic and or religious, in short, racist, fundamentalisms. This excessive and groundless violence involves its own mode of knowledge, that of impotent cynical reflection. Back to our example of ID evil, of a skinhead beating up foreigners, when he is really pressed for the reasons for his violence, and if he is capable of minimal theoretical reflection, he will suddenly start to talk like social workers, sociologists, and social psychologists, quoting diminished social mobility, rising insecurity, the disintegration of paternal authority, the lack of maternal love in his early childhood. In short, he will provide the more or less precise psychosociological account of his acts so dear to enlightened liberals eager to understand violent youth as tragic victims of their social and familial conditions. Here the standard enlightened formula of the efficiency of the critique of ideology from Plato onwards: they're doing it because they don't know what they're doing, that is, knowledge in itself is liberating. When the erring subject reflects upon what he is doing, he will no longer be doing it, is turned around. The violent skinhead knows very well what he's doing, but he's nevertheless doing it. 34 The symbolically efficient knowledge embedded in the subject's actual social praxis disintegrates into, on the one hand, excessive irrational violence with no ideologico-political foundation and, on the other, impotent external reflection that leaves the subject's acts intact. In the guise of this cynically impotent reflecting skinhead who, with an ironic smile, explains the roots of his senselessly violent behavior to the perplexed journalist, the enlightened tolerant multiculturalist bent on understanding forms of excessive violence gets his own message in its inverted, true form. In short, as Lacan would have put it, at this point the communication between him and the object of his study, the intolerant skinhead, is thoroughly successful. The distinction between this excessive dysfunctional violence and the obscene violence that serves as the implicit support of a standard ideological universal notion is crucial here. When the rights of man are not really universal but in fact the right of white property-owning males, any attempt to disregard this implicit underlying set of unwritten rules that effectively constrain the universality of rights is met by outbursts of violence. Nowhere is this contrast stronger than in the case of the African Americans, although they were formally entitled to participate in political life by the mere fact of being American citizens. The old parapolitical democratic racism prevented their actual participation by silently enforcing their exclusion, via verbal and physical threats, etc. The appropriate answer to this standard exclusion from the universal was the great civil rights movement associated with the name of Martin Luther King. It suspended the implicit obscene supplement that enacted the actual exclusion of blacks from formal universal equality. Of course, it was easy for such a gesture to gain the support of the large majority of the white liberal upper-class establishment, dismissing opponents as dumb low-class Southern rednecks. Today, however, the very terrain of the struggle has changed. The post-political liberal establishment not only fully acknowledges the gap between mere formal equality and its actualization/implementation, it not only acknowledges the exclusionary logic of false ideological universality, it even actively fights it by applying to it a vast legal psychological sociological network of measures, from identifying the specific problems of every group and subgroup, not only homosexuals but African American lesbians, African American lesbian mothers, African American unemployed lesbian mothers, up to proposing a set of measures, affirmative action, etc., to rectify the wrong. What such a tolerant procedure precludes is the gesture of politicization proper. Although the difficulties of being an African American unemployed lesbian mother are adequately catalogued right down to its most specific features, the concerned subject nonetheless somehow feels that there is something wrong and frustrating in this very effort to mete out justice to her specific predicament. What she is deprived of is the possibility of metaphoric elevation of her specific wrong into a stand-in for the universal wrong. The only way to articulate this universality, the fact that I, precisely, am not merely that specific individual exposed to a set of specific injustices, consists, then, in its apparent opposite, in the thoroughly irrational excessive outburst of violence. The old Hegelian rule is again confirmed here: the only way for a universality to come into existence, to posit itself as such, is in the guise of its very opposite, of what cannot but appear as an excessive irrational whim. These violent passages à l'acte bear witness to some underlying antagonism that can no longer be formulated symbolized in properly political terms. The only way to counteract these excessive irrational outbursts is to approach the question of what nonetheless remains foreclosed in the very all-inclusionary/tolerant post-political logic, and to actualize this foreclosed dimension in some new mode of political subjectivization. Let us recall the standard example of a popular protest, mass demonstration, strike, boycott, directed at a specific point, that is, focusing on a particular demand: abolish that new tax. Justice for the imprisoned. Stop exploiting that natural resource. The situation becomes politicized when this particular demand starts to function as a metaphoric condensation of the global opposition against them, those in power, so that the protest is no longer actually just about that demand, but about the universal dimension that resonates in that particular demand. For this reason, protesters often feel somehow deceived when those in power against whom their protest was addressed simply accept their demand, as if, in this way, they have somehow frustrated them, depriving them of the true aim of their protest in the very guise of accepting their demand. What post-politics tends to prevent is precisely this metaphoric universalization of particular demands. Post-politics mobilizes the vast apparatus of experts, social workers, and so on, to reduce the overall demand, complaint, of a particular group to just this demand, with its particular content. No wonder this suffocating closure gives birth to irrational outbursts of violence as the only way to give expression to the dimension beyond particularity. This argumentation is not to be confused with the point, made by many a conservative critic, according to which violent outbursts signify the return of the repressed of our anemic liberal Western civilization. Exemplary here is Mario Vargas Llosa's argumentation that the hooligan is no barbarian, he is an exquisite and terrible product of civilization. 35 Llosa takes as his starting point the observation that the typical violent soccer fan is not an unemployed lumpen proletarian but a comfortably off middle-class worker, that is, the very epitome of gentle good manners and civilized compassion, his violent outbursts are returns of the repressed, the reassertion of the violent orgy increasingly prohibited by our civilized liberal societies. Through a misleading reference to Freud, Losa mystifies and naturalizes current violent outbursts, as if there is a fixed, irreducible propensity towards violent outbursts in human nature, and when sacred orgies are no longer permitted as its legitimate expression, this propensity has to find another way to express itself. In clear contrast to this line of argumentation, my point is much stronger. The neo-Nazi skinhead's ethnic violence is not the return of the repressed of the liberal multiculturalist tolerance, but directly generated by it, its own concealed true face. Is there a progressive Eurocentrism? This conceptual frame enables us to approach Eastern European socialism in a new way. The passage from actually existing socialism to actually existing capitalism in Eastern Europe brought about a series of comic reversals of sublime democratic enthusiasm into the ridiculous. The dignified East German crowds gathering around Protestant churches and heroically defying Stasi terror suddenly turned into vulgar consumers of bananas and cheap pornography. The civilized Czechs mobilized by the appeal of Havel and other cultural icons suddenly turned into cheap swindlers of Western tourists. The disappointment was mutual. The West, which began by idolizing the Eastern dissident movement as the reinvention of its own tired democracy, disappointedly dismisses the present post-socialist regimes as a mixture of the corrupt ex-communist oligarchy and /or ethnic and religious fundamentalists. Even the dwindling liberals are mistrusted as insufficiently politically correct. Where is their feminist awareness, etc.? The East, which began by idolizing the West as the example of affluent democracy to be followed, finds itself in the whirlpool of ruthless commercialization and economic colonization. So was all this worth the effort? The hero of Dashiell Hammett's The Maltese Falcon, the private detective Sam Spade, narrates the story of his being hired to find a man who had suddenly left his settled job and family, and vanished. Spade is unable to track him down, but a few years later he accidentally encounters the man in a bar in another city. Under an assumed name, the man is leading a life remarkably similar to the one he fled from, a regular boring job, a new wife and children. Despite this similarity, however, he is convinced that his new beginning was not in vain, that it was well worth the trouble to cut his ties and start a new life. Perhaps the same goes for the passage from actually existing socialism to actually existing capitalism in ex-communist East European countries. Despite betrayed enthusiastic expectations, something did take place in between, in the passage itself, and it is in this event which took place in between, this vanishing mediator, in this moment of democratic enthusiasm, that we should locate the crucial dimension obfuscated by later renormalization. It is clear that the protesting crowds in the GDR, Poland, and the Czech Republic wanted something else, a utopian object of impossible fullness designated by a multiplicity of names, solidarity, human rights, etc., not what they actually got. There are two possible reactions to this gap between expectations and reality. The best way to capture them is by reference to the well-known opposition between fool and knave. The fool is a simpleton, a court jester who is allowed to tell the truth precisely because the performative power, the socio-political efficacy, of his speech is suspended. The knave is the cynic who openly states the truth, a crook who tries to sell the open admission of his crookedness as honesty, a scoundrel who admits the need for illegitimate repression in order to maintain social stability. Following the fall of socialism, the knave is a neoconservative advocate of the free market, who cruelly rejects all forms of social solidarity as counterproductive sentimentalism, while the fool is a multiculturalist radical social critic who, by means of his ludic procedures destined to subvert the existing order, actually serves as its supplement. With regard to Eastern Europe, a knave dismisses the Third Way project of Nuis Forum in the ex-GDR as hopelessly outdated utopianism, and exhorts us to accept cruel market reality, while a fool insists that the collapse of socialism has actually opened up a third way, a possibility left unexploited by the Western recolonization of the East. This cruel reversal of the sublime into the ridiculous was, of course, grounded in the fact that there was a double misunderstanding at work in the public, perception of social protest movements, from Solidarity to Nuis Forum, in the last years of Eastern European socialism. On the one hand, there were the attempts of the ruling nomenclatura to reinscribe these events in their police/political framework, by distinguishing between honest critics with whom one could discuss matters in a calm, rational, depoliticized atmosphere, and a bunch of extremist provocateurs who served foreign interests. 36 The battle was thus not only for higher wages and better conditions, but also, and above all, for the workers to be acknowledged as legitimate partners in negotiating with representatives of the regime. The moment the powers that be were forced to accept this, the battle was in a way already won. 37 When these movements exploded in a broad mass phenomenon, their demands for freedom and democracy, and solidarity were also misperceived by Western commentators who saw in them confirmation that the people of the East also want what the people in the West already have. They automatically translated these demands into the Western liberal democratic notion of freedom, multiparty representational political game cum global market economy. Emblematic to the point of caricature here was the figure of Dan Rather, the American news reporter, on Tiananmen Square in 1989, standing in front of a copy of the Statue of Liberty and claiming that the statue says everything about what the protesting students were demanding. In short, if you scratch the yellow skin of a Chinese, you find an American. What this statue actually stood for was a utopian longing that had nothing to do with the real USA. Incidentally, it was the same with the original immigrants to America, for whom the view of the statue stood for a utopian longing that was soon crushed. The perception of the American media thus offered another example of the reinscription of the explosion of what, as we have seen, Etienne Balibar calls a gala bird, the unconditional demand for freedom equality which explodes any positive order, within the confines of a given order. Are we, then, condemned to the debilitating alternative of choosing between a knave and a fool, or is there a tertium dater? Perhaps the contours of this tertium dater can be discerned via reference to the fundamental European legacy. When one says European legacy, every self-respecting leftist intellectual has the same reaction as Joseph Goebbels had to culture as such. He reaches for his gun and starts to fire accusations of proto-fascist Eurocentrist cultural imperialism. Is it possible, however, to imagine a leftist appropriation of the European political tradition? Yes, if we follow Rancière and identify as the core of this tradition the unique gesture of democratic political subjectivization. It was this politicization proper which re-emerged violently in the disintegration of Eastern European socialism. From my own political past, I remember how, after 4 journalists were arrested and brought to trial by the Yugoslav army in Slovenia in 1988, I participated in the Committee for the Protection of the Human Rights of the 4 accused. Officially, the goal of the committee was simply to guarantee fair treatment for the 4 accused. However, the committee turned into the major oppositional political force, practically the Slovene version of the Czech Civic Forum or East German Nuis Forum, the body which coordinated democratic opposition, a de facto representative of civil society. The committee's program consisted of 4 items. The first 3 directly concerned the accused, while the devil in the detail, of course, was the 4th item, which said that the committee wanted to clarify the entire background of the arrest of the 4 accused, and thus contribute to creating circumstances in which such arrests would no longer be possible, a coded way of saying that we wanted the abolition of the existing socialist regime. Our demand justice for the 4 accused started to function as the metaphoric condensation of the demand for the global overthrow of the socialist regime. For that reason, in almost daily negotiations with the committee, Communist Party officials were always accusing us of a hidden agenda, claiming that the liberation of the 4 accused was not our true goal, that we were exploiting and manipulating the arrest and trial for other, darker political goals. In short, the communists wanted to play the rational depoliticized game. They wanted to deprive the slogan "Justice for the 4 accused" of its explosive general connotation, and reduce it to its literal meaning, which concerned just a minor legal matter. They cynically claimed that it was we, the committee, who were behaving non-democratically and manipulating the fate of the accused, using global pressure and blackmailing strategies instead of focusing on the particular problem of their plight. This is politics proper, the moment in which a particular demand is not simply part of the negotiation of interests but aims at something more, and starts to function as the metaphoric condensation of the global restructuring of the entire social space. There is a clear contrast between this subjectivization and today's proliferation of postmodern identity politics whose goal is the exact opposite, that is, precisely the assertion of one's particular identity, of one's proper place within the social structure. The postmodern identity politics of particular, ethnic, sexual, etc., lifestyles perfectly fits the depoliticized notion of society, in which every particular group is accounted for, has its specific status, a victim, acknowledged through affirmative action or other measures destined to guarantee social justice. The fact that this kind of justice meted out to victimized minorities requires an intricate police apparatus, for identifying the group in question, for punishing offenders against its rights, how legally to define sexual harassment or racial injury, and so on, for providing the preferential treatment which should compensate for the wrong this group has suffered, is deeply significant. What is usually praised as postmodern politics, the pursuit of particular issues whose resolution must be negotiated within the rational global order allocating its particular component its proper place, is thus effectively the end of politics proper. So while everyone seems to agree that today's post-political liberal democratic global capitalist regime is the regime of the non-event, in Nietzsche's terms, of the last man, the question of where we are to look for the event remains open. The obvious solution is, insofar as we experience contemporary postmodern social life as non-substantial, the proper answer is the multitude of passionate, often violent returns to roots, to different forms of ethnic and or religious substance. What is substance in social experience? It is the violent emotional moment of recognition, when one becomes aware of one's roots, of one's true belonging, the moment in the face of which liberal reflexive distance is utterly impotent. All of a sudden, adrift in the world, one finds oneself in the grip of a kind of absolute longing for home, and everything else, any everyday common concern, becomes unimportant. 38. Here, however, one must fully endorse Badiou's point that these returns to the substance are themselves impotent in the face of the global march of capital. They are its inherent supplement, the limit/condition of its functioning, since, as Deleuze emphasized years ago, capitalist deterritorialization is always accompanied by re-emerging reterritorializations. More precisely, there is an inherent split in the field of particular identities themselves caused by the onslaught of capitalist globalization. On the one hand, the so-called fundamentalisms, whose basic formula is that of the identity of one's own group, implying the practice of excluding the threatening other, as France for the French, against Algerian immigrants, America for Americans, against the Hispanic invasion, Slovenia for Slovenians, against the excessive presence of Southerners, immigrants from the ex-Yugoslav republics. 39. On the other hand, there is postmodern multiculturalist identity politics, aiming at the tolerant coexistence of ever-shifting, hybrid lifestyle groups, divided into endless subgroups: Hispanic women, black gays, white male AIDS patients, lesbian mothers. This ever-growing flowering of groups and subgroups in their hybrid and fluid, shifting identities, each insisting on the right to assert its specific way of life and/or culture, this incessant diversification, is possible and thinkable only against the background of capitalist globalization. It is the very way capitalist globalization affects our sense of ethnic and other forms of community belonging. The only link connecting these multiple groups is the link of capital itself, always ready to satisfy the specific demands of each group and subgroup: gay tourism, Hispanic music. Furthermore, the opposition between fundamentalism and postmodern pluralist identity politics is ultimately a fake, concealing a deeper solidarity, or, to put it in Hegelese, speculative identity. A multiculturalist can easily find even the most fundamentalist ethnic identity attractive, but only insofar as it is the identity of the supposedly authentic other. Say, in the USA, Native American tribal identity, a fundamentalist group can easily adopt, in its social functioning, the postmodern strategies of identity politics, presenting itself as one of the threatened minorities, simply striving to maintain its specific way of life and cultural identity. The line of separation between multiculturalist identity politics and fundamentalism is thus purely formal. It often depends merely on the different perspective from which the observer views a movement for maintaining a group identity. Under these conditions, the event in the guise of the return to roots can be only a semblance that fits the capitalist circular movement perfectly or, in the worst case, leads to a catastrophe like Nazism. The sign of today's ideologico-political constellation is the fact that these kinds of pseudo-events constitute the only appearances of events which seem to pop up. It is only right-wing populism which today displays the authentic political passion of accepting the struggle, of openly admitting that, precisely insofar as one claims to speak from a universal standpoint, one does not aim to please everybody, but is ready to introduce a division of us versus them. It has often been remarked that, despite hating the guts of Buchanan in the USA, Le Pen in France or Hader in Austria, even leftists feel a kind of relief at their appearance. Finally, in the midst of the reign of the aseptic post-political administration of public affairs, there is someone who revives a proper political passion of division and confrontation, a committed belief in political issues, albeit in a deplorably repulsive form. We are thus more and more deeply locked into a claustrophobic space within which we can only oscillate between the non-event of the smooth running of the liberal democratic capitalist global New World Order and fundamentalist events, the rise of local proto-fascisms, etc., which temporarily disturb the calm surface of the capitalist ocean. No wonder that, in these circumstances, Heidegger mistook the pseudo-event of the Nazi Revolution for the event itself. Today, more than ever, one has to insist that the only way open to the emergence of an event is that of breaking the vicious cycle of globalization with particularization by asserting the dimension of universality against capitalist globalization. Badiou draws an interesting parallel here between our time of American global domination and the late Roman Empire, also a multiculturalist global state in which multiple ethnic groups were thriving, united, not by capital, but by the non-substantial link of the Roman legal order. So what we need today is the gesture that would undermine capitalist globalization from the standpoint of universal truth, just as Pauline Christianity did to the Roman global empire. For this reason, a renewed left should aim at fully endorsing Kierkegaard's paradoxical claim that, with regard to the tension between tradition and modernity, Christianity is on the side of modernity. In his assertion that authentic faith can emerge only when one leaves pagan organicist humanism behind, Kierkegaard promulgates a thoroughgoing reversal in the relationship between inside and outside, inner faith and religious institution. In his passionate and violent polemics against Christendom, he does not simply reject obedience to external institutionalized religion on behalf of a true inner faith. Kierkegaard is well aware that these two aspects, rituals of the external institution and a true inner conviction, are strictly codependent, that they form the two sides of the modern age in which lifeless external ritual is supplemented by the empty sentimentalism of the liberal religion of inner conviction. Dogmas don't matter, what matters is the authentic inner religious sentiment. Kierkegaard's point is that true religion is simultaneously more inner, it involves an act of absolute faith that cannot even be externalized into the universal medium of language, and more external. When I truly believe, I accept that the source of my faith is not in myself, that, in some inexplicable way, it comes from outside, from God Himself. In His grace, God addressed me, it was not I who raised myself to Him. In other words, we no longer dwell in the Aristotelian universe in which, ontologically, lower elements spontaneously move and tend towards their goal, the immovable good. In Christianity, it is God Himself who moves, who embodies Himself in a temporal/mortal man. When Kierkegaard determines faith as the pure internality which the believer is unable to symbolize/socialize, to share with others, Abraham is absolutely alone in the face of God's horrible command to slaughter his son Isaac. he is unable even to share his pain with others. This means that what, in his faith, is absolutely inner, what resists intersubjective symbolic mediation, is the very radical externality of the religious call. Abraham is unable to share God's horrible injunction with others precisely insofar as this injunction in no way expresses his inner nature, but is experienced as a radically traumatic intrusion which attacks the subject from outside and which the subject can never internalize, assume as his own, discern any meaning in it to be shared with others. The point is thus that the subject cannot externalize God's injunction precisely because he cannot internalize it. We can see now how Kierkegaard surmounts the modern age opposition between external lifeless ritual and pure inner sentimental conviction, not through a pseudo-Hegelian synthesis, so that we re-establish an authentic social life in which external social rituals are again permeated with authentic inner conviction, that is, in which subjects fully participate in organic social life, the young Hegel's vision of the Greek community prior to the split into subjective and objective, but by endorsing the paradox of authentic faith in which radical externality coincides with pure internality. Perhaps one should return here to the well-known Kierkegaardian opposition between Socratic reminiscence and Christian repetition. The Socratic philosophical principle is the one of reminiscence. The truth already dwells deep inside me, and in order to discover it I have only to look deep into my soul, to get to know myself. The Christian truth, in contrast, is the one of revelation, which is the exact opposite of reminiscence. Truth is not inherent, it is not the discovery of what is already in myself, but an event, something violently imposed on me from the outside through a traumatic encounter that shatters the very foundations of my being. For that reason, the New Age Gnostic redefinition of Christianity in terms of the soul's journey of inner self-discovery and purification is profoundly heretical, and should be ruthlessly rejected. And Lacan, like Badiou, opts for the Christian Kierkegaardian view. In contrast to misleading first impressions, psychoanalytic treatment is, at its most fundamental, not the path of remembrance, of the return to the inner repressed truth, its bringing to light, its crucial moment, that of traversing the fantasy, rather, designates the subject's symbolic rebirth, his creation ex nihilo, a jump through the zero point of death drive to the thoroughly new symbolic configuration of his being. The three universals. These impasses demonstrate how the structure of the universal is much more complex than it appears. It was Balibar 40 who elaborated the three levels of universality which vaguely follow the Lacanian triad of real, imaginary, and symbolic, the real universality of globalization, with the supplementary process of internal exclusions, the extent to which, today, the fate of each of us hinges on the intricate web of global market relations, the universality of the fiction that regulates ideological hegemony, church or state as the universal imagined communities, which allow the subject to acquire a distance towards immersion in his immediate social group, class, profession, sex, religion, and posit himself as a free subject, the universality of an ideal, as exemplified by the revolutionary demand for Egalibird, which remains an unconditional excess, setting in motion permanent insurrection against the existing order, and can thus never be gentrified, included in the existing order. The point, of course, is that the boundary between these three universals is never stable and fixed. The notion of freedom and equality can serve as the hegemonic idea which enables us to identify with our particular social role. I am a poor artisan, but precisely as such I participate in the life of my nation-state as an equal and free citizen. Or as the irreducible excess which destabilizes the fixed social order. What, in the Jacobin universe, was the destabilizing universality of the ideal setting in motion the incessant process of social transformation later became the ideological fiction allowing each individual to identify with his specific place in the social space. The alternative here is the universal abstract, potentially opposed to concrete content, or concrete, in the sense that I experience my very particular mode of social life as my specific way of participating in the universal social order. Balibar's point is, of course, that the tension between the two is irreducible, The excess of abstract negative ideal universality, its unsettling destabilizing force, can never be fully integrated into the harmonious whole of a concrete universality. Point 41. However, there is another tension, the tension between the two modes of concrete universality itself, which seems more crucial today. That is to say, the real universality of today's globalization through the market involves its own hegemonic fiction, or even ideal, of multiculturalist tolerance, respect for and protection of human rights and democracy, and so on. It involves its own pseudo-Hegelian concrete universality of a world order whose universal features of market, human rights, and democracy allow each specific lifestyle to flourish in its particularity. So a tension inevitably emerges between this postmodern, post-nation-state concrete universality, and the earlier concrete universality of the nation-state. The story of the emergence of the nation-state is the story of the, often extremely violent, transubstantiation of local communities and their traditions into the modern nation qua imagined community. This process involved the repression of authentic local ways of life and/or their reinscription into the new encompassing invented tradition. In other words, national tradition is a screen that conceals not the process of modernization but the true ethnic tradition itself in its unbearable factuality. Point 42. What comes after is the, apparently, opposite postmodern process of returning to more local, subnational modes of identification. However, these new modes of identification are no longer experienced as directly substantial, they are already a matter of the free choice of one's lifestyle. Nonetheless, it is not enough to oppose the previous authentic ethnic identification to the postmodern arbitrary choice of lifestyles. This opposition fails to acknowledge the extent to which that very previous authentic national identification was an artificial, violently imposed phenomenon, based on the repression of previous local traditions. Far from being a natural unity of social life, a balanced frame, a kind of Aristotelian entelechy towards which all previous development advanced, the universal form of nation-state is, rather, a precarious, temporary balance between the relationship to a particular ethnic thing, patriotism, pro-patria mori, etc., and the, potentially, universal function of the market. On the one hand, the nation-state sublates organic local forms of identification into universal patriotic identification. On the other, it posits itself as a kind of pseudo-natural boundary of the market economy, delimiting internal from external commerce. Economic activity is thus sublimated, raised to the level of the ethnic thing, legitimate as a patriotic contribution to the nation's greatness. This balance is constantly threatened from both sides, from the side of previous organic forms of particular identification which do not simply disappear but continue their subterranean life outside the universal public sphere, and from the side of the immanent logic of capital, whose transnational nature is inherently indifferent to nation-state boundaries. And today's new fundamentalist ethnic identifications involve a kind of desublimation, a process of disintegration of this precarious unity of the national economy into its two constituent parts, the transnational market function and the relationship to the ethnic thing. Point 43. It is therefore only today, in contemporary fundamentalist ethnic, religious, lifestyle, and so on, communities, that the split between the abstract form of commerce and the relationship to the particular ethnic thing, inaugurated by the Enlightenment project, is fully realized. Today's postmodern ethnic or religious fundamentalism and xenophobia are not only not regressive but, on the contrary, offer the supreme proof of the final emancipation of the economic logic of the market from the attachment to the ethnic thing. That is the highest speculative effort of the dialectic of social life, not in describing the mediation process of the primordial immediacy, say, the disintegration of organic community in alienated individualist society, but in explaining how this very mediation process characteristic of modernity can give birth to new forms of organic immediacy, like the contemporary chosen or invented communities, lifestyle communities, gays, etc. Point 44. Multiculturalism. How, then, does the universe of capital relate to the form of nation-state in our era of global capitalism? Perhaps this relationship is best designated as auto-colonization, with the direct multinational functioning of capital, we are no longer dealing with the standard opposition between metropolis and colonized countries. A global company, as it were, cuts its umbilical cord with its mother nation and treats its country of origin as simply another territory to be colonized. This is what is so disturbing to patriotically orientated right-wing populists, from Le Pen to Buchanan, the fact that the new multinationals have exactly the same attitude towards the French or American local population as towards the population of Mexico, Brazil, or Taiwan. Is there not a kind of poetic justice in this self-referential turn of today's global capitalism, which functions as a kind of negation, after national capitalism and its internationalist/colonialist phase? At the beginning, ideally, of course, there is capitalism within the confines of a nation-state, and with the accompanying international trade, exchange between sovereign nation-states. What follows is the relationship of colonization, in which the colonizing country subordinates and exploits, economically, politically, culturally, the colonized country. The final moment of this process is the paradox of colonization, in which there are only colonies, no colonizing countries. The colonizing power is no longer a nation-state but the global company itself. In the long term, we shall all not only wear Banana Republic shirts but also live in banana republics. And, of course, the ideal form of ideology of this global capitalism is multiculturalism, the attitude which, from a kind of empty global position, treats each local culture as the colonizer treats colonized people, as natives whose mores are to be carefully studied and respected. That is to say, the relationship between traditional imperialist colonialism and global capitalist self-colonization is exactly the same as the relationship between Western cultural imperialism and multiculturalism. Just as global capitalism involves the paradox of colonization without the colonizing nation-state metropolis, multiculturalism involves a patronizing Eurocentrist distance and or respect for local cultures without roots in one's own particular culture. In other words, multiculturalism is a disavowed, inverted, self-referential form of racism, a racism with a distance. It respects the other's identity, conceiving the other as a self-enclosed authentic community towards which the multiculturalist maintains a distance made possible by his/her privileged universal position. Multiculturalism is a racism which empties its own position of all positive content. The multiculturalist is not a direct racist. He or she does not oppose to the other the particular values of his or her own culture. Nonetheless, he or she retains this position as the privileged empty point of universality from which one is able to appreciate, and appreciate, other particular cultures properly. Multiculturalist respect for the other's specificity is the very form of asserting one's own superiority. From the standpoint of the post-Marxist anti-essentialist notion of politics as the field of hegemonic struggle with no pre-established rules that would define its parameters in advance, it is easy to reject the very notion of the logic of capital as precisely the remainder of the old essentialist stance, far from being reducible to an ideologico-cultural effect of the economic process. The passage from standard cultural imperialism to the more tolerant multiculturalism with its openness towards the wealth of hybrid, ethnic, sexual, and so on, identities is the result of a long and difficult politico-cultural struggle whose final outcome was in no way guaranteed by the a priori coordinates of the logic of capital. The crucial point, however, is that this struggle for the politicization and assertion of multiple, ethnic, sexual, and other, identities always took place against the background of an invisible yet all the more forbidding barrier. The global capitalist system was able to incorporate the gains of the postmodern politics of identities to the extent that they did not disturb the smooth circulation of capital. The moment some political intervention poses a serious threat to that, an elaborate set of exclusionary measures quashes it. What about the rather obvious counter-argument that the multiculturalist's neutrality is false, since his or her position silently privileges Eurocentrist content? This line of reasoning is right, but for the wrong reason. The particular cultural background or roots which always support the universal multiculturalist position are not its truth. Hidden beneath the mask of universality, multiculturalist universalism is really Eurocentrist. but, rather, the opposite. The stain of particular roots is the phantasmic screen which conceals the fact that the subject is already thoroughly rootless, that his true position is the void of universality. Let me recall Darien Leader's example of the man in a restaurant with his female companion, who, when asking the waiter for a table, says, "Bedroom for two, please," instead of "table for two, please." One should reverse the standard Freudian explanation. Of course, his mind was already on the night of sex he planned after the meal. This intervention of the subterranean sexual fantasy is, rather, the screen which serves as the defense against the oral drive which actually matters to him more than sex. 45. In his analysis of the French Revolution of 1848, in the class struggles in France, Marx provides a similar example of such a double deception. The party of order which took over after the revolution publicly supported the Republic, yet secretly it believed in restoration. Members used every opportunity to mock Republican rituals and to signal in every possible way where their heart was. The paradox, however, was that the truth of their activity lay in the external form they privately mocked and despised. This Republican form was not a mere semblance beneath which the royalist desire lurked, rather, it was the secret clinging to royalism which enabled them to fulfill their actual historical function, to implement bourgeois republican law and order. Marx himself mentions how members of the Party of Order derived immense pleasure from their occasional royalist slips of the tongue against the Republic, referring to France as a kingdom in their parliamentary debates, etc. These slips of the tongue articulated their phantasmic illusions which served as the screen enabling them to blind themselves to the social reality of what was going on the surface. And, mutatis mutandis, the same goes for today's capitalist, who still clings to some particular cultural heritage, identifying it as the secret source of his success. Japanese executives following tea ceremonies or Bushido code, etc., or for the reverse case of the Western journalist in search of the particular secret of Japanese success, this very reference to a particular cultural formula is a screen for the universal anonymity of capital. The true horror lies not in the particular content hidden beneath the universality of global capital but, rather, in the fact that capital is effectively an anonymous global machine blindly running its course, that there is in fact no particular secret agent animating it. The horror is not the particular living ghost in the dead universal machine, but the dead universal machine in the very heart of each particular living ghost. The conclusion to be drawn is thus that the problematic of multiculturalism, the hybrid coexistence of diverse cultural life worlds, which imposes itself today is the form of appearance of its opposite, of the massive presence of capitalism as global world system. It bears witness to the unprecedented homogenization of today's world. It is in fact as if, since the horizon of social imagination no longer allows us to entertain the idea of an eventual demise of capitalism, since, as we might put it, everybody tacitly accepts that capitalism is here to stay, critical energy has found a substitute outlet in fighting for cultural differences which leave the basic homogeneity of the capitalist world system intact. So we are fighting our PC battles for the rights of ethnic minorities, of gays and lesbians, of different lifestyles, and so forth, while capitalism pursues its triumphant march, and today's critical theory, in the guise of cultural studies, is performing the ultimate service for the unrestrained development of capitalism by actively participating in the ideological effort to render its massive presence invisible, in the predominant form of postmodern cultural criticism. The very mention of capitalism as a world system tends to give rise to accusations of essentialism, fundamentalism, and so on. The price of this depoliticization of the economy is that the domain of politics itself is in a way depoliticized. Political struggle proper is transformed into the cultural struggle for the recognition of marginal identities and the tolerance of differences. 46. The falsity of elitist multiculturalist liberalism lies in the tension between content and form which already characterized the first great ideological project of tolerant universalism, that of Freemasonry. The doctrine of Freemasonry, the universal brotherhood of all men based on the light of reason, clearly clashes with its form of expression and organization. a secret society with initiation rituals, that is, it is the very form of expression and articulation of Freemasonry which belies its positive doctrine. In a strictly homologous way, the contemporary politically correct liberal attitude which perceives itself as surpassing the limitations of its ethnic identity, citizen of the world without anchors in any particular ethnic community, functions, within its own society, as a narrow elitist upper middle class circle clearly opposing itself to the majority of common people, despised for being caught in their narrow ethnic or community confines. No wonder liberal multiculturalist tolerance is caught in the vicious cycle of simultaneously conceding too much and not enough to the particularity of the other's culture. On the one hand, it tolerates the other insofar as it is not the real other, but the aseptic other of pre-modern ecological wisdom, fascinating rights, and so on. The moment one is dealing with the real other, say, of clitoridectomy, of women compelled to wear the veil, of torturing enemies to death. With the way the other regulates the specificity of its jouissance, tolerance stops. Significantly, the same multiculturalists who oppose Eurocentrism also, as a rule, oppose the death penalty, dismissing it as a remainder of primitive barbaric customs of vengeance. Here, their hidden true Eurocentrism becomes visible. Their entire argumentation against the death penalty is strictly Eurocentrist, involving the liberal notions of human dignity and penalty, and relying on an evolutionary schema from primitive violent societies to modern tolerant societies able to overcome the principle of vengeance. On the other hand, the tolerant multiculturalist liberal sometimes tolerates even the most brutal violations of human rights, or is at least reluctant to condemn them, afraid of being accused of imposing his or her own values onto the other. From my own youth, I recall Maoist students preaching and practicing the sexual revolution, when they were reminded that the China of the Maoist Cultural Revolution involved an extremely repressive attitude towards sexuality. They were quick to answer that sexuality plays a totally different role in their life world, so we should not impose on them our standards of what is repressive. Their attitude towards sexuality appears repressive only by our Western standards. Do we not encounter the same stance today when multiculturalists warn us not to impose our Eurocentrist notion of universal human rights onto the other? Furthermore, is not this kind of false tolerance often evoked by spokesmen for multinational capital itself, in order to legitimize the fact that business comes first? The key point is to assert the complementarity of these two excesses, of too much and not enough. If the first attitude is unable to perceive the specific cultural jouissance which even a victim can find in a practice of another culture that appears cruel and barbaric to us, victims of clitoridectomy often perceive it as the way to regain the properly feminine dignity. The second attitude fails to perceive the fact that the other is split in itself, that members of another culture, far from simply identifying with their customs, can acquire a distance towards them and revolt against them. In such cases, reference to the Western notion of universal human rights can well serve as the catalyst which sets in motion an authentic protest against the constraints of one's own culture. In other words, there is no happy medium between too much and not enough, so when a multiculturalist replies to our criticism with a desperate plea, "Whatever I do is wrong, either I am too tolerant towards the injustice the other suffers, or I am imposing my own values onto the other, so what do you want me to do?" our answer should be, nothing. As long as you remain stuck in your false presuppositions, you can do nothing. What the liberal multiculturalist fails to notice is that each of the two cultures engaged in communication is caught in its own antagonism which has prevented it from fully becoming itself, and the only authentic communication is that of solidarity in a common struggle. When I discover that the deadlock which hampers me is also the deadlock which hampers the other. Does this mean that the solution lies in acknowledging the hybrid character of each identity? It is easy to praise the hybridity of the postmodern migrant subject, no longer attached to specific ethnic roots, floating freely between different cultural circles. Unfortunately, two totally different socio-political levels are condensed here. On the one hand, the cosmopolitan upper and upper middle class academic, always with the proper visas enabling him to cross borders without any problem in order to carry out his financial, academic, business, and thus able to enjoy the difference. On the other hand, the poor, migrant worker driven from his home by poverty or ethnic, religious, violence, for whom the celebrated hybridity designates a very tangible traumatic experience of never being able to settle down properly and legalize his status, the subject for whom such simple tasks as crossing a border or reuniting with his family can be an experience full of anxiety, and demanding great effort. For this second subject, being uprooted from his traditional way of life is a traumatic shock which destabilizes his entire existence. To tell him that he should enjoy the hybridity and the lack of fixed identity of his daily life, the fact that his existence is migrant, never identical to itself, and so on, involves the same cynicism as that at work in the popularized version of Deleuze and Guattari's celebration of the schizo-subject whose rhizomatic pulverized existence explodes the paranoiac proto-fascist protective shield of fixed identity. What is, for the concerned subject, an experience of the utmost suffering and despair, the stigma of exclusion, of being unable to participate in the affairs of his community, is, from the point of view of the external and normal, and fully adapted postmodern theoretician, celebrated as the ultimate assertion of the subversive desiring machine. For a leftist suspension of the law. How, then, do leftists who are aware of this falsity of multiculturalist postmodernism react to it? Their reaction assumes the form of the Hegelian infinite judgment, which posits the speculative identity of two thoroughly incompatible terms. Adorno, the most sophisticated elitist critical theorist, is Buchanan, the lowest point of American rightist populism. 47 That is to say, these critics of postmodern multiculturalist elitism, from Christopher Lasch to Paul Picone, take the risk of endorsing neoconservative populism, with its notions of the reassertion of community, local democracy, and active citizenship, as the only politically relevant answer to the all-pervasive predominance of instrumental reason, of the bureaucratization and instrumentalization of our life world. 48 Of course, it is easy to dismiss today's populism as a nostalgic reactive formation against the process of modernization, and as such inherently paranoiac, in search of an external cause of malignancy, of a secret agent who pulls the strings and is thus responsible for the woes of modernization. Jews, international capital, non-patriotic multiculturalist managers, state bureaucracy. The problem is, rather, to conceive of this new populism as a new form of false transparency which, far from presenting a serious obstacle to capitalist modernization, paves the way for it. What these leftist advocates of populism fail to perceive is thus the fact that today's populism, far from presenting a threat to global capitalism, remains its inherent product. Paradoxically, today's true conservatives are, rather, leftist critical theorists who reject both liberal multiculturalism and fundamentalist populism, who clearly perceive the complicity between global capitalism and ethnic fundamentalism. They point towards a third domain, which belongs neither to the global market society nor to the new forms of ethnic fundamentalism, the domain of the political, the public space of civil society, of active responsible citizenship, the fight for human rights, ecology, etc. However, the problem is that this very form of political space is increasingly threatened by the onslaught of globalization. Consequently, one cannot simply return to it or revitalize it. The post-nation-state logic of capital remains the real which lurks in the background, while all three main leftist reactions to the process of globalization, liberal multiculturalism, the attempt to embrace populism by discerning, beneath its fundamentalist appearance, resistance to instrumental reason, the attempt to keep open the space of the political, seem inappropriate. Although the last approach is based on an accurate insight into the complicity between multiculturalism and fundamentalism, it avoids the crucial question: how are we to reinvent the political space in today's conditions of globalization? The politicization of the series of particular struggles which leaves the global process of capital intact is clearly not sufficient. This means that one should reject the opposition which, within the frame of late capitalist liberal democracy, imposes itself as the main axis of ideological struggle, the tension between open post-ideological universalist liberal tolerance and the particularist new fundamentalisms. Against the liberal center, which presents itself as neutral, post-ideological, relying on the rule of law, one should reassert the old leftist motif of the necessity to suspend the neutral space of law. Of course, both left and right involve their own mode of suspension of the law on behalf of some higher or more fundamental interest. The rightist suspension, from anti-Dreyfusards to Oliver North, acknowledges its violation of the letter of the law, but justifies it by reference to some higher national interest. It presents its violation as a painful self-sacrifice for the good of the nation. 49 As for the leftist suspension, it is enough to mention two films, Under Fire and Watch on the Rhine. The first takes place during the Nicaraguan Revolution, when an American photojournalist faces a troublesome dilemma. Just before the victory of the revolution, Somocistas kill a charismatic Sandinista leader, so the Sandinistas ask the journalist to fake a photo of their dead leader, presenting him as still alive and thus belying the Somocistas' claims about his death. In this way, he would contribute to a swift victory for the revolution and shorten the agony of prolonged bloodshed. Professional ethics, of course, strictly prohibits such an act, since it violates the unbiased objectivity of reporting and makes the journalist an instrument of the political fight. The journalist nevertheless chooses the leftist option and fakes the photo. In Watch on the Rhine, based on a play by Lillian Hellman, this dilemma is even more acute. In the late 1930s, a fugitive family of German political emigrants involved in the anti-Nazi struggle comes to stay with their distant relatives, an idyllic all-American small-town middle-class family. Soon, however, the Germans face an unexpected threat in the form of an acquaintance of the American family, a rightist who blackmails the emigrants and, through his contacts with the German embassy, endangers members of the underground in Germany itself. The father of the emigrant family decides to kill him, and thereby puts the American family in a difficult moral dilemma. Their empty moralizing solidarity with the victims of Nazism is over. Now they actually have to take sides and dirty their hands with covering up the killing. Here also, the family decides on the leftist option. Left is defined by this readiness to suspend the abstract moral frame, or, to paraphrase Kierkegaard, to accomplish a kind of political suspension of the ethical. 50. The lesson of all this, which gained actuality apropos of the Western reaction to the Bosnian War, is thus that there is no way to avoid being partial, since the neutral stance itself involves taking sides. In the case of the Bosnian War, the balanced talk about Balkan ethnic tribal warfare already endorses the Serbian standpoint. Humanitarian liberal equidistance can easily slip into or coincide with its opposite and in effect tolerate the most violent ethnic cleansing. In short, the leftist does not simply violate the liberal's impartial neutrality. What he claims is that there is no such neutrality, that the liberal's impartiality is always already biased. The cliché of the liberal center, of course, is that both suspensions, the rightist and the leftist, ultimately amount to the same, to a totalitarian threat to the rule of law. The entire consistency of the left hinges on proving that, on the contrary, each of the two suspensions follows a different logic. While the right legitimizes its suspension of the ethical by its anti-universalist stance, that is, by reference to its particular, religious, patriotic, identity which overrules any universal moral or legal standards, the left legitimizes its suspension of the ethical precisely by means of a reference to the true universality to come. Or, to put it another way, the left simultaneously accepts the antagonistic character of society. There is no neutral position, struggle is constitutive, and remains universalist, speaking on behalf of universal emancipation in the leftist perspective, accepting the radically antagonistic, that is, political, character of social life, accepting the necessity of taking sides, is the only way to be effectively universal. How are we to comprehend this paradox? It can be conceived only if the antagonism is inherent to universality itself, that is, if universality itself is split into the false concrete universality that legitimizes the existing division of the whole into functional parts, and the impossible/real demand of abstract universality. Balibar's Agalabert again. The leftist political gesture par excellence, in contrast to the rightist slogan to each his or her own place, is thus to question the concrete existing universal order on behalf of its symptom, of the part which, although inherent to the existing universal order, has no proper place within it, say, illegal immigrants or the homeless in our societies. This procedure of identifying with the symptom is the exact and necessary obverse of the standard critico-ideological move of recognizing a particular content behind some abstract universal notion, that is, of denouncing neutral universality as false. The man of human rights is actually the white male property owner. One pathetically asserts, and identifies with, the point of inherent exception/exclusion, the object, of the concrete positive order, as the only point of true universality. It is easy to show that, say, the subdivision of the people who live in a country into full citizens and temporary immigrant workers privileges full citizens and excludes immigrants from the public space proper, just as man and woman are not two species of a neutral universal genus of humanity, since the content of the genus as such involves some mode of repression of the feminine, much more productive, theoretically as well as politically, since it opens up the way for the progressive. Subverting of hegemony is the opposite operation of identifying universality with the point of exclusion, in our case, of saying we are all immigrant workers. In a hierarchically structured society, the measure of true universality lies in the way parts relate to those at the bottom, excluded by and from all others. In ex-Yugoslavia, for example, universality was represented by Albanian and Bosnian Muslims, looked down on by all other nations. The recent pathetic statement of solidarity Sarajevo is the capital of Europe was also an exemplary case of such a notion of exception as embodying universality. The way enlightened liberal Europe related to Sarajevo bore witness to the way it related to itself, to its universal notion. The examples we have evoked make it clear that leftist universalism proper does not involve any kind of return to some neutral universal content, a common notion of humanity, etc. Rather, it refers to a universal which comes to exist, which becomes for itself, to put it in Hegelese, only in a particular element which is structurally displaced, out of joint, within a given social whole. It is precisely the element which is prevented from actualizing its full particular identity that stands for its universal dimension. The Greek demos stood for universality not because it covered the majority of the population, nor because it occupied the lowest place within the social hierarchy, but because it had no proper place within this hierarchy, but was a site of conflicting, self-canceling determinations, or, to put it in contemporary terms, a site of performative contradictions. They were addressed as equals, participating in the community of logos, in order to be informed that they were excluded from this community. To take Marx's classic example, proletariat stands for universal humanity not because it is the lowest, most exploited class, but because its very existence is a living contradiction, that is, it gives body to the fundamental imbalance and inconsistency of the capitalist social whole. We can see, now, in what precise way the dimension of the universal is opposed to globalism. The universal dimension shines through the symptomatic displaced element which belongs to the whole without being properly its part. For this reason, criticism of the possible ideological functioning of the notion of hybridity should in no way advocate the return to substantial identities. The point is precisely to assert hybridity as the site of the universal. Point 51. Insofar as normative heterosexuality stands for the global order within which each sex is assigned its proper place, queer demands are not simply demands that queer sexual practice and lifestyle be recognized in their specificity, alongside other practices, but something that unsettles the very global order and its exclusionary hierarchical logic. Precisely as such, as out of joint with regard to the existing order, queers stand for the dimension of universality, or, rather, can stand for it. Since politicization is never directly inscribed into one's objective social position, but involves the gesture of subjectivization. Judith Butler develops a powerful argument against the abstract and politically regressive opposition between economic struggle and the merely cultural queer struggle for recognition. 52 Far from being merely cultural, the social form of sexual reproduction inhabits the very core of the social relations of production, that is, the nuclear heterosexual family is a key component and condition of the capitalist relations of ownership, exchange, and so on. For that reason, the way queer political practice questions and undermines normative heterosexuality poses a potential threat to the capitalist mode of production itself. My reaction to this thesis is twofold. I fully endorse queer politics insofar as it metaphoricizes its specific struggle as something that, if its objectives were to be realized, undermines the very potentials of capitalism. However, I tend to think that, in the course of the ongoing transformation into the post-political tolerant multiculturalist regime, today's capitalist system is able to neutralize queer demands, to absorb them as a specific way of life. Is not the history of capitalism a long history of how the predominant ideologico-political framework was able to accommodate, and soften the subversive edge of, the movements and demands that seemed to threaten its very survival? For a long time, sexual libertarians thought that monogamous sexual repression was necessary for the survival of capitalism. Now we know that capitalism can not only tolerate, but even actively incite and exploit, forms of perverse sexuality, not to mention promiscuous indulgence in sexual pleasures. What if the same destiny awaits queer demands? 53. The recent proliferation of different sexual practices and identities, from sadomasochism to bisexuality and drag performances, far from posing a threat to the present regime of biopower, to use the Foucauldian terms, is precisely the form of sexuality that is generated by the present conditions of global capitalism, which clearly favor the mode of subjectivity characterized by multiple shifting identifications. The key component of the leftist position is thus the equation of the assertion of universalism with a militant, divisive position of one engaged in a struggle. True universalists are not those who preach global tolerance of differences and all-encompassing unity, but those who engage in a passionate fight for the assertion of the truth that enthuses them. Theoretical, religious, and political examples abound here, from St. Paul, whose unconditional Christian universalism, everyone can be redeemed, since, in the eyes of Christ, there are no Jews and Greeks, no men and women, made him into a proto-Leninist militant fighting different deviations, through Marx, whose notion of class struggle is the necessary obverse of the universalism of his theory which aims at the redemption of the whole of humanity, and Freud, up to great political figures, say, when de Gaulle, almost alone in England in 1940, launched his call for resistance to German occupation, he was at the same time presuming to speak on behalf of the universality of France, and, for this very reason, introducing a radical split, a fissure, between those who followed him and those who preferred the collaborationist Egyptian fleshpots. To put it in Badiou's words, it is crucial here not to translate the terms of this struggle, set in motion by the violent and contingent assertion of the new universal truth, into the terms of the order of being, with its groups and subgroups, conceiving it as the struggle between two social entities defined by a series of positive characteristics. That was the mistake of Stalinism, which reduced the class struggle to a struggle between classes defined as social groups with a set of positive features, place in the mode of production, etc. From a truly radical Marxist perspective, although there is a link between working class as a social group and proletariat as the position of the militant fighting for universal truth, this link is not a determining causal connection, and the two levels must be strictly distinguished. To be a proletarian involves assuming a certain subjective stance, of class struggle destined to achieve the redemption through revolution, which, in principle, can be adopted by any individual. To put it in religious terms, irrespective of his good works, any individual can be touched by grace and interpellated as a proletarian subject. The line that separates the two opposing sides in the class struggle is therefore not objective. It is not the line separating two positive social groups, but ultimately radically subjective. It involves the position individuals assume towards the truth event. Subjectivity and universalism are thus not only not exclusive, but two sides of the same coin, It is precisely because class struggle interpellates individuals to adopt the subjective stance of a proletarian that its appeal is universal, aiming at everyone without exception. The division it mobilizes is not the division between two well-defined social groups, but the division, which runs diagonally to the social division in the order of being, between those who recognize themselves in the call of the truth event, becoming its followers, and those who deny or ignore it. In Hegel's, the existence of the true universal, as opposed to the false concrete universality of the all-encompassing global order of being, is that of an endless and incessantly divisive struggle. It is ultimately the division between the two notions, and material practices, of universality, those who advocate the positivity of the order of being as the ultimate horizon of knowledge and action, and those who accept the efficiency of the dimension of truth event irreducible to, and unaccountable in the terms of, the order of being. That is the ultimate gap that separates Nazism from communism. In Nazism, a Jew is ultimately guilty simply because he is a Jew, because of his direct natural properties, because of what he is, while even in the darkest days of Stalinism a member of the bourgeoisie or aristocracy is not guilty per se, that is, directly because of his social status. There is always a minimum of subjectivization involved. Participation in the class struggle relies on the subjective act of decision. In a perverted way, the very function of confession in the Stalinist show trial attests to this difference. For the guilt of the traitor to be effective, the accused must confess, that is, subjectively assume his guilt, in clear contrast to Nazism, where an analogous confession by a Jew that he was participating in a plot against Germany would be meaningless. For that reason, the anti-communist revisionist historian's thesis according to which the Nazi Holocaust did not only follow in time the communist purges of the enemies of the revolution in the Soviet Union, but was also causally conditioned by them, conceived as a reaction or, rather, a preventive strike against them, misses the point. The revisionists are quite right to stress that the Nazi struggle against the Jewish plot was a repetition/copy of the communist class struggle. However, far from exculpating the Nazis, this fact brings home all the more the difference between Nazism and communism. What for the communists was the antagonism that dwells in the very kernel of the social edifice was, in Nazi ideology, naturalized into the biological property of a specific race, the Jews. So instead of the notion of society as divided/traversed by the class struggle, in which everybody is compelled to take sides, we get the notion of society as a corporate body threatened by an external enemy, the Jew as the foreign intruder. Consequently, it is totally misguided to conceive the communist revolutionary terror and the Nazi Holocaust as two modes of the same totalitarian violence. In the first case the gap between us and them, the enemy, and the enemy's annihilation, were justified in terms of class difference. It is legitimate to destroy members of the opposing class, and in the second, in terms of racial difference, it is legitimate to kill Jews. The true horror of Nazism lies in the very way it displaced/naturalized social antagonism into racial difference, making the Jews guilty because of the simple fact that they were Jews, independently of what they did, of how they subjectivized their condition. The ambiguity of excremental identification. For Rancière, subjectivization involves the assertion of a singular universal, the singular/excessive part of the social edifice that directly gives body to the dimension of universality. Perhaps this logic of singular universal is, like Badiou's thought, profoundly Christological, is not the ultimate universal singular, the singular individual standing for humanity, Christ himself? Does not the revolution of Christianity lie in the fact that, in accordance with the logic of identification with the symptom, it offers as the singular point, which stands for the true universal, not what is the highest of man but the lowest excremental remainder? Only by identifying with this remainder, by imitatio Christi, can a person reach eternity and become effectively universal. And perhaps this Christological reference also makes palpable a possible limitation of the political efficiency of the gesture of identification with the symptom. Christianity's entire theological edifice relies on such an excremental identification, on the identification with the poor figure of the suffering Christ dying in pain between the two thieves. The artifice by means of which Christianity became the ruling ideology was to combine this radical excremental identification with full endorsement of the existing hierarchical social order, rich and poor, honest men and sinners, masters and slaves, men and women, neighbors and foreigners, we are all united in Christ. Although this excremental identification imposed compassion and merciful care for the poor, the do not forget that they are also God's children motif, by reminding the rich and powerful that their position is precarious and contingent, it nonetheless confirmed them in this position, and even proclaimed every open rebellion against the existing power relations a mortal sin. The pathetic assertion "we are all Jews, blacks, gays, residents of Sarajevo," can thus work in an extremely ambiguous way. It can also induce a hasty claim that our own predicament is in fact the same as that of the true victims, that is, a false metaphoric universalization of the fate of the excluded. Soon after the publication of Solzhenitsyn's Gulag trilogy in the West, it became fashionable in some radical leftist circles to emphasize how our entire consumerist Western society is also one gigantic Gulag, in which we are imprisoned by the chains of the ruling ideology, and our position is even worse, since we are unaware of our true predicament. In a recent discussion about clitoridectomy, a radical feminist pathetically claimed that Western women are in a way also thoroughly circumcised, having to undergo stressful diets, rigorous body training and painful breast or face lifting operations in order to remain attractive to men. Although, of course, there is in both cases an element of truth in the claims made, there is nonetheless something fundamentally faked in the pathetic statement of a radical upper-middle-class student that the Berkeley campus is also a gigantic gulag. Is it not deeply significant that the best-known example of such a pathetic identification with the outcast/victim is J. F. Kennedy's Ich bin ein Berliner from 1963, a statement which is definitely not what Rancière had in mind, and, incidentally, a statement which, because of a grammatical error, means, when retranslated into English, "I am a donut." The way out of this predicament seems easy enough. The measure of the authenticity of the pathetic identification lies in its socio-political efficiency. To what effective measures does it amount? In short, how does this political stance of singular universal affect what Rancière calls the police structure? Is there a legitimate distinction between two polices, orders of being, the one which is, or tends to be, self-contained, and the one which is more open to the incorporation of properly political demands? Is there something like a police of politics? Of course, the Kantian answer, shared even by Badiou, would be that any direct identification of police, the order of being, with politics, the truth event, any procedure by means of which the truth posits itself directly as the constitutive structuring principle of the socio-political order of being, leads to its opposite, to the politics of the police, to revolutionary terror, whose exemplary case is the Stalinist disaster. The problem is that the moment we try to provide the pathetic identification with the symptom, the assertion of the universal singular, with a determinate content, what do protesters who pathetically claim we are all immigrant workers, actually want? What is their demand to the police power? The old contrast between the radical universalism of Agalabert and the postmodern assertion of particular identities reappears with a vengeance, as is clear from the deadlock of gay politics, which fears losing its specificity when gays are acknowledged by the public discourse. Do you want equal rights or specific rights to safeguard your particular way of life? The answer, of course, is that the pathetic gesture of singular universal effectively functions as a hysterical gesture made to avoid the decision by postponing its satisfaction indefinitely. That is to say, the gesture of singular universal flourishes on bombarding the police/power edifice with impossible demands, with demands which are made to be rejected. Its logic is that of in demanding that you do this, I am actually demanding that you do not do it, because that's not it. The situation here is properly undecidable. Not only is a radical political project often betrayed by a compromise with the police order, the eternal complaint of revolutionary radicals, once the reformists take over, they change only the form and accommodate themselves to the old masters. There can also be the opposite case of pseudo-radicalization, which fits the existing power relations much better than a modest reformist proposal. 54. The further distinction to be made here is between the two opposed subjects of the enunciation of the statement that asserts the universal singular. Is this statement the direct statement of the excluded victim itself, of demos in Old Athens, of the Troisième État in the French Revolution, of Jews, Palestinians, blacks, women, gays, today, which proposes its particular plight as representative of the universality of humanity, or is it the statement of solidarity made by others, the concerned enlightened public? How do these two modes of functioning relate to one another? The difference in question is the difference between the universal public claiming, we are all them, the excluded non-part, and the excluded non-part claiming, we are the true universal, the people, society, nation. This reversal, although apparently purely symmetrical, never produces direct symmetrical effects. What we encounter here is a key feature of the mechanism that generates ideological semblance, the symmetrical reversal that produces an asymmetrical result. In Marx, for example, the simple inversion of the developed to the general form of equivalence, from the state in which commodity A expresses its value in the series of commodities B, C, D, E, F, to the state in which commodity A itself expresses, gives body to, the value of commodities B, C, D, E, F. Gives rise to the effect of fetishism, that is, it confers on A the aura of a commodity that has to possess some mysterious ingredient enabling it to function as the equivalent of all the others. Hegel also often brings about the deepest speculative shift, a change in the whole terrain of thought, by means of a simple symmetrical inversion. The statement the self is the substance is in no way equivalent to the statement the substance is the self. The first asserts the simple subordination of the self to the substance, I recognize myself as belonging to my social substance, while the second involves the subjectivization of the substance itself. Louis XIV did not say, I am the state, what he said was, l'état c'est moi. Only in the second version is the finite self posited as the truth of the substance itself, so that when Louis XIV issues a decree, it is not only him, this finite individual, who is speaking, it is the substance itself which speaks through him, in the precise sense of the Lacanian moi, la vérité, parole. Therein, in the necessity of this reversal, lies one of Hegel's crucial insights, the apparently modest gesture of asserting the subordination, the belonging, of subject to substance sooner or later reveals itself as standing for its exact opposite, for the subjectivization of the substance itself. Therein also lies the core of Christianity, not only is man divine, God himself has to become man, with all the latter's finite attributes. For that same reason, life is an illusion is not the same as illusion is life. Life is an illusion stands for the Baroque attitude of the melancholic awareness of the illusory character of terrestrial life, à la Calderon, while illusion is life involves a positive Nietzschean attitude of fully embracing and asserting the game of appearances against the nihilist search for a transcendent true reality, or, if we return to our example, we the nation are all immigrant workers is not the same as we immigrant workers are the true nation. Embracing the act. This is perhaps the moment to return to our starting point. How well are the authors we have been dealing with equipped to accomplish this step of political universalization? Here, the reference to Althusser as their starting point again becomes crucial. As I have already emphasized, their theoretical edifices are to be conceived as four different ways of negating this common starting point, of maintaining, or, rather, gaining, a distance towards Althusser. Perhaps it would even be possible to conceptualize their differences by reference to the different ways one can negate/repress a traumatic kernel in psychoanalysis: denegation, disavowal, repression stricto sensu, coinciding with the return of the repressed, foreclosure. Why? Although these authors made important progress with regard to their Althusserian starting point, their everlasting merit is that they went forward from Althusser without allowing themselves to be immersed in the postmodern and/or deconstructionist morass. They seem to fall into the trap of marginalist politics, accepting the logic of momentary outbursts of an impossible radical politicization that contains the seeds of its own failure and has to recede in the face of the existing order. The couples of truth event versus order of being, of politics versus police, of egalibert versus imaginary universality. This common feature is closely linked to the reduction of the subject to the process of subjectivization. What Rancière aims at is the process by means of which a part of no part becomes involved in litigation for its place within the social visibility. What Badiou aims at is engagement grounded in fidelity to the truth event. What Balibar aims at is a political agent insisting on his impossible demand for egalibert against any positive order of its actualization. In all these cases, subjectivization, of course, is not to be confused with what Althusser had in mind when he elaborated the notion of ideological recognition and interpellation. Here subjectivity is not dismissed as a form of misrecognition, on the contrary, it is asserted as the moment in which the ontological gap/void becomes palpable, as a gesture that undermines the positive order of being, of the differential structure of society, of politics as police. It is crucial to perceive the link between this reduction of the subject to subjectivization and the way the theoretical edifice of these authors relies on the basic opposition of two logics, la politique/police and le politique in Rancière, being and truth event in Badiou, even, perhaps, the imaginary universal order versus egalibert in Balibar. In all these cases, the second point is properly political, introduces the gap in the positive order of being. A situation becomes politicized when a particular demand starts to function as a stand-in for the impossible universal. Thus we have various forms of the opposition between substance and subject, between a positive ontological order, police, being, structure, and a gap of impossibility which prevents a final closure of this order and/or disturbs its balance. The ultimate reference of these three forms of duality seems to be the Kantian opposition between the constituted order of objective reality and the idea of freedom that can function only as a regulative point of reference, since it is never ontologically fully actualized. Justice, the rectification of the fundamental and constitutive ontological injustice of the universe, is presented as an unconditional impossible demand, possible only against the background of its own impossibility. The moment a political movement pretends fully to realize justice, to translate it into an actual state of things, to pass from the spectral democratie à venir to actual democracy, we are in totalitarian catastrophe. In Kantian terms, the sublime changes into the monstrous. Of course, these two levels are not simply external. The space for the political truth event is opened up by the symptomatic void in the order of being, by the necessary inconsistency in its structural order, by the constitutive presence of a surnumeraire, of an element which is included in the totality of order, although there is no proper place for it in this totality, and which, for this very reason, since it is an element without further particular specifications, professes to be the immediate embodiment of the whole. On the other hand, the properly political intervention endeavors to bring about change in the order of police, its restructuring, so that what was hitherto invisible and/or non-existent in its space becomes visible. Two Hegelian conclusions should be drawn from this. 1. The very notion of politics involves conflict between the political and apolitical/police, that is, politics is the antagonism between politics proper and the apolitical attitude, disorder and order. 2. For this reason, politics is a genus which is its own species, which, ultimately, has two species, itself and its corporatist/police negation. Despite this Hegelian twist, however, we are dealing here with a logic which includes its own failure in advance, which considers its full success as its ultimate failure, which sticks to its marginal character as the ultimate sign of its authenticity, and thus entertains an ambiguous attitude towards its politico-ontological opposite, the police order of being. It has to refer to it, it needs it as the big enemy, power, which must be there in order for us to engage in our marginal/subversive activity. The very idea of accomplishing a total subversion of this order, global revolution, is dismissed as proto-totalitarian. This criticism should not be misread as relying on the traditional Hegelian opposition of abstract and concrete universality, against the assertion of radical negativity as the obverse of universality, of the logic of the ought that indefinitely postpones its actualization. I am not advocating the necessity of embracing the concrete positive order as the realized supreme good. The Hegelian move here is not a resigned heroic acceptance of the positive order as the only possible actualization of reason, but is focus on, to reveal, how the police/political order itself already relies on a series of disavowed/misrecognized political acts, how its founding gesture is political, in the radical sense of the term, as opposed to police, in Hegel's, how positive order is nothing but the positivization of the radical negativity. Let us take Rancière's central notion of mésentente, misapprehension, which occurs when the excluded/invisible part of no part politicizes its predicament and disturbs the established police/political structure of the social space, its subdivision in parts, by asserting itself as the stand-in for the whole and demanding the re-articulation of its particular position, that is, a new mode of its visibility. Say, a woman politicizes her predicament the moment she presents her limitation to the private family space as a case of political injustice. Does not the ambiguous relationship between the explicit power/police discourse and its obscene double also involve a kind of mésentente? Is not this obscene double, the publicly disavowed message between the lines, the invisible, non-public condition of possibility of the functioning of the police apparatus? Power is thus not a unique/flat domain of visibility, the self-transparent machine to which the people opposes its demand to reveal, to accept into the public discursive space, its demands, that is, to reject/subvert the non-identical status it enjoys within the power/police discourse. The almost symmetrical opposite to this is the refusal of the public power/police discourse to hear/understand its own message between the lines, the obscene support of its functioning. Confronted with it rejects it with contempt as unworthy of its dignity. What power refuses to see is not so much the part of the people excluded from the police space but, rather, the invisible support of its own public police apparatus. In terms of a vulgar class analysis, there is no rule of aristocracy without the hidden, publicly unacknowledged, support of the lumpen proletariat. Our point is thus that the marginalist radical refusal to assume responsibility for power, in Lacanese, its hidden demand for the master in the guise of his public provocation, see Lacan's diagnosis of the hysterical character of the student rebellion of May 68, is strictly correlative to, or the obverse of, power's hidden link with its own disavowed obscene supplement, what a truly subversive political intervention has to strive to include in the public space is above all this obscene supplement on which the power/police itself relies. The order of police is never simply a positive order, to function at all, it has to cheat, to misname, and so on, in short, to engage in politics, to do what its subversive opponents are supposed to do. In Kant's political thought, the basic principle, the equivalent of the moral categorical imperative, is the transcendental principle of publicity. All acts which concern the rights of other people and whose maxim does not coincide with their publicly announced aim, are wrong. All guiding principles which need publicity, if they are not to miss their goal, are in accord with justice and with politics. 55 In the political domain, wrong or evil is an act whose actual aim contradicts its publicly announced goal, as Kant emphasizes again and again. Even the worst tyrant publicly pretends to work for the good of the people, while pursuing his own power and wealth. We may put this same maxim in a negative way: a politics is wrong, unjust, when it holds that the public disclosure of its actual motives, or, rather, maxims, would be self-defeating. Even a tyrant cannot publicly say, "I am imposing this law in order to crush my enemies and increase my wealth." It is against this background that one should locate the thesis on the superego supplement of public ideological discourse. The superego obscene supplement is precisely the support of the public ideological text which, in order to be operative, has to remain publicly disavowed. Its public avowal is self-defeating. And our point is that such a disavowal is constitutive of what Rancière calls the order of police. The notion of the ideal of Agalabert as a real/impossible unconditional demand betrayed in its every positivization, a demand which can actualize itself only in those short intermediary moments of power/police vacuum when the people spontaneously organizes itself outside the official representative political machinery. See the fascination of many leftists for spontaneous council democracy in the early, authentic stages of the revolution, brings radical revolutionary purists uncannily close to those conservatives who endeavor to prove the necessary and unavoidable betrayal or regression into terror of every revolution, as if the only possible actualization of Agalabert is the Khmer Rouge or the Sendero Luminoso. One is tempted to claim that Leninist politics is the true counterpoint to this Kantian marginalist leftist attitude which insists on its own inherent impossibility. That is to say, what a true Leninist and a political conservative have in common is the fact that they reject what one could call liberal leftist irresponsibility, advocating grand projects of solidarity, freedom, and so on, yet ducking out when one has to pay the price for them in the guise of concrete and often cruel political measures. Like an authentic conservative, a true Leninist is not afraid of the passage à l'acte, of accepting all the consequences, unpleasant as they may be, of realizing his political project. Kipling, whom Brecht admired very much, despised British liberals who advocated freedom and justice while silently counting on the conservatives to do the necessary dirty work for them. The same can be said for the liberal leftists, or democratic socialists. Relationship to Leninist communists. Liberal leftists reject social democratic compromise, they want a true revolution, yet they shirk the actual price to be paid for it, and thus prefer to adopt the attitude of a beautiful soul and keep their hands clean. In contrast to this false liberal leftist position, they want true democracy for the people, but without secret police to fight counter-revolution, without their academic privileges being threatened. A Leninist, like a conservative, is authentic in the sense of fully assuming the consequences of his choice, of being fully aware of what it actually means to take power and to exert it. I am now in a position to specify what seems to me the fatal weakness of the proto-Kantian opposition between the positive order of being, or of the service de biens or of the politics as police, and the radical, unconditional demand for Agalabert which signals the presence of the truth event, or the political, that is, the opposition between the global social order and the dimension of universality proper, which cuts a line of separation into this global order. What it leaves out of consideration is the excess of the founding gesture of the master without which the positive order of the service de biens cannot maintain itself. What we are aiming at here is the non-economical excess of the master over the smooth functioning of the positive police order of being. In a pluralist society, the marginal radical parties or political agents are able to play the game of unconditional demands, of we want this higher salaries for teachers and doctors, better retirement and social security conditions, Periat mundus, leaving it to the master to find a way of meeting their demand. This unconditional demand targets the political master not simply in his capacity as the administrator of the service de biens but in his capacity as guarantor of the survival of the order. That is the other crucial aspect of the master's position. He does not shirk the responsibility of breaking the egg when people demand an omelette, of imposing unpopular but necessary measures. In short, the master is the one who forever relinquishes the right to claim, "But I didn't want this," when things go wrong. Of course, this position is ultimately that of an impostor, his mastery is an illusion. Nonetheless, the very fact that someone is ready to occupy this untenable place has a pacifying effect on his subjects. We can indulge in our petty narcissistic demands, well aware that the master is here to guarantee that the whole structure will not collapse. The heroism of an authentic master consists precisely in his willingness to assume this impossible position of ultimate responsibility, and to take upon himself the implementation of unpopular measures which prevent the system from disintegrating. That was the greatness of Lenin after the Bolsheviks took power, in contrast to hysterical revolutionary fervor caught in the vicious cycle, the fervor of those who prefer to stay in opposition and prefer, publicly or secretly, to avoid the burden of taking over, of accomplishing the shift from subversive activity to responsibility for the smooth running of the social edifice, he heroically embraced the onerous task of actually running the state, of making all the necessary compromises, but also taking the necessary harsh measures, to assure that the Bolshevik power would not collapse. So when Rancière or Badiou dismisses politics as a police which merely takes care of the smooth service de biens, they leave out of consideration the fact that the social order cannot reproduce itself if it is constrained to the terms of the service de biens. There must be one who assumes the ultimate responsibility, inclusive of a ruthless readiness to make the necessary compromises or break the letter of the law in order to guarantee the system's survival, and it is totally erroneous to interpret this function as that of an unprincipled pragmatic sticking to power, whatever the cost. The advocates of the political as opposed to police fail to take into account this inherent excess of the master which sustains the service de biens itself. They are unaware of the fact that what they are fighting, what they are provoking with their unconditional demand, is not the servicing of goods, but the unconditional responsibility of the master. In short, what they are unaware of is that their unconditional demand for Agilbert remains within the confines of the hysterical provocation aimed at the master, testing the limits of his ability. Can he reject, or meet, our demands, and still maintain the appearance of omnipotence? The test of the true revolutionary, as opposed to this game of hysterical provocation, is the heroic readiness to endure the conversion of the subversive undermining of the existing system into the principle of a new positive order which gives body to this negativity, or, in Badiou's terms, the conversion of truth into being. 56 To put it in more abstract philosophical terms, the fear of the impending ontologization of the proper political act, of its catastrophic transposition into the positive order of being, is a false fear that results from a kind of perspective illusion. It puts too much trust in the substantial power of the positive order of being, overlooking the fact that the order of being is never simply given, but is itself grounded in some preceding act. There is no order of being as a positive ontologically consistent whole. The false semblance of such an order relies on the self-obliteration of the act. In other words, the gap of the act is not introduced into the order of being afterwards, it is there all the time as the condition that actually sustains every order of being. Perhaps the ultimate philosophical formulation of the political opposition police/politics is Derrida's opposition between ontology and hantology, the impossible logic of spectrality that forever prevents/differs/displaces the closure of the ontological edifice. The proper deconstructionist gesture is to maintain the spectral opening, to resist the temptation of its ontological closure. Again, it is easy to translate this into Lacanese. Spectrality is another name for the phantasmic semblance that fills the irreducible ontological gap. The properly Hegelian gesture here would be to turn around this notion of spectrality as the irreducible supplement which is the condition of possibility of any ontology. What if there is a need for a minimal ontological support of the very dimension of spectrality, for some inert penuteril which sustains the spectral opening? In a way, Hegel agrees with Kant that the direct attempt to actualize the abstract negativity of Agilbert, what Kant would have characterized as the political equivalent of the epistemological mistake of treating regulative ideas as constitutive, necessarily ends in terror. The difference between them is that each draws the opposite conclusion. For Kant, it means that Agilbert should remain an inaccessible ideal to come, démocratie à venir, slowly approached but always kept at a distance in order to avoid the monstrosity of the abstract absolute negativity, while for Hegel, it means that this monstrous moment of absolute abstract negativity, this self-destructive fury which washes away every positive order, has always already happened, since it is the very foundation of the positive rational order of human society. In short, while, for Kant, absolute negativity designates an impossible moment of the future, a future which will never turn into the present, for Hegel it designates an impossible moment of the past, a past which was never fully experienced as the present, since its withdrawal opens up the space for the minimal, social, organization of the present. There are many names for this eruption of abstract negativity, from Adam's fall, through Socrates and Christ's crucifixion, to the French Revolution, In all these cases, a negative gesture corrosive of the given, social, substantial order grounded a higher, more rational order. 3. From subjection to subjective destitution. 5. Passionate, attachments. Or, Judith Butler as a reader of Freud. Why perversion is not subversion. One of the key conclusions to be drawn from the theme of Kant Avexata is that those who, like Michel Foucault, advocate the subversive potential of perversions are sooner or later led to the denial of the Freudian unconscious. This denial is theoretically grounded in the fact, emphasized by Freud himself, that for psychoanalysis, hysteria and psychosis, not perversion, offer a way into the unconscious is not accessible via perversions. Following Freud, Lacan repeatedly insisted that perversion is always a socially constructive attitude, while hysteria is much more subversive and threatening to the predominant hegemony. It may seem that the situation is the opposite. Don't perverts openly realize and practice what hysterics only secretly dream about? Or, with regard to the master, do hysterics not merely provoke the master in an ambiguous way which, in effect, amounts to an appeal addressed to the master to assert his authority again and more strongly, while perverts actually undermine the master's position? This is how one usually understands Freud's thesis that perversion is the negative of neurosis. This very fact, however, confronts us with the paradox of the Freudian unconscious. The unconscious does not consist of the secret perverse scenarios we daydream about and, insofar as we remain hysterics, shirk from realizing, while perverts heroically do it. When we do this, when we realize, act out, our secret perverse fantasies, everything is disclosed, yet the unconscious is somehow missed. Why? Because the Freudian unconscious is not the secret phantasmic content, but something that intervenes in between, in the process of the translation/transposition of the secret phantasmic content into the text of the dream, or the hysterical symptom. The unconscious is that which, precisely, is obfuscated by the phantasmic scenarios the pervert is acting out. The pervert, with his certainty about what brings enjoyment, obfuscates the gap, the burning question, the stumbling block, that is the core of the unconscious. The pervert is thus the inherent transgressor par excellence. He brings to light, stages, practices the secret fantasies that sustain the predominant public discourse, while the hysterical position precisely displays doubt about whether those secret perverse fantasies are really it. Hysteria is not simply the battleground between secret desires and symbolic prohibitions, it also, and above all, articulates the gnawing doubt whether secret desires really contain what they promise, whether our inability to enjoy really hinges only on symbolic prohibitions. In other words, the pervert precludes the unconscious because he knows the answer, to what brings jouissance, to the other, he has no doubts about it, his position is unshakable, while the hysteric doubts, that is, her position is that of an eternal and constitutive self, questioning, what does the other want from me? What am I for the other? This opposition of perversion and hysteria is especially pertinent today, in our era of the decline of Oedipus, when the paradigmatic mode of subjectivity is no longer the subject integrated into the paternal law through symbolic castration, but the polymorphously perverse subject following the superego injunction to enjoy. The question of how we are to hystericize the subject caught in the closed loop of perversion, how we are to inculcate the dimension of lack and questioning in him, becomes more urgent in view of today's political scene. The subject of late capitalist market relations is perverse, while the democratic subject, the mode of subjectivity implied by the modern democracy, is inherently hysterical, the abstract citizen correlative to the empty place of power. In other words, the relationship between the bourgeois caught up in market mechanisms and the citoyen engaged in the universal political sphere is, in its subjective economy, the relationship between perversion and hysteria. So when Rancière calls our age post-political, he is aiming precisely at this shift in political discourse, the social link, from hysteria to perversion. Post-politics is the perverse mode of administering social affairs, the mode deprived of the hystericized universal/out-of-joint dimension. One often hears the claim that today hysteria is no longer sexualized but is, rather, to be located in the domain of non-sexualized victimization, of the wound of some traumatic violence that cuts into the very soul of our being. However, we are dealing with hysteria only insofar as the victimized subject entertains an ambiguous attitude of fascination towards the wound, insofar as he secretly takes perverse pleasure in it, insofar as the very source of pain exerts a magnetism. Hysteria is precisely the name for the stance of ambivalent fascination in the face of the object that terrifies and repels us. And this excess of pleasure in pain is another name for sexualization. The moment it is there, the situation is sexualized, the subject is caught in the perverse loop. In other words, one should nonetheless stick to the old Freudian thesis on the fundamentally sexual character of hysteria. Wasn't Freud's Dora, the paradigmatic case of hysteria, continually complaining about being victimized by the manipulations of her father and Mr. K? What complicates the issue further is that one should definitely not directly qualify homosexuality, or any other sexual practice that violates the heterosexual norm, as a perversion. The question to be asked is rather, how is the fact of homosexuality inscribed into the subject's symbolic universe? What subjective attitude sustains it? There definitely is a perverse homosexuality, the masochist or sadist pretending to possess knowledge about what provides jouissance to the other, but there is also a hysterical homosexuality, opting for it in order to confront the enigma of what am I for the other? What does the other want, from me, and so on. So, for Lacan, there is no direct correlation between forms of sexual practice, gay, lesbian, straight, and the pathological subjective symbolic economy, perverse, hysterical, psychotic. Let us take the extreme case of coprophagy. Eating excrement. Even such a practice is not necessarily perverse, since it can well be inscribed into a hysterical economy, that is to say, it can well function as an element of the hysterical provocation and questioning of the other's desire. What if I eat shit in order to test how I stand with regard to the other's desire? Will he still love me when he sees me doing it? Will he finally abandon me as his object? It can also function as psychotic if, say, the subject identifies his partner's shit as the miraculous divine substance, so that by swallowing it he gets in touch with God, receives his energy. Or, of course, it can function as perversion if the subject, while doing it, assumes the position of the object instrument of the other's desire, if he does it in order to generate enjoyment in his partner. On a more general level, it is interesting to note how, when one describes new phenomena, one as a rule overlooks their predominant hysterical functioning and prefers the allegedly more radical perverse or psychotic functioning. Say, in the case of cyberspace, we are bombarded with interpretations which emphasize how cyberspace opens up the possibility of polymorphous perverse playing with and permanent reshaping of one's symbolic identity, or how it involves a regression to the psychotic incestuous immersion into the screen as the maternal thing that swallows us, depriving us of the capacity of symbolic distance and reflection. It can, however, be argued that the most common reaction of all of us when we are confronted with cyberspace is still that of hysterical perplexity, of permanent questioning. How do I stand with respect to this anonymous other? What does it want from me? What game is it playing with me? With regard to this crucial opposition between hysteria and perversion, it is important to note that Adorno's philosophy of the new music, that masterpiece of the dialectical analysis of the class struggle in music, resorts to the clinical categories of, precisely, hysteria and perversion in order to elaborate the opposition of the two fundamental tendencies in modern music, designated by the names Schoenberg and Stravinsky. Schoenberg's progressive music displays the clear features of an extreme hysterical tension, anxiety-laden reactions to traumatic encounters, while Stravinsky, in his pastiche-like traversing of all possible musical styles, displays no less clear features of perversion, that is, of renouncing the dimension of subjectivity proper, of adopting the stance of exploiting the polymorphous multitude, with no real subjective engagement with any specific element or mode. And, to give this opposition a philosophical twist, one is tempted to claim that this fidelity to the truth of hysteria against the pervert's false transgression is what led Lacan, in the last years of his teaching, to claim pathetically, "I rebel against philosophy, jem insurge contre la philosophie." Apropos of this general claim, the Leninist question should be asked immediately: which, singular, philosophy did Lacan have in mind, which philosophy was, for him, a stand-in for philosophy as such? Following a suggestion by François Regault, who draws attention to the fact that Lacan made this statement in 1975, in the wake of the publication of Anti-Oedipus I, one could argue that the philosophy actually under fire, far from standing for some traditional Hegelian metaphysics, is none other than that of Gilles Deleuze, a philosopher of globalized perversion if ever there was one. That is to say, is not Deleuze's critique of Oedipal psychoanalysis an exemplary case of the perverse rejection of hysteria? Against the hysterical subject who maintains an ambiguous attitude towards symbolic authority, like the psychoanalyst who acknowledges the pathological consequences of repression, but nonetheless claims that repression is the condition of cultural progress, since outside symbolic authority there is only the psychotic void, the pervert bravely goes to the limit in undermining the very foundations of symbolic authority and fully endorsing the multiple productivity of pre-symbolic libidinal flux. For Lacan, of course, this anti-Oedipal radicalization of psychoanalysis is the very model of the trap to be avoided at any cost, the model of false subversive radicalization that fits the existing power constellation perfectly. In other words, for Lacan, the philosopher's radically, his fearless questioning of all presuppositions, is the model of the false transgressive radically. For Foucault, a perverse philosopher if ever there was one, the relationship between prohibition and desire is circular, and one of absolute immanence. Power and resistance, counter-power, presuppose and generate each other, that is, the very prohibitive measures that categorize and regulate illicit desires effectively generate them. Simply recall the proverbial figure of the early Christian ascetic who, in his detailed description of situations to be avoided, since they provoke sexual temptations, displays an extraordinary knowledge of how seduction works, of how a simple smile, a glance, a defensive gesture of the hands, a demand for help, can carry a sexual innuendo. The problem here is that, after insisting that the disciplinary power mechanisms produce the very object on which they exert their force, the subject is not only that which is oppressed by the power but emerges himself as the product of this oppression. The man described for us, whom we are invited to free, is already in himself the effect of a subjection assujettissement much more profound than himself. A soul inhabits him and brings him to existence, which is itself a factor in the mastery that power exercises over the body. The soul is the effect and instrument of a political autonomy, the soul is the prison of the body. Point 2. It is as if Foucault himself tacitly acknowledges that this absolute continuity of resistance to power is not enough to ground effective resistance to power, a resistance that would not be part of the game but would allow the subject to assume a position that exempts him from the disciplinary/confessional mode of power practiced from early Christianity to psychoanalysis. Foucault thought that he located such an exception in antiquity. The antique notions of the use of pleasures and care for the self do not yet involve reference to a universal law. However, the image of antiquity deployed in Foucault's last two books is stricto sensu phantasmic, the fantasy of a discipline which, even in its most ascetic version, needs no reference to the symbolic law/prohibition of pleasures without sexuality. In his attempt to break out of the vicious cycle of power and resistance, Foucault resorts to the myth of a state before the fall in which discipline was self-fashioned, not a procedure imposed by the culpabilizing universal moral order. In this phantasmic beyond, one encounters the same disciplinary mechanisms as later, only in a different modality, a kind of correlate to Malinowski Mead's mythical description of non-repressed South Pacific sexuality. No wonder Foucault reads pre-Christian texts in a way which totally differs from his usual practice of reading. His last two books are much closer to the standard academic history of ideas. In other words, Foucault's description of the self in pre-Christian antiquity is the necessary romantic naive supplement to his cynical description of power relations after the fall, where power and resistance overlap. Point 3. So when, in Discipline and Punish and Volume I of the History of Sexuality, Foucault endlessly varies the theme of power as productive, with respect to political and educational power as well as power over sexuality, when he emphasizes again and again how, in the course of the 19th century, repressive attempts to categorize, discipline, etc., sexuality, far from constraining and limiting their object, natural sexuality, in fact produced it and led to its proliferation. Sex was affirmed as the ultimate secret, the point of reference, of human activity. Is he not, in a way, asserting the Hegelian thesis on how reflexive probing into a transcendent in itself produces the very inaccessible X that seems forever to elude its final grasp? This point can be made very clearly apropos of the mysterious stark continent of feminine sexuality allegedly eluding the grasp of patriarchal discourse. Is not this mysterious beyond the very product of male discourse? Is not feminine mystery the ultimate male fantasy? As for disciplining and controlling, Foucault's point is not only how the object these measures want to control and subdue is already their effect. Legal and criminal measures engender their own forms of criminal transgression, etc. The very subject who resists these disciplinary measures and tries to elude their grasp is, in his heart of hearts, branded by them, formed by them. Foucault's ultimate example would have been the 19th century workers' movement for the liberation of work, as early libertarian criticisms like Paul Lafargue's Right to Laziness had already pointed out. The worker who wanted himself liberated was the product of disciplinary ethics, that is, in his very attempt to get rid of the domination of capital, he wanted to establish himself as the disciplined worker who works for himself, who is fully his own master, and thus loses the right to resist, since he cannot resist himself. On this level, power and resistance are effectively caught in a deadly mutual embrace. There is no power without resistance. In order to function, power needs an X which eludes its grasp. There is no resistance without power. Power is already formative of that very kernel on behalf of which the oppressed subject resists the hold of power. There is thus nothing more misguided than to argue that Foucault, in Volume I of his History of Sexuality, opens up the way for individuals to re-articulate, resignify, displace the power mechanisms they are caught in. The whole point and strength of his forceful argumentation lies in his claim that resistances to power are generated by the very matrix they seem to oppose. In other words, the point of his notion of biopower is precisely to give an account of how disciplinary power mechanisms can constitute individuals directly, by penetrating individual bodies and bypassing the level of subjectivization. That is, the whole problematic of how individuals ideologically subjectivize their predicament, how they relate to their conditions of existence. It is therefore meaningless, in a way, to criticize him for not rendering this subjectivization thematic. His whole point is that if one is to account for social discipline and subordination, one has to bypass it. Later, however, starting from Volume 2 of his History of Sexuality, he is compelled to return to this very ostracized topic of subjectivization, how individuals subjectivize their condition, how they relate to it, or, to put it in Althusserian terms, how they are not only individuals caught in disciplinary state apparatuses, but also interpellated subjects. How, then, does Foucault relate to Hegel? According to Judith Butler, the difference between the two is that Hegel does not take the proliferating effect of disciplinatory activity into account. In Hegel, formative disciplining simply works on the body that is presupposed as an in itself, given as part of inert human nature, and gradually sublates/mediates its immediacy, while Foucault emphasizes how disciplining mechanisms themselves set in motion a wild proliferation of what they endeavor to suppress and regulate. The very repression of sexuality gives rise to new forms of sexual pleasure. 5. However, what seems to be missing in Foucault, the anti-dialectician par excellence, is precisely the properly Hegelian self-referential turn in the relationship between sexuality and its disciplinatory control. Not only does confessional self-probing unearth new forms of sexuality, the confessional activity itself becomes sexualized, gives rise to a satisfaction of its own. The repressive law is not external to the libido that it represses. But the repressive law represses to the extent that repression becomes a libidinal activity. 6. Take politically correct probing into hate speech and sexual harassment. The trap into which this effort falls is not only that it makes us aware of, and thus generates, new forms and layers of humiliation and harassment. We learn that fat, stupid, short-sighted, are to be replaced by weight-challenged, etc. The catch is, rather, that this censoring activity itself, by a kind of devilish dialectical reversal, starts to participate in what it purports to censor and fight. Is it not immediately evident how, in designating somebody as mentally challenged instead of stupid, an ironic distance can always creep in and give rise to an excess of humiliating aggressivity? One adds insult to injury, as it were, by the supplementary polite patronizing dimension. It is well known that aggressivity coded in politeness can be much more painful than directly abusive words, since violence is heightened by the additional contrast between the aggressive content and the polite surface form. In short, what Foucault's account of the discourses that discipline and regulate sexuality leaves out of consideration is the process by means of which the power mechanism itself becomes eroticized, that is, contaminated by what it endeavors to repress. It is not enough to claim that the ascetic Christian subject who, in order to fight temptation, enumerates and categorizes the various forms of temptation, actually proliferates the object he tries to combat. The point is, rather, to conceive of how the ascetic who flagellates in order to resist temptation finds sexual pleasure in this very act of inflicting wounds on himself. The paradox at work here is that the very fact that there is no pre-existing positive body in which one could ontologically ground our resistance to disciplinary power mechanisms makes effective resistance possible. That is to say, the standard Habermasian argument against Foucault and post-structuralists in general is that since they deny any normative standard exempt from the contingent historical context, they are unable to ground resistance to the existing power edifice. The Foucauldian counter-argument is that the repressive disciplinary mechanisms themselves open up the space for resistance, insofar as they generate a surplus in their object. Although the reference to some feminine essence, from the eternal feminine to more contemporary feminine writing, seems to ground women's resistance to the masculine symbolic order, this reference nonetheless confirms femininity as the pre-given foundation upon which the masculine discursive machine works. Here resistance is simply the resistance of the pre-symbolic foundation to its symbolic working through. If, however, one posits that the patriarchal endeavor to contain and categorize femininity itself generates forms of resistance, one opens up a space for a feminine resistance that is no longer resistance on behalf of the underlying foundation but resistance as the active principle in excess over the oppressive force. To avoid the standard example of sexuality, however, let us recall the formation of national identity through resistance to colonialist domination. What precedes colonialist domination is self-enclosed ethnic awareness, which lacks the strong will to resist and to assert its identity forcefully against the other. Only as a reaction to colonialist domination is this awareness transformed into active political will to assert one's national identity against the oppressor, anti-colonialist. National liberation movements are stricto sensu generated by colonialist oppression, that is to say, it is this oppression which brings about the shift from passive ethnic self-awareness grounded in mythical tradition to the eminently modern will to assert one's ethnic identity in the form of a nation-state. One is tempted to say that the will to gain political independence from the colonizer in the guise of a new independent nation-state is the ultimate proof that the colonized ethnic group is thoroughly integrated into the ideological universe of the colonizer. We are dealing here with the contradiction between the enunciated content and the position of enunciation. As for the enunciated content, the anti-colonialist movement, of course, conceives itself as a return to pre-colonial roots, as asserting one's cultural, etc., independence from the colonizer, but the very form of this assertion is already taken over from the colonizer. It is the form of Western nation-state political autonomy. No wonder the Congress Party in India, which led to independence, was instigated by English liberals and organized by Indian intellectuals studying at Oxford. Does not the same hold for the multitude of quests for national sovereignty among the ethnic groups of the ex-Soviet Union? Although Chechens evoke their 100-year-old struggle against Russian domination, today's form of this struggle is clearly the outcome of the modernizing effect of the Russian colonization of traditional Chechen society. Against Butler, one is thus tempted to emphasize that Hegel was well aware of the retroactive process by means of which oppressive power itself generates the form of resistance. Is not this very paradox contained in Hegel's notion of positing the presuppositions, that is, of how the activity of positing mediating does not merely elaborate the presupposed immediate natural ground, but thoroughly transforms the very core of its identity? The very in itself to which Chechens endeavor to return is already mediated posited by the process of modernization, which deprived them of their ethnic roots. This argumentation may appear Eurocentrist, condemning the colonized to repeat the European imperialist pattern by means of the very gesture of resisting it. However, it is also possible to give it precisely the opposite reading. That is to say, if we ground our resistance to imperialist Eurocentrism in the reference to some kernel of previous ethnic identity, we automatically adopt the position of a victim resisting modernization, of a passive object on which imperialist procedures work. If, however, we conceive our resistance as an excess that results from the way brutal imperialist intervention disturbed our previous self-enclosed identity, our position becomes much stronger, since we can claim that our resistance is grounded in the inherent dynamics of the imperialist system, that the imperialist system itself, through its inherent antagonism, activates the forces that will bring about its demise. The situation here is strictly homologous to that of how to ground feminine resistance. If woman is a symptom of man, the locus at which the inherent antagonisms of the patriarchal symbolic order emerge, this in no way constrains the scope of feminist resistance but provides it with an even stronger detonating force. Or, to put it in yet another way, the premise according to which resistance to power is inherent and immanent to the power edifice, in the sense that it is generated by the inherent dynamic of the power edifice, in no way obliges us to draw the conclusion that every resistance is co-opted in advance, included in the eternal game power plays with itself. The key point is that through the effect of proliferation, of producing an excess of resistance, the very inherent antagonism of a system may well set in motion a process which leads to its own ultimate downfall. Point 7. It seems that such a notion of antagonism is what Foucault lacks, from the fact that every resistance is generated, posited, by the power edifice itself. From this absolute inherence of resistance to power, he seems to draw the conclusion that resistance is co-opted in advance, that it cannot seriously undermine the system, that is, he precludes the possibility that the system itself, on account of its inherent inconsistency, may give birth to a force whose excess it is no longer able to master and which thus detonates its unity, its capacity to reproduce itself. In short, Foucault does not consider the possibility of an effect escaping, outgrowing its cause, so that although it emerges as a form of resistance to power and is as such absolutely inherent to it, it can outgrow and explode it. The philosophical point to be made here is that this is the fundamental feature of the dialectical materialist notion of effect. The effect can outdo its cause, it can be ontologically higher than its cause. One is thus tempted to reverse the Foucauldian notion of an all-encompassing power edifice which always already contains its transgression, that which allegedly eludes it. What if the price to be paid is that the power mechanism cannot even control itself, but has to rely on an obscene protuberance at its very heart? In other words, what effectively eludes the controlling grasp of power is not so much the external in itself it tries to dominate but, rather, the obscene supplement which sustains its own operation. Point 8. And this is why Foucault lacks the appropriate notion of the subject. The subject is by definition in excess over its cause, and as such it emerges with the reversal of the repression of sexuality into the sexualization of the repressive measures themselves. This insufficiency of Foucault's theoretical edifice can be discerned in the way, in his early history of madness, he is already oscillating between two radically opposed views, the view that madness is not simply a phenomenon that exists in itself and is only secondarily the object of discourses, but is itself the product of a multitude of medical, legal, biological discourses about itself, and the opposite view, according to which one should liberate madness from the hold exerted over it by these discourses, and let madness itself speak. 9. Ideological interpellation. The work of Judith Butler is of special interest here. While she takes as her starting point the Foucauldian account of subjectivization as subjection through performative disciplinatory practices, she nonetheless perceives the aforementioned flaws in Foucault's edifice, and endeavors to supplement it by reference to a series of other theoretical concepts and edifices, from Hegel via psychoanalysis to Althusser's notion of ideological interpellation as constitutive of subjectivity, combining all these references in a way which is far from the eclectic monstrosity usually referred to as creative synthesis. In her reading of the Hegelian dialectics of Lord and Bondsman, Butler focuses on the hidden contract between the two. The imperative to the bondsman consists in the following formulation: "You be my body for me, but do not let me know that the body that you are is my body." 10. The disavowal on the part of the Lord is thus double. First, the Lord disavows his own body. He poses as a disembodied desire and compels the bondsman to act as his body. Secondly, the bondsman has to disavow the fact that he acts merely as the Lord's body and act as an autonomous agent, as if the bondsman's bodily laboring for the Lord is not imposed on him but is his autonomous activity. 11. This structure of double, and thereby self-effacing, disavowal also expresses the patriarchal matrix of the relationship between man and woman. In a first move, woman is posited as a mere projection/reflection of man, his insubstantial shadow, hysterically imitating but never able really to acquire the moral stature of a fully constituted self-identical subjectivity. However, this status of a mere reflection has itself to be disavowed and the woman provided with a false autonomy, as if she acts as she does within the logic of patriarchy on account of her own autonomous logic. Women are by nature submissive, compassionate, self-sacrificing. The paradox not to be missed here is that the bondsman, servant, is all the more the servant, the more he, perceives his position as that of an autonomous agent, and the same goes for woman. The ultimate form of her servitude is to, perceive herself, when she acts in a feminine submissive compassionate way, as an autonomous agent. For that reason, the Wieningerian ontological denigration of woman as a mere symptom of man, as the embodiment of male fantasy, as the hysterical imitation of true male subjectivity, is, when it is openly admitted and fully accepted, far more subversive than the false direct assertion of feminine autonomy. Perhaps the ultimate feminist statement is to proclaim openly, "I do not exist in myself, I am merely the other's fantasy embodied." The same holds for the relationship between the subject and the institution. The bureaucratic/symbolic institution not only reduces the subject to its mouthpiece, but also wants the subject to disavow the fact that he is merely its mouthpiece and to pretend to act as an autonomous agent, a person with a human touch and personality, not just a faceless bureaucrat. The point, of course, is not only that such an autonomization is doubly false, since it involves a double disavowal, but also that there is no subject prior to the institution. Prior to language as the ultimate institution, subjectivity is produced as the void in the very submission of the life substance of the real to the institution. If, then, as Althusser would have put it, the perception that prior to interpellation, the subject is always already there is precisely the effect and proof of successful interpellation, does not the Lacanian assertion of a subject prior to interpellation/subjectivization repeat the very ideological illusion that Althusser endeavors to denounce? Or, to take another aspect of the same critical argument, insofar as ideological identification succeeds precisely inasmuch as I perceive myself as a full human person who cannot be reduced to a puppet, to an instrument of some ideological big other, is not the thesis on interpellation's necessary failure the very sign of its ultimate success? An interpellation succeeds precisely when I perceive myself as not only that, but a complex person who, among other things, is also that. In short, imaginary distance towards symbolic identification is the very sign of its success. For Lacan, however, the dimension of subjectivity that eludes symbolic identification is not the imaginary wealth/texture of experiences which allows me to assume an illusory distance towards my symbolic identity. The Lacanian barred subject, is empty not in the sense of some psychological existential experience of a void but, rather, in the sense of a dimension of self-relating negativity which a priori eludes the domain of vécu, of lived experience. The old story of the prince who disguises himself as a stable boy to seduce the princess, his bride, in order to be sure that she loves him for what he really is, not for his title, is thus not appropriate to mark the distinction we are dealing with here. The Lacanian subject qua s is neither the title which constitutes my symbolic identity nor the phantasmic object, that something in me beyond my symbolic identities which makes me worthy of the other's desire. A funny thing happened recently in a Slovene theater. A half-educated nouveau riche was late for the performance and tried to reach his seat half an hour into the show. Quite accidentally, at that very moment, the actor on the stage had to pronounce, pathetically, the phrase, "Who is disturbing my silence?" The poor nouveau riche, who did not feel quite at home in the theater, out of guilt for being late, recognized himself as the addressee of this phrase, that is, he interpreted this phrase as the outburst of the actor's rage because of the sudden commotion in the front row, and answered loudly, for everyone to hear, "My name is X. Sorry I was late, but my car broke down on the way to the theater." The theoretical point of this ridiculous unfortunate event is that a similar misunderstanding defines interpellation as such. Whenever we recognize ourselves in the call of the other, there is a minimum of such a misunderstanding at work. Our recognition in the call is always a misrecognition. An act of falling into ridicule by boastfully assuming the place of the addressee which is not really ours. Does not this gap, however, also indicate an excess on the side of the big other of the symbolic institution? That is to say, is it not a fact that today, more than ever, we, as individuals, are interpellated without even being aware of it? Our identity is constituted for the big other by a series of digitalized informational, medical, police, educational files we are mostly not even aware of, so that interpellation functions, determines our place and activity in the social space, without any gesture of recognition on the part of the subject concerned. This, however, is not the problem Althusser is addressing with the notion of interpellation. His problem, rather, is that of subjectivization. How do individuals themselves subjectivize their condition? How do they experience themselves as subjects? If I am inscribed into a secret state file without being aware of it, this simply doesn't concern my subjectivity. Much more interesting is the opposite case, in which the subject recognizes himself in the call of an other which doesn't exist, say, in the call of God. Althusser's point is that my recognition in the interpellative call of the other is performative in the sense that, in the very gesture of recognition, it constitutes, or posits, this big other. God exists insofar as believers recognize themselves as hearing and, obeying his call. The Stalinist politician exerts his power insofar as he recognizes himself as interpellated by the big other of history, serving its progress. A democratic politician who serves the people constitutes the agency, people, the reference to which legitimizes his activity. If, then, today, in the guise of detailed databases that circulate in the corporate cyberspace and determine what we effectively are for the big other of the power structure 12, that is, how our symbolic identity is constructed, and we are in this sense interpellated by institutions even without being aware of it, one should nevertheless insist that this objective interpellation actually affects my subjectivity only by means of the fact that I myself am well aware of how, outside the grasp of my knowledge, databases circulate which determine my symbolic identity in the eyes of the social big other. My very awareness of the fact that the truth is out there, that files on me circulate which, even if they are factually inaccurate, nonetheless performatively determine my socio-symbolic status, is what gives rise to the specific proto-paranoiac mode of subjectivization characteristic of today's subject. it constitutes me as a subject inherently related to and hassled by an elusive piece of database in which, beyond my reach, my fate is writ large. From resistance to the act. The political focus of Butler's theoretical endeavor is the old leftist one: how is it possible not only actually to resist, but also to undermine and slash or displace the existing socio-symbolic network, the Lacanian big other, which predetermines the space within which the subject can only exist. 13. She is well aware, of course, that the site of this resistance cannot be simply and directly identified as the unconscious. The existing order of power is also supported by unconscious passionate attachments that must remain publicly non-acknowledged if they are to fulfill their role. If the unconscious escapes from a given normative injunction, to what other injunction does it form an attachment? What makes us think that the unconscious is any less structured by the power relations that pervade cultural signifiers than is the language of the subject? If we find an attachment to subjection at the level of the unconscious, what kind of resistance is to be wrought from that? 14. The outstanding case of such unconscious passionate attachments that sustain power is precisely the inherent reflexive eroticization of regulatory power mechanisms and procedures themselves. In an obsessional ritual, the very performance of the compulsive ritual destined to keep illicit temptation at bay becomes the source of libidinal satisfaction. It is thus the reflexivity involved in the relationship between regulatory power and sexuality, the way repressive regulatory procedures themselves are libidinally invested and function as a source of libidinal satisfaction, this masochistic reflexive turn, which remains unaccounted for in the standard notion of the internalization of social norms into psychic prohibitions. The second problem with the quick identification of the unconscious as the site of resistance is that even if we concede that the unconscious is the site of resistance which forever prevents the smooth functioning of power mechanisms, that is, that interpellation, the subject's recognition in his/her allotted symbolic place, is always ultimately incomplete, failed, does such resistance do anything to alter or expand the dominant injunctions or interpellations of subject formation? In short, his resistance establishes the incomplete character of any effort to produce a subject by disciplinary means, but it remains unable to re-articulate the dominant terms of productive power. 15. That is the kernel of Butler's criticism of Lacan. According to her, Lacan reduces resistance to the imaginary misrecognition of the symbolic structure. Such a resistance, although it thwarts the full symbolic realization, nevertheless depends on it and asserts it in its very opposition, unable to re-articulate its terms. For the Lacanian, then, the imaginary signifies the impossibility of the discursive, that is, symbolic, constitution of identity. 16. Along these lines, she even qualifies the Lacanian unconscious itself as imaginary, that is, as that which thwarts any effort of the symbolic to constitute sexed identity coherently and fully, an unconscious indicated by the slips and gaps that characterize the workings of the imaginary in language. 17. Against this background, it is then possible to claim that, in Lacan, psychic resistance presumes the continuation of the law in its anterior, symbolic form and, in that sense, contributes to its status quo. In such a view, resistance appears doomed to perpetual defeat. 18. The first thing to note here is that Butler seems to conflate two radically opposed uses of the term resistance. One is the socio-critical use, resistance to power, etc., the other the clinical use operative in psychoanalysis, the patient's resistance to acknowledging the unconscious truth of his symptoms, the meaning of his dreams, etc. When Lacan effectively determines resistance as imaginary, he has in mind the misrecognition of the symbolic network which determines us. On the other hand, for Lacan, radical re-articulation of the predominant symbolic order is altogether possible. This is what his notion of point de capitan, the quilting point or the master signifier, is about. When a new point de capitan emerges, the socio-symbolic field is not only displaced, its very structuring principle changes. One is thus tempted to reverse the opposition between Lacan and Foucault as elaborated by Butler. Lacan constrains resistance to imaginary thwarting, while Foucault, who has a more pluralistic notion of discourse as a heterogeneous field of multiple practices, allows for a more thorough symbolic subversion and re-articulation. It is Foucault who insists on the imminence of resistance to power, while Lacan leaves open the possibility of a radical re-articulation of the entire symbolic field by means of an act proper, a passage through symbolic death. In short, it is Lacan who allows us to conceptualize the distinction between imaginary resistance, false transgression that reasserts the symbolic status quo and even serves as a positive condition of its functioning, and actual symbolic re-articulation via the intervention of the real of an act. Only on this level, if we take into account the Lacanian notions of point de capitam and the act as real, does a meaningful dialogue with Butler become possible. Butler's matrix of social existence, as well as Lacan's, is that of a forced choice. In order to exist at all, within the socio-symbolic space, one has to accept the fundamental alienation, the definition of one's existence in the terms of the big other, the predominant structure of the socio-symbolic space. As she is quick to add, however, this should not constrain us to what she perceives as the Lacanian view, according to which the symbolic order is a given that can be effectively transgressed only if the subject pays the price of psychotic exclusion, so that on the one hand we have false imaginary resistance to the symbolic norm and, on the other, psychotic breakdown, with the full acceptance of alienation in the symbolic order, the goal of psychoanalytic treatment, as the only realistic option. Butler opposes to this Lacanian fixity of the symbolic the Hegelian dialectics of presupposing and positing. Not only is the symbolic order always already presupposed as the sole milieu of the subject's social existence, this order itself exists, is reproduced, only insofar as subjects recognize themselves in it and, via repeated performative gestures, again and again assume their places in it. This, of course, opens up the possibility of changing the symbolic contours of our socio-symbolic existence by way of its periodically displaced performative enactings. That is the thrust of Butler's anti-Kantianism. She rejects the Lacanian symbolic a priori as a new version of the transcendental framework which fixes the coordinates of our existence in advance, leaving no space for the retroactive displacement of these presupposed conditions. So when, in a key passage, Butler asks, what would it mean for the subject to desire something other than its continued social existence? If such an existence cannot be undone without falling into some kind of death, can existence nevertheless be risked, death courted, or pursued, in order to expose and open to transformation the hold of social power on the conditions of life's persistence? The subject is compelled to repeat the norms by which it is produced, but the repetition establishes a domain of risk, for if one fails to reinstate the norm in the right way, one becomes subject to further sanction, one feels the prevailing conditions of existence threatened. And yet, without a repetition that risks life, in its current organization, how might we begin to imagine the contingency of that organization, and performatively reconfigure the contours of the conditions of life? 19. The Lacanian answer is clear: to desire something other than its continued social existence, and thus to fall into some kind of death, to risk a gesture by means of which death is courted or pursued, indicates precisely how Lacan reconceptualized the Freudian death drive as the elementary form of the ethical act, the act as irreducible to a speech act which relies for its performative power on the pre-established set of symbolic rules and or norms. Is this not the whole point of Lacan's reading of Antigone? Antigone effectively risks her entire social existence, defying the socio-symbolic power of the city embodied in the ruler, Creon, thereby falling into some kind of death, i.e. sustaining a symbolic death, exclusion from the socio-symbolic space. For Lacan, there is no ethical act proper without taking the risk of such a momentary suspension of the big other, of the socio-symbolic network that guarantees the subject's identity. An authentic act occurs only when the subject risks a gesture that is no longer covered up by the big other. Lacan pursues all possible versions of this entering the domain between the two deaths, not only Antigone after her expulsion, but also Oedipus at Colonus, King Lear, Poe's Mr. Valdemar, and so on, up to Sign from Claudel's Cofontin trilogy. Their common predicament is that they all found themselves in this domain of the undead, beyond death and life, in which the causality of symbolic fate is suspended. One should criticize Butler for conflating this act in its radical dimension with the performative reconfiguration of one's symbolic condition via its repetitive displacements. The two are not the same, that is to say, one should maintain the crucial distinction between a mere performative reconfiguration, a subversive displacement which remains within the hegemonic field and, as it were, conducts an internal guerrilla war of turning the terms of the hegemonic field against itself, and the much more radical act of a thorough reconfiguration of the entire field which redefines the very conditions of socially sustained performativity. It is thus Butler herself who ends up in a position of allowing precisely for marginal reconfigurations of the predominant discourse, who remains constrained to a position of inherent transgression, which needs as a point of reference the other in the guise of a predominant discourse that can be only marginally displaced or transgressed. 20. From the Lacanian standpoint, Butler is thus simultaneously too optimistic and too pessimistic. On the one hand, she overestimates the subversive potential of disturbing the functioning of the big other through the practices of performative reconfiguration/displacement. Such practices ultimately support what they intend to subvert, since the very field of such transgressions is already taken into account, even engendered, by the hegemonic form of the big other. What Lacan calls the big other are symbolic norms and their codified transgressions. The Oedipal order, this gargantuan symbolic matrix embodied in a vast set of ideological institutions, rituals, and practices, is a much too deeply rooted and substantial entity to be effectively undermined by the marginal gestures of performative displacement. On the other hand, Butler does not allow for the radical gesture of the thorough restructuring of the hegemonic symbolic order in its totality. Traversing the fantasy. Is it possible also to undermine the most fundamental level of subjection, what Butler calls passionate attachments? The Lacanian name for the primordial passionate attachments on which the very consistency of the subject's being hinges is, of course, fundamental fantasy. The attachment to subjectivization constitutive of the subject is thus none other than the primordial masochist scene in which the subject makes/sees himself suffering, that is, assumes la douleur d'exister, and thus provides the minimum of support to his being, like Freud's primordially repressed middle term "father is beating me" in the triad of "a child is being beaten." This fundamental fantasy is thoroughly interpassive. 21 In it, a scene of passive suffering, subjection, is staged which simultaneously sustains and threatens the subject's being, which sustains this being only insofar as it remains foreclosed, primordially repressed. From this perspective, a new approach opens up to the recent artistic practices of sadomasochistic performance. Is it not a fact that, in them, this very foreclosure is ultimately undone? In other words, what if the open assuming/staging of the phantasmic scene of primordial passionate attachments is far more subversive than the dialectic rearticulation and/or displacement of this scene? The difference between Butler and Lacan is that for Butler, the primordial repression, foreclosure, equals the foreclosure of the primordial passionate attachment, while for Lacan the fundamental fantasy, the stuff primordial attachments are made of, is already a filler, a formation which covers up a certain gap/void. It is here, on this very point at which the difference between Butler and Lacan is almost imperceptible, that we encounter the ultimate gap that separates them. Butler again interprets these primordial attachments as the subject's presuppositions in a proto-Hegelian sense of the term, and therefore counts on the subject's ability dialectically to rearticulate these presuppositions of his/her being, to reconfigure/displace them. The subject's identity will remain always and forever rooted in its injury as long as it remains an identity, but it does imply that the possibilities of resignification will rework and unsettle the passionate attachment to subjection, without which subject formation, and reformation, cannot succeed. 22 When subjects are confronted with a forced choice in which rejecting an injurious interpellation amounts to not existing at all, when, under the threat of non-existence, they are, as it were, emotionally blackmailed into identifying with the imposed symbolic identity, nigger, bitch, etc., it is nevertheless possible for them to displace this identity, to recontextualize it, to make it work for other purposes. to turn it against its hegemonic mode of functioning, since symbolic identity retains its hold only by its incessant repetitive reenacting. What Lacan does here is to introduce a distinction between two terms that are identified in Butler: the fundamental fantasy that serves as the ultimate support of the subject's being, and the symbolic identification that is already a symbolic response to the trauma of the phantasmic passionate attachment. The symbolic identity we assume in a forced choice, when we recognize ourselves in ideological interpellation, relies on the disavowal of the phantasmic passionate attachment that serves as its ultimate support. In army life, for example, such a passionate attachment is provided by the homosexual link, which has to be disavowed if it is to remain operative. Point 23. This leads to a further distinction between symbolic re-articulations, or variations on the fundamental fantasy that do not actually undermine its hold, like the variations on "father is beating me" in Freud's "a child is being beaten" fantasy, and the possible traversing of, gaining a distance towards, the very fundamental fantasy. The ultimate aim of psychoanalytic treatment is for the subject to undo the ultimate passionate attachment that guarantees the consistency of his/her being, and thus to undergo what Lacan calls subjective destitution. At its most fundamental, the primordial passionate attachment to the scene of fundamental fantasy is not dialecticizable, it can only be traversed. Clint Eastwood's Dirty Harry series of films provides an exemplary case of the dialectical reconfiguration/variation of the fantasy. In the first film, the masochist fantasy is almost directly acknowledged in all its ambiguity, while in subsequent installments it looks as if Eastwood self-consciously accepted politically correct criticism and displaced the fantasy to give the story a more acceptable progressive flavor. In all these reconfigurations, however, the same fundamental fantasy remains operative. With all due respect for the political efficiency of such reconfigurations, they thus do not really disturb the hard phantasmic core, but even sustain it. And, in contrast to Butler, Lacan's wager is that even and also in politics, it is possible to accomplish a more radical gesture of traversing the very fundamental fantasy. Only such gestures which disturb this phantasmic core are authentic acts. Point 24. This compels us to redefine the very fundamental notion of social identification, because the passionate attachment is operative only insofar as it is not openly admitted. Insofar as we maintain our distance towards it, what holds a community together is not the directly shared mode of identification with the same object, but, rather, its exact opposite, the shared mode of misidentification, of delegating the members' hatred or love to another agent through whom they love or hate. The Christian community, for instance, is held together by the shared delegation of their belief to some selected individuals, saints, priests, maybe only Christ alone, who are supposed to really believe. The function of symbolic identification is thus the very opposite of direct immersion in, or fusion with, the object of identification. It is to maintain the proper distance towards the object. For this reason, the Church as institution always perceived zealots as its ultimate enemies. Because of their direct identification and belief, they threaten the distance through which the religious institution maintains itself. Another example: if, in a love melodrama depicting a couple making love, we were all of a sudden to perceive that the couple is actually having sex, or if, in a snuff movie, we become aware that the victim is actually being tortured to death, this thoroughly ruins the proper identification with the narrative reality. From my youth, I remember the Polish spectacle Pharaoh, 1960, in which there is a scene where a horse is sacrificed. When I, the spectator, noticed that the horse was actually being stabbed to death by lances, this instantly obstructed my identification with the narrative. And the point is that the same goes for real life. Our sense of reality is always sustained by a minimum of disidentification. For example, when we engage in communication with other people, we repress our awareness of how they sweat, defecate, and urinate. Butler is right to emphasize that subjectivity involves a two-level operation: a primordial passionate attachment, a submission/subjection to an other, and its denial, that is, the gaining of a minimal distance towards it which opens up the space of freedom and autonomy. The primordial passionate attachment is thus, To put it in Derridian terms, the condition of I'm, possibility of freedom and resistance, there is no subjectivity outside it, that is, subjectivity can assert itself only as the gaining of a distance towards its ground which can never be fully sublated. However, it is nonetheless theoretically and politically crucial to distinguish between the primordial phantasmic passionate attachment that the subject is compelled to repress/disavow in order to gain socio-symbolic existence, and subjection to this very socio-symbolic order, which provides the subject with a determinate symbolic mandate, a place of interpellatory recognition/identification. While the two cannot simply be opposed as good and bad, the very socio-symbolic identification can sustain itself only if it maintains a non-acknowledged phantasmic support. They nevertheless function according to different logics. This confusion between phantasmic passionate attachments and socio-symbolic identification also accounts for the fact that, surprisingly, Butler uses the couple of superego and ego ideal in a naive pre-Lacanian way, defining superego as the agency that measures the gap between the subject's actual ego and the ego ideal the subject is supposed to emulate, and finds the subject guilty of failure in this endeavor. Would it not be much more productive to follow Lacan and insist on the opposition between the two terms, on the fact that the guilt materialized in the pressure exerted on the subject by the superego is not as straightforward as it may seem? It is not the guilt caused by the failed emulation of the ego ideal, but the more fundamental guilt of accepting the ego ideal, the socially determined symbolic role, as the ideal to be followed in the first place, and thus of betraying one's more fundamental desire, the primordial passionate attachment, as Butler would have put it. If one follows Lacan, one can thus account for the basic paradox of the superego, which lies in the fact that the more I follow the orders of the ego ideal, the more guilty I am. Lacan's point is that, in following the demands of the ego ideal, I am in effect guilty of betraying my fundamental phantasmic passionate attachment. In other words, far from feeding off some irrational guilt, the superego manipulates the subject's actual betrayal of his fundamental passionate attachment as the price he had to pay for entering the socio-symbolic space, and assuming a predetermined place within it. So what is superego in its opposition to the symbolic law? The parental figure who is simply repressive in the mode of symbolic authority tells a child, "You must go to grandma's birthday party and behave nicely, even if you're bored to death. I don't care how you feel, just do it." The superego figure, in contrast, tells the child, "Although you know how much grandma would like to see you, you should visit her only if you really want to, if not, you should stay at home." The superego trick lies in this false appearance of a free choice, which, as every child knows, is actually a forced choice that involves an even stronger order. Not only you must visit grandma, however you feel, but you must visit grandma, and, furthermore, you must be glad to do it. The superego orders you to enjoy doing what you have to do. The same goes for the strained relationship between lovers or a married couple. When a spouse says to his partner, "We should visit my sister only if you really want to," the order between the lines is, of course, not only must you agree to visit my sister, but you must do it gladly, of your own free will, for your own pleasure, not as a favor to me. The proof of this lies in what happens if the unfortunate partner takes the offer as an actual free choice and says, "No." The predictable spouse's answer then is, "How could you say that? How can you be so cruel? What has my poor sister done to you that you don't like her?" The melancholic double bind. In recent years, Butler has endeavored to supplement her early constructionist criticism of psychoanalysis by a positive account of the formation of masculine or feminine sexual identity, which draws on the Freudian mechanism of mourning and melancholy. She relies here on the old Freudian distinction between foreclosure and repression. Repression is an act performed by the subject, an act by means of which a subject, who is already there as an agent, represses part of his psychic content, while foreclosure is a negative gesture of exclusion which grounds the subject, a gesture on which the very consistency of the subject's identity hinges. This gesture cannot be assumed by the subject, since such an assumption would involve the subject's Disintegration. Butler links this primordial and constitutive foreclosure to homosexuality. It is the foreclosure of the passionate attachment to sameness, to the parent of the same sex, which has to be sacrificed if the subject is to enter the space of the socio-symbolic order and acquire an identity in it. This leads to the melancholy constitutive of the subject, including the reflexive turn which defines subjectivity. One represses the primordial attachment, that is, one starts to hate to love the same-sex parent, then, in a gesture of reflexive reversal proper, this hate to love turns around into love to hate. One loves to hate those who remind one of the primordially lost objects of love, gaze. Butler's logic is impeccable in its very simplicity. Freud insists that the result of the loss of a libidinal object, the way to overcome the melancholy apropos of this loss, is identification with the lost object. Does this not also hold for our sexual identities? Is not the normal heterosexual identity the result of successfully overcoming melancholy by identifying with the lost object of the same sex, while the homosexual is the one who refuses fully to come to terms with this loss, and continues to cling to the lost object? Butler's first result is thus that the primordial foreclosure is not the prohibition of incest. The prohibition of incest already presupposes the predominance of the heterosexual norm. The repressed incestuous wish is for the parent of the opposite sex, and this norm itself came into place through the foreclosure of the homosexual attachment. The Oedipal conflict presumes that heterosexual desire has already been accomplished, that the distinction between heterosexual and homosexual has been enforced. In this sense, the prohibition on incest presupposes the prohibition on homosexuality, for it presumes the heterosexualization of desire. 25. The primordial passionate attachment to the same sex is thus posited as not only repressed but foreclosed in the radical sense of something which never positively existed, since it was excluded from the very start. To the extent that homosexual attachments remain unacknowledged within normative heterosexuality, they are not merely constituted as desires which emerge and subsequently become prohibited, rather, these desires are proscribed from the start. So, paradoxically, it is the very excessive and compulsive straight identification which, if we take into account the fact that, for Freud, identification relies on the melancholic incorporation of the lost object, demonstrates that the primordial attachment was homosexual. In this sense, the truest lesbian melancholic is the strictly straight woman, and the truest gay male melancholic is the strictly straight man. The straight man becomes, mimes, cites, appropriates, assumes the status of the man he never loved and never grieved. The straight woman becomes the woman she never loved and never grieved. 26. Here Butler seems to get involved in a kind of Jungianism à l'envers. A man is longing not for his complementary feminine counterpart, animus for anima, etc., but for sameness. It is not sameness which represses difference, it is the desire for difference which forecloses the desire for sameness. However, what about the fact, quoted by Butler herself, that the man, in remaining attached to the compulsive male identification, fears being put in the passive position of femininity as the one who desires another man? What we have here is the obverse of the melancholic incorporation. If, in the latter, one becomes what one was compelled to give up, desiring as an object, a man, then, in the first case, one desires as an object what one is afraid to become, a woman. A man wants the woman he would never be. He wouldn't be caught dead being her, therefore he wants her. Indeed, he will not identify with her, and he will not desire another man. That refusal to desire, that sacrifice of desire under the force of prohibition, will incorporate homosexuality as an identification with masculinity. 27. Here we encounter the key ambiguity of Butler's argument, an ambiguity which also affects the inconclusive character of her important discussion of transsexual drag dressing. Her definition of the foreclosed primordial passionate attachment oscillates between two subjective positions from which one desires another man. Is it that one desires another man as a man, or that one desires to be a woman desired by, and desiring, another man? In other words, is my straight masculine identification the melancholic incorporation of my foreclosed attachment to another man, or a defense against assuming the subjective position of a woman, desiring a man? Butler herself touches upon this ambiguity later in the text, when she asks, does it follow that if one desires a woman, one is desiring from a masculine disposition, or is that disposition retroactively attributed to the desiring position as a way of retaining heterosexuality as the way of understanding the separateness or alterity that conditions desire? 28. This question, of course, is rhetorical, that is, Butler clearly opts for the second choice. In that case, however, why does she, in the quoted passage, identify desiring another man with assuming a feminine disposition, as if a man wouldn't be caught dead being her, since this would mean that he desires another man? Does not all this indicate that the primordial loss constitutive of subjectivity cannot be defined in terms of the foreclosure of a homosexual attachment? In other words, why does a man fear becoming a woman? Why wouldn't he be caught dead being her? Is it only because, as such, he would desire, and be desired by, another man? Let us recall Neil Jordan's The Crying Game, a film in which we have a passionate love between two men, structured as a heterosexual affair. The black transsexual Dill is a man who desires another man as a woman. It thus seems more productive to posit as the central enigma that of sexual difference, not as the already established symbolic difference, heterosexual normativity, but, precisely, as that which forever eludes the grasp of normative symbolization. Butler is right in opposing the Platonic Jungian notion that the loss involved in sexuation is the loss of the other sex, the notion which opens up the path to various obscurantist androgynous myths of the two halves, feminine and masculine, joined in a complete human being. It is wrong to assume from the outset that we only and always lose the other sex, for it is as often the case that we are often in the melancholic bind of having lost our own sex in order, paradoxically, to become it. 29. In short, what the Platonic Jungian myth fails to take into account is that the obstacle or loss is strictly inherent, not external. The loss a woman has to assume in order to become one is not the renunciation of masculinity but, paradoxically, the loss of something which, precisely, forever prevents her from fully becoming a woman. Femininity is a masquerade, a mask supplementing a failure to become a woman. Or, to put it in Lacan's terms, sexual difference is the real of an antagonism, not the symbolic of a differential opposition. Sexual difference is not the opposition allocating to each of the two sexes its positive identity defined in opposition to the other sex, so that woman is what man is not, and vice versa, but a common loss on account of which woman is never fully a woman and man is never fully a man. Masculine and feminine positions are merely two modes of coping with this inherent obstacle/loss. For that reason, the paradox of having lost our own sex in order to become it holds even more for sexual difference. What one has to lose in order to assume sexual difference qua the established set of symbolic oppositions that define the complementary roles of man and woman is sexual difference itself qua impossible/real. This dialectical paradox of how an entity can become X only insofar as it has to renounce directly being X is precisely what Lacan calls symbolic castration, the gap between the symbolic place and the element which fills it, the gap on account of which an element can fill its place in the structure only insofar as it is not directly this place. Although the title of the recent bestseller Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus may appear to provide a version of Lacan's there is no sexual relationship, no complementary relationship between the two sexes, since they are made of different, incompatible stuff, what Lacan has in mind is completely different. Men and women are not incompatible simply because they are from different planets, each involving a different psychic economy, and so on, but precisely because there is an inextricable antagonistic link between them, that is to say, because they are from the same planet which is, as it were, split from within. In other words, the mistake of the Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus version of there is no sexual relationship is that it conceives of each of the two sexes as a fully constituted positive entity, which is given independently of the other sex and is, as such, out of sync with it. Lacan, on the contrary, grounds the impossibility of sexual relationship in the fact that the identity of each of the two sexes is hampered from within by the antagonistic relationship to the other sex which prevents its full actualization. There is no sexual relationship not because the other sex is too far away, totally strange to me, but because it is too close to me, the foreign intruder at the very heart of my, impossible, identity. Consequently, each of the two sexes functions as the inherent obstacle on account of which the other sex is never fully itself. Man is that on account of which woman can never fully realize herself as a woman, achieve her feminine self-identity, and, vice versa, woman materializes the obstacle which prevents man's self-fulfillment. So when we claim that, in order to become a man, one must first lose oneself as man, this means that sexual difference is already inscribed into the very notion of becoming a man. The real of sexual difference. This is the key problem, when Butler rejects sexual difference as the primary guarantor of loss in our psychic lives, when she disputes the premise that all separation and loss can be traced back to that structuring loss of the other sex by which we emerge as the sexed being in the world. 30. She silently equates sexual difference with the heterosexual symbolic norm determining what it is to be a man or a woman, while for Lacan sexual difference is real precisely in the sense that it can never be properly symbolized, transposed/translated into a symbolic norm which fixes the subject's sexual identity. There is no such thing as a sexual relationship. When Lacan claims that sexual difference is real, he is therefore far from elevating a historical contingent form of sexuation into a trans-historical norm. If you do not occupy your proper preordained place in the heterosexual order, as either man or woman, you are excluded, exiled into a psychotic abyss outside the symbolic domain. The claim that sexual difference is real equals the claim that it is impossible to symbolize, to formulate as a symbolic norm. In other words, it is not that we have homosexuals, fetishists, and other perverts in spite of the normative fact of sexual difference, that is, as proofs of the failure of sexual difference to impose its norm. It is not that sexual difference is the ultimate point of reference which anchors the contingent drifting of sexuality. It is, on the contrary, on account of the gap which forever persists between the real of sexual difference and the determinate forms of heterosexual symbolic norms, that we have the multitude of perverse forms of sexuality. That is also the problem with the accusation that sexual difference involves binary logic. Insofar as sexual difference is real/impossible, it is precisely not binary, but, again, that because of which every binary account of it, every translation of sexual difference into a couple of opposed symbolic features, reason versus emotion, active versus passive, always fails. So when Butler complains that it's a hell of a thing to live in the world being called the impossible real, being called the traumatic, the unthinkable, the psychotic, 31, the Lacanian answer is that, in a sense, everyone is outside. Those who think they are really inside are, precisely, psychotics. In short, Lacan's well-known dictum according to which a madman is not only a beggar who thinks he is a king but also a king who thinks he is a king, i.e. who perceives his symbolic mandate king as directly grounded in the real of his being, applies also to his assertion of the impossibility of the sexual relationship. A madman is the one who, from the fact that there is no sexual relationship, draws the conclusion that the sexual act, the act of copulation, is impossible in reality. He thereby confuses the symbolic void, the absence of the symbolic formula of sexual relationship, with a gap in reality. That is, he confuses the order of words and the order of things, which, precisely, is the most elementary and succinct definition of psychosis. 32. So when Lacan equates the real with what Freud calls psychic reality, this psychic reality is not simply the inner psychic life of dreams, wishes, and so on, as opposed to perceived external reality, but the hard core of primordial passionate attachments, which are real in the precise sense of resisting the movement of symbolization and/or dialectical mediation. The expression psychical reality itself is not simply synonymous with internal world, psychological domain, etc. If taken in the most basic sense that it has for Freud, This expression denotes a nucleus within that domain which is heterogeneous and resistant and which is alone in being truly real as compared with the majority of psychical phenomena. 33. In what sense, then, does the Oedipus complex touch on the real? Let us answer this via another question: what do Hegel and psychoanalysis have in common when it comes to the notion of subject? For both of them, the free subject, integrated into the symbolic network of mutual recognition, is the result of a process in which traumatic cuts, repressions, and the power struggle intervene, not something primordially given. Thus both aim at a kind of meta-transcendental gesture of accounting for the very genesis of the a priori transcendental frame. Every historicization, every symbolization, has to reenact the passage from the pre-symbolic X to history. Apropos of Oedipus, for example, it is easy to play the game of historicization, and to demonstrate how the Oedipal constellation is embedded in a specific patriarchal context. It requires a far greater effort of thought to discern, in the very historical contingency of the Oedipus complex, one of the reenactments of the gap which opens up the horizon of historicity. In her more recent writings, Butler herself seems to concede this point, when she accepts the key distinction between sexual difference and the social construction of gender. The status of sexual difference is not directly that of a contingent socio-symbolic formation, rather, sexual difference indicates the enigmatic domain which lies in between, no longer biology and not yet the space of socio-symbolic construction. Our point here would be to emphasize how this in-between is the very cut which sustains the gap between the real and the contingent multitude of the modes of its symbolization. In short, yes, of course, the way we symbolize sexuality is not determined by nature, it is the outcome of a complex and contingent socio-symbolic power struggle. However, this very space of contingent symbolization, this very gap between the real and its symbolization, must be sustained by a cut, and symbolic castration is the Lacanian name for this cut. So symbolic castration is not the ultimate point of symbolic reference which somehow limits the free flow of the multitude of symbolizations. On the contrary, it is the very gesture which sustains, keeps open, the space of contingent symbolizations. 34. So, to recapitulate, the attraction of Butler's account of sexual difference is that it makes it possible to see the apparently natural state of things, psychic acceptance of the natural sexual difference, as the result of a redoubled pathological process, of repressing the passionate attachment to the same sex. The problem with it, however, is, if we agree that the entry into symbolic law that regulates human sexuality is paid for by a fundamental renunciation, is this renunciation in fact that of the same-sex attachment? When Butler asks the crucial question, is there some part of the body which is not preserved in sublimation, some part of the body which remains unsublimated, i.e. not included in the symbolic texture, her answer is, this bodily remainder, I would suggest, survives for such a subject in the mode of already, if not always, having been destroyed, in a kind of constitutive loss. The body is not a site on which a construction takes place, it is a destruction on the occasion of which a subject is formed. 35. Does this not bring her close to the Lacanian notion of lamella, of the undead organ without body? This organ must be called unreal, in the sense that the unreal is not the imaginary and precedes the subjective it conditions, being in direct contact with the real. My lamella represents here the part of a living being that is lost when that being is produced through the straits of sex. 36. This organ without body, that is the non-symbolized libido, is precisely asexual, neither masculine nor feminine but, rather, that which both sexes lose when they enter symbolic sexuation. Lacan himself presents his notion of lamella as a myth on a par with Plato's myth, in Symposium, on the origins of sexual difference, and one should bear in mind the key difference. For Lacan, what the two sexes lose in order to be one is not the complementary lost half, but an asexual third object. One could say that this object is marked by a sameness, however, this sameness is not the sameness of the same sex, but, rather, the mythical asexual sameness, libido not yet marked by the cut of sexual difference. 37. In socio-economic terms, one is tempted to claim that capital itself is the real of our age. That is to say, when Marx describes the mad self-enhancing circulation of capital, whose solipsistic path of self-fecundation reaches its apogee in today's meta-reflexive speculations on futures, it is far too simplistic to claim that the specter of this self-engendering monster which pursues its path regardless of any human or environmental concern is an ideological abstraction, and one should never forget that behind this abstraction there are real people and natural objects on whose productive capacities and resources capital's circulation is based, and on which it feeds like a gigantic parasite. The problem is that this abstraction is not only in our, financial speculators, misperception of social reality, it is real in the precise sense of determining the structure of the material social processes themselves, the fate of whole strata of populations, and sometimes of whole countries, can be decided by the solipsistic speculative dance of capital, which pursues its goal of profitability in a benign indifference to how its movement will affect social reality. Here we encounter the Lacanian difference between reality and the real. Reality is the social reality of the actual people involved in interaction and in the productive processes, while the real is the inexorable abstract spectral logic of capital which determines what goes on in social reality. This reference to the real also enables us to answer one of the recurrent criticisms of Lacan, according to which he is a formalist who, in a Kantian way, asserts an a priori transcendental void around which the symbolic universe is structured, a void which can then be filled by a contingent positive object. 38 So is Lacan actually a kind of structuralist Kantian, asserting the ontological priority of the symbolic order over the contingent material elements which occupy its places, claiming, say, that the real father is nothing but a contingent bearer of the purely formal structural function of symbolic prohibition? What blurs this clear distinction between the empty symbolic form and its contingent positive content is precisely the real, a stain which sutures the empty frame onto a part of its content, the indivisible remainder of some pathological contingent materiality which, as it were, colors the allegedly neutral universality of the symbolic frame, and thus functions as a kind of umbilical cord through which the empty framework of the symbolic form is anchored in its content. This short circuit between form and content provides the most succinct rejection or subversion of, what one usually perceives as, Kantian formalism, the very transcendental formal frame which forms the horizon, the condition of possibility, of the content which appears within it is enframed by a part of its content, since it is attached to a particular point within its content. What we are dealing with here is the paradox of a kind of pathological a priori, a pathological, in the Kantian sense of inner-worldly contingency, element that sustains the consistency of the formal frame within which it occurs. This is also one of the possible definitions of the Lacanian syntome as real, the pathological contingent formation that sustains the a priori universal frame. In this precise sense, the Lacanian syntome is a particular inner-worldly phenomenon whose existence is experienced as contingent. However, the moment one touches it or approaches it too closely, this knot unravels and, with it, our entire universe, that is, the very place from which we speak and perceive reality disintegrates, we literally lose the ground from beneath our feet. Perhaps the best illustration is the patriarchal melodramatic theme of going in through the wrong door, the wife who accidentally reaches into the pocket of her husband's jacket and finds his confidential love letter, thus ruining her entire family life, which is raised to a much higher power in its science fiction version. You accidentally open the wrong door and witness the secret meeting of the aliens. However, there is no need to get involved in such eccentricities. Simply think of the elementary case of the fragile balance of a situation in which one is formally allowed to do something, ask a certain question, perform a certain act, but is nonetheless expected not to do it, as if some unwritten rule prohibited it. If one actually does it, the whole situation explodes. Apropos of this point, we can elaborate the line of separation between Marx and the standard bourgeois sociologists of modernity who emphasize the universal features of post-traditional life. The modern individual is no longer directly immersed in a particular tradition, but experiences himself as a universal agent caught in a contingent particular context and free to choose his way of life. He thus entertains a reflected relationship towards his life world, relying even in his most Spontaneous activities, sexuality, leisure, on how to manuals. Nowhere is this paradox of reflexivity more evident than in desperate attempts to break out of the reflected ways of modernity and return to a more spontaneous holistic life. In a tragicomic way, these very attempts are supported by a host of specialists who teach us how to discover our true spontaneous self. There is also probably nothing more scientific than the growing of organic food. It takes high science to be able to subtract the harmful effects of industrial agriculture. Organic agriculture is thus a kind of Hegelian negation of negation, the third link in the triad whose first two links are pre-industrial natural agriculture and its negation/mediation, industrialized agriculture. It is a return to nature, to an organic way of doing things, but this very return is mediated by science. Standard sociologists of modernity conceive of this reflexivity as a quasi-transcendental universal feature which expresses itself in a specific way in different domains of social life, in politics as the replacement of the traditional organic authoritarian structure by modern formal democracy, and its inherent counterpoint, the formalist insistence on the principle of authority for its own sake, in economy as the predominance of commodification and alienated market relations over the more organic forms of the communal production process, in the ethical domain as the split of traditional mores into formal external legality and an individual's inner morality, in learning as the replacement of traditional initiatory wisdom by the reflected forms of scientific knowledge transmitted by the school system, in art as the artist's freedom to choose from the multitude of available styles, and so on. Reflexivity, or its various incarnations, up to the Frankfurt School's instrumental reason, is thus conceived as a kind of historical a priori, a form which constitutes, molds into the same universal shape, different layers of social life. Marx, however, adds to this a crucial supplementary turn of the screw. For him, all particular empirical domains of social life do not entertain the same relationship towards this universal frame. They are not all cases of a passive positive stuff formed by it. There is one exceptional pathological, inner-worldly particular content in which the very universal form of reflexivity is grounded, to which it is attached by a kind of umbilical cord, by which the frame of this form itself is enframed. For Marx, of course, this particular content is the social universe of commodity exchange. 39. And are we not dealing with the same paradox in the case of the Lacanian notion of fantasy, objet petit qua phantasmic object, as a supplement to the non-existence of the sexual relationship? Precisely because there is no universal symbolic form, ula, of a complementary relationship between the two sexes, any relationship between them has to be supplemented by a pathological particular scenario, a kind of phantasmic crutch which can sustain only our having actual sex with another person. If the knot of the fantasy is dissolved, the subject loses his/her universal capacity to engage in sexual activity. So the criticism that Lacan is a proto-Kantian formalist should be turned back on its perpetrators. It is the social constructionists who are all too formalist. In an impeccably Kantian way, they presuppose the contingent space of symbolization as simply given, and do not ask Hegel's key post-Kantian metatranscendental question: how does this very space of historicity, of the multitude of contingent modes of symbolization, sustain itself? 40. Masochistic deception. Butler's elaboration of the logic of melancholic identification with the lost object in fact provides a theoretical model which allows us to avoid the ill-fated notion of the internalization of externally imposed social norms. What this simplistic notion of internalization misses is the reflexive turn by means of which, in the emergence of the subject, external power, the pressure it exerts on the subject, is not simply internalized but vanishes, is lost, and this loss is internalized in the guise of the voice of conscience, the internalization which gives birth to the internal space itself. In the absence of explicit regulation, the subject emerges as one for whom power has become voice, and voice, the regulatory instrument of the psyche. The subject is produced, paradoxically, through this withdrawal of power, its dissimulation and fabulation of the psyche as a speaking topos. 41. This reversal is embodied in Kant, the philosopher of moral autonomy, who identifies this autonomy with a certain mode of subjection, namely, the subjection to, even the humiliation in the face of, the universal moral law. The key point here is to bear in mind the tension between the two forms of this law. Far from being a mere extension or internalization of the external law, the inner law, call of conscience, emerges when the external law fails to appear, in order to compensate for its absence. In this perspective, liberation from the external pressure of norms embodied in one's social conditioning, in the Enlightenment vein, is strictly identical to submission to the unconditional inner call of conscience. That is to say, the opposition between external social regulations and internal moral law is that between reality and the real, social regulations can still be justified, or pretend to be justified, by objective requirements of social coexistence. They belong to the domain of the reality principle, while the demand of the moral law is unconditional, brooking no excuse, you can, because you must, as Kant put it. For that reason, social regulations make peaceful coexistence possible, while moral law is a traumatic injunction that disrupts it. One is thus tempted to go a step further and to invert once more the relationship between external social norms and the inner moral law. What if the subject invents external social norms precisely in order to escape the unbearable pressure of the moral law? Isn't it much easier to have an external master who can be duped, towards whom one can maintain a minimal distance and private space, than to have an extimate master, a stranger, a foreign body in the very heart of one's being? Doesn't the minimal definition of power, the agency experienced by the subject as the force that exerts its pressure on him from the outside, opposing his inclinations, thwarting his goals, rely precisely on this externalization of the extimate inherent compulsion of the law, of that which is in you more than yourself? This tension between external norms and the inner law, which can also give rise to subversive effects, say, of opposing public authority on behalf of one's inner moral stance, is neglected by Foucault. Again, the crucial point is that this subjection to the inner law does not simply extend or internalize external pressure, rather, it is correlative to the suspension of external pressure, to the withdrawal into self which creates so-called free inner space. This leads us back to the problematic of fundamental fantasy. What the fundamental fantasy stages is precisely the scene of constitutive submission/subjection that sustains the subject's inner freedom. This primordial passionate attachment, that is, the scene of passive submission staged in the fundamental fantasy, must be distinguished from masochism in the strict, narrow clinical sense, as it was elaborated in detail by Deleuze 42. This masochism stricto sensu already involves an intricate attitude of disavowal towards the frame of Oedipal symbolic reality. The masochist's suffering does not attest to some perverse enjoyment of pain as such, but is thoroughly in the service of pleasure, its exquisite spectacle, masquerade, of torture and pain, of humiliation to which the masochist subject submits itself, serves to dupe the attentive guard of the superego. In short, clinical masochism is a way for the subject to attain pleasure by accepting the punishment required for it by the superego in advance. The fake spectacle of punishment serves to demonstrate the underlying real of pleasure. Just picture the standard scene of moral masochism. The everyday masochistic subject often finds it deeply satisfying to imagine that a person to whom he is deeply attached will wrongly accuse him of some misdeed or accomplish some similar act of mistaken accusation. The satisfaction is provided by imagining the future scene in which the beloved other, who has unknowingly injured him, will deeply regret his unjust accusation. It is the same in masochistic theater. The masochist's passivity conceals his activity. He is the director who arranges the scene and tells the domino what to do to him. His moral pain barely conceals his active pleasure in the moral victory that humiliates the other. Such an intricate scene can take place only within a space already organized by the symbolic order. Masochistic theater relies on the contract between the masochist and his master, domina. The crucial question to be raised here concerns the role of deception in the masochism of the fundamental fantasy. Whom does the scene of suffering and submission serve to deceive? The Lacanian answer is that there is a deception at work on this level too. The fundamental fantasy provides the subject with the minimum of being, it serves as a support for his existence. In short, its deceptive gesture is look, I suffer, therefore I am, I exist, I participate in the positive order of being. It is thus not guilt and or pleasure, but existence itself which is at stake in the fundamental fantasy, and it is precisely this deception of the fundamental fantasy that the act of traversing the fantasy serves to dispel. By traversing the fantasy, the subject accepts the void of his non-existence. A nice Lacanian example of masochistic deception is that of the citizen of a country in which one's head is cut off if one says publicly that the king is stupid. If this subject dreams that his head is to be cut off, this dream has nothing whatsoever to do with any kind of death wish, etc. It simply means that the subject thinks his king is stupid. That is, the predicament of suffering masks the pleasure of attacking the dignity of the king. 43 Here, pain and suffering are clearly the masquerade in the service of pleasure, destined to dupe superego censorship. Such a strategy of deception, however, in which a scene of pain and suffering is put in the service of the pleasure of deceiving the superego, can function only on the basis of a more fundamental sadomasochistic stance in which the subject engages in fantasizing about being exposed to passive painful experiences and is thus ready to accept, outside any deceptive strategy, pain itself as the source of libidinal satisfaction. 44. Along these lines, one should reread Laplanche's old classic ideas about the primal seduction fantasy in which the reflexive inward turn, fantasization, sexualization and masochism all coincide, that is, are all generated in one and the same gesture of turning around. 45 In his detailed commentary on the three phases of the Freudian "a child is being beaten" fantasy, 1. My father is beating the child whom I hate, 2. I am being beaten by my father, 3. A child is being beaten. Laplanche insists on the crucial difference between the first phase and the second. They are both unconscious, that is, they represent the secret genesis of the final, conscious phase of the fantasy. A child is being beaten, however, while the first phase is simply the repressed memory of some real event witnessed by the child, the parent beating his brother, and can as such be remembered in the course of psychoanalytic treatment. The second is properly phantasmic and, for that very reason, primordially repressed. This phase was never consciously imagined, but was foreclosed from the very beginning. Here we have a perfect case of the foreclosed same-sex primordial passionate attachment Butler focuses on. For this reason, it can never be remembered, i.e. subjectively assumed by the subject, but simply retroactively reconstructed as the real, which has to be presupposed if one is to account for the final, conscious phase of the fantasy. What is repressed is not the memory but the fantasy derived from it or subtending it, in this case, not the actual scene in which the father would have beaten another child, but the fantasy of being beaten by the father. 46. So the passage from the initial, outward-directed aggressivity, satisfaction found in beating another child or observing a parent beating him/her, to the foreclosed phantasmic scene in which the subject imagines himself being beaten by the parent is crucial. The role of the first phase is that of the proverbial grain of sand, the little piece of reality, a scene witnessed in reality by the child, which triggers the phantasmic formation of a scene that provides the coordinates of the primordial passionate attachment. Again, what is primordially repressed and, as such, forever inaccessible to subjectivization, since subjectivization itself relies on this repression, is the second phase. Several things occur simultaneously in the passage from the first phase to the second. As Freud himself emphasizes, only in the second phase is the situation properly sexualized, that is, the passage from phase 1 to phase 2 is the passage from pre-sexual aggressivity to properly sexualized pleasure in pain. This sexualization is strictly consubstantial with the reflexive gesture of introjection. Instead of actually attacking another human being, I fantasize about it, I imagine a scene of submission and pain. Instead of being an agent in real interaction, I become an impassive observer of an inner scene that fascinates me. Furthermore, as for its content, this scene stages a situation within which I assume a passive position of being subjected to humiliation and pain, or at least the position of an impassive, impotent observer. The crucial point is that these three features are strictly consubstantial. At its most radical, sexualization equals phantasmization, which equals assuming the passive position of impotence, humiliation, and pain. The process of turning around is not to be thought of only at the level of the content of the fantasy, but in the very movement of phantasmatization. The shift to the reflexive is not only or even necessarily to give a reflexive content to the sentence of the fantasy, it is also and above all to reflect the action, internalize it, make it enter into oneself as fantasy. To fantasize aggression is to turn it around upon oneself, to aggress oneself. Such is the moment of autoerotism, in which the indissoluble bond between fantasy as such, sexuality, and the unconscious is confirmed. Point 47. The point of the reflexive turn is thus not simply a symmetrical reversal of aggressivity, destroying/attacking an external object, into being attacked by an external object, rather, it lies in the act of internalizing passivity, actively imagining the scene of one's impassive submission. Thus in fantasizing, the clear-cut opposition of activity and passivity is subverted. In internalizing a scene of being beaten by another, I immobilize myself in a double sense. Instead of being active in reality, I assume the passive stance of a fascinated observer who merely imagines/fantasizes a scene in which he participates. Within the very content of this scene, I imagine myself in a passive, immobile position of suffering humiliation and pain. However, precisely this double passivity presupposes my active engagement, that is to say, the accomplishment of a reflexive turn by means of which, in an autoerotic way, I myself, not an external agent, thwart my external activity, the spontaneous outflow of energy, and dominate myself, replacing activity in reality by the outburst of fantasizing. Apropos of his definition of drive, as opposed to instinct, Lacan made this point nicely by emphasizing how drive always and by definition involves a position of laissez-faire, of making oneself. Scopic drive is neither a voyeuristic tendency to see nor the exhibitionistic tendency to be seen by another, to expose oneself to another's eyes, but the middle voice, the attitude of making oneself visible, of deriving libidinal satisfaction from actively sustaining the scene of one's own passive submission. Consequently, from the Lacanian standpoint, this primordial gesture of phantasmatization is the very birthplace and the ultimate mystery of what Kant and the entire tradition of German idealism refers to as transcendental imagination, this abyssal capacity of freedom that enables the subject to disengage itself from its immersion in its surroundings. Later in his work, Laplanche elaborated this gesture of reflexive phantasmatization into a theory of the original seduction scene as the true primordial scene of psychoanalysis, a child impotently witnessing a scene of sexual interaction, or being himself submitted to gestures, from parents or other adults, which possess some mysterious sexual connotation that is impenetrable to him. It is in this gap that human sexuality and the unconscious originate, in the fact that a child, every one of us, is at some point the impotent observer, caught in some sexualized situation which remains impenetrable to him, which he cannot symbolize, integrate into the universe of meaning, observing parental coitus, being submitted to excessive maternal caressing, etc. Where, however, is the unconscious in all this? The unconscious encountered here, in this primordial scene of seduction, is the adult's, parents', unconscious, not the child's. When a child is exposed to excessive maternal caressing, say, he observes that mother herself does something that goes beyond what she is fully aware of, that she derives from fondling him a satisfaction whose basis is beyond her grasp. Lacan's dictum "the unconscious is the discourse of the other" is therefore to be taken quite literally, beyond the standard platitudes about how I am not the subject/master of my speech, since it is the big other who speaks through me, and so on. The primordial encounter of the unconscious is the encounter with the other's inconsistency, with the fact that the parental other is not actually the master of his acts and words, that he emits signals of whose meaning he is unaware, that he performs acts whose true libidinal tenor is inaccessible to him. One is thus tempted to repeat here Hegel's famous dictum that the secrets of the Egyptians, the meaning of their rituals and monuments, impenetrable to our modern Western gaze, were also secrets for the Egyptians themselves, the whole construction of the scene of primordial seduction as the original site of sexualization holds only if we presuppose that it is not only the observing and/or victimized child for whom the scene is impenetrable and enigmatic. What baffles the observing/victimized child is the fact that he is witnessing a scene which is obviously impenetrable also to the active adult perpetrators themselves, that they, too, don't know what they're doing. This constellation also enables us to throw new light on Lacan's claim, mentioned above, that there is no sexual relationship, if the enigma and confusion were to be only on the side of the child, in his perception as something mysterious of what, for the parents themselves, is a thoroughly natural and unproblematic activity, then there definitely would be a normal sexual relationship. However, the worn-out phrase deep inside every adult, there is a child who is still alive, is not without foundation, if it is properly understood as meaning that even when the proverbial two consenting adults engage in normal and healthy sex in the privacy of their bedroom, they are never quite alone in there is always a phantasmatized child's gaze observing them, a gaze, usually internalized, on account of which their activity is ultimately impenetrable to themselves. Or, to put it in yet another way, the point of the scene of primordial seduction is not that adults accidentally infringe upon the child, disturbing his fragile balance with the display of their jouissance. The point, rather, is that the child's gaze is included, comprehended, from the very beginning in the situation of adult parental sexuality, rather like Kafka's parable of the door of the law, just as the man from the country discovers at the end that the scene of the majestic entrance to the palace of the law was staged only for his gaze. The parental sexual display, far from unintentionally disturbing the child's equilibrium, is in a way there only for the child's gaze. Is not the ultimate paradisiacal fantasy that of parents copulating in front of their child, who observes them and makes comments? We are thus dealing with the structure of a temporal loop. There is sexuality not only because of a gap between adult sexuality and the child's unprepared gaze traumatized by its display, but because this child's perplexity continues to sustain adult sexual activity itself. 48 This paradox also explains the blind spot of the topic of sexual harassment. There is no sex without an element of harassment, of the perplexed gaze violently shocked, traumatized, by the uncanny character of what is going on. The protest against sexual harassment, against violently imposed sex, is thus ultimately the protest against sex as such. If one subtracts from the sexual interplay its painfully traumatic character, the remainder is simply no longer sexual. Mature sex between the proverbial consenting adults, deprived of the traumatic element of shocking imposition, is by definition desexualized, turned into mechanic coupling. From my youth, I remember obscene rhyming songs 5-year-old children used to recite to each other, songs of ridiculous sexual exploits whose hero was a mythical anonymous cowboy. One of these songs, which, of course, rhymes only in Slovene, went as follows: the cowboy without a hat / is screwing a woman behind a tree. / however, when she tries to escape him and runs away / he for a brief moment catches a glimpse of her naked ass. The charm, if we may put it that way, of this childhood song lies in the fact that, in its perspective, there is nothing especially exciting in the act of copulation. This act speaks for itself. What is truly exciting, rather, is the brief moment of catching sight of a woman's naked ass. 49 And, of course, my point is that this childish song is basically right, contrary to the standard view, which depicts copulation as the most exciting, climactic moment of sexual activity. One should insist that, in order for the subject to be aroused in the first place and be able to perform the act of copulation, some particular partial element must fascinate him, or her, as, in the case of this song, the brief glance of the naked ass. There is no sexual relationship also means that there is no direct representation of the act of copulation which would immediately turn us on. That sexuality must be supported by partial jouissances, a glance here, a squeeze or touch there, which in fact sustain it. Again, the answer to the obvious criticism that it is children who have no proper representation of the act of copulation itself, that is, their horizon of sexuality is limited to experiences like catching a glance of another person's ass, is that, at a certain phantasmic level, we remain children and never really grow up, insofar as, for a truly grown-up and mature person, there would be a sexual relationship, insofar, that is, as he or she was able to copulate directly, without the phantasmic support of some scene involving a partial object. Point 50. Is not the supreme case of such a particular feature that sustains the impossible sexual relationship the curling blonde hair in Hitchcock's Vertigo? When, in the love scene in the barn towards the end of the film, Scotty passionately embraces Judy refashioned into the dead Madeline, during their famous 360-degree kiss, he stops kissing her just long enough to steal a look at her newly blonde hair, as if to reassure himself that the particular feature which makes her into the object of desire is still there. Here the opposition between the vortex that threatens to swallow Scotty, the vertigo of the title, the deadly thing, and the curl of the blonde hair that imitates the vertigo of the thing, but in a miniaturized, gentrified form. This curl is the objet patia which condenses the impossible deadly thing, serving as its stand-in and thus enabling us to entertain a livable relationship with it without being swallowed by it. Orson Welles's film The Immortal Story, based on Karen Blixen's novel, is of interest not only because it focuses on the ambiguous relationship between myth and reality. The rich old merchant wants to act out the sailor's mythic narrative of a rich old husband who pays a young sailor to spend the night with his young wife, and thus procure an heir to his wealth. He wants, as it were, to close the gap between myth and reality, that is, to produce a sailor who will finally be able to relate this mythic narrative as something that actually happened to him. The attempt, of course, fails. The sailor announces that no amount of money will induce him to tell anyone what happened to him. More interesting is the phantasmic staging of the scene of love-making. Behind a half-transparent curtain, on a brightly lit bed, the couple are making love, while the old merchant sits half-concealed in a deep armchair in the darkness nearby, and overhears their act of love. Here we have the third gaze as the ultimate guarantee of the sexual relationship. That is to say, it is the very presence of the silent witness who listens to the couple making love that transubstantiates what is ultimately an encounter between a paid sailor and an aged prostitute into a mythic event that transcends its material conditions. In other words, the miracle that occurs is not that the two lovers somehow transcend their miserable real-life situation, forget about the ridiculous conditions of their encounter, get immersed in each other and thus produce an authentic love encounter. They succeed in transubstantiating that miserable situation into the miracle of an authentic love encounter precisely because they are aware that they are doing it for a silent witness, that they are realizing a myth. The two lovers behave as if they are no longer miserable real people, but actors/agents in another person's dream. The silent witness, far from intruding in an intimate situation and spoiling it, is its key constituent. It is a standard cliché that, simple and austere as it is, The Immortal Story is Welles's ultimate exercise in self-reflection, that the old merchant who stages the scene of love-making, played, of course, by Welles himself, is the obvious stand-in for Welles himself as director. Perhaps this cliché should be turned around, and the old merchant observing the scene is the stand-in for the spectator. The difference between Lacan and Laplanche is nevertheless crucial here. For Laplanche, drive is consubstantial with fantasy, that is to say, it is the very reflexive turn into phantasmic internalization which brings about the transformation of instinct into drive. For Lacan, on the contrary, there is a drive beyond fantasy. What does this drive beyond fantasy mean? Perhaps another difference allows us to throw some light on this key point. While one could claim that, for Lacan also, the birthplace of psychoanalysis is the child's traumatic experience with the impenetrable dark spot of the other's jouissance which disturbs the calm of his psychic homeostasis, Lacan determines fantasy as an answer to the enigma of this dark spot, designated, in his graph of desire, by the question "Que veux? What does the other want from me? What as an object am I for the other, for his desire?" 51. The pre-phantasmic drive would then designate the stance of exposing oneself to the dark spot of the other's enigma without filling it with a phantasmic answer. Thus for Lacan, fantasy is a minimal defense formation, a stratagem to elude what? Here, one should return to the Freudian notion of the original Hilflosigkeit, helplessness/distress, of the infant. The first feature to be noted is that this distress covers two interconnected but nonetheless different levels: purely organic helplessness, the small child's inability to survive, to satisfy his/her most elementary needs, without the parent's help, as well as the traumatic perplexity which occurs when the child is thrown into the position of a helpless witness to sexual interplay between his/her parents or other adults, or between adult S and himself. The child is helpless, without cognitive mapping, when he or she is confronted by the enigma of the other's jouissance, unable to symbolize the mysterious sexual gestures and innuendos he is witnessing. Crucial for becoming human is the overlapping of the two levels, the implicit sexualization of the way a parent satisfies a child's bodily needs, say, when the mother feeds the child while caressing him excessively and the child detects in this excess the mystery of sexual jouissance. So, back to Butler, the crucial question concerns the philosophical status of this original and constitutive Hilflosigkeit. Is it not another name for the gap of the primordial disattachment that triggers the need for the phantasmic primordial passionate attachment? In other words, what if we turn the perspective around and conceive of the obstacle which prevents the infant from fully fitting into its environment, of this original out of joint, also in its positive aspect, as another name for the very abyss of freedom, for that gesture of disconnecting which liberates a subject from its direct immersion in its surroundings? Or, to put it in yet another way, true, the subject is, as it were, blackmailed into passively submitting to some form of primordial passionate attachment, since, outside of this, he simply does not exist. However, this non-existence is not directly the absence of existence, but a certain gap or void in the order of being which is the subject itself. The need for passionate attachment to provide for a minimum of being implies that the subject qua abstract negativity, the primordial gesture of disattachment from its environment, is already there. Fantasy is thus a defense formation against the primordial abyss of disattachment, of the loss of the support in being, which is the subject itself. At this precise point, then, Butler should be supplemented. The emergence of the subject is not strictly equivalent to subjection, in the sense of passionate attachment, of submission to some figure of the other, since for passionate attachment to take place the gap that is the subject must already be there. Only if this gap is already there can we explain how it is possible for the subject to escape the hold of the fundamental fantasy. One could also link this opposition of attachment and disattachment to the old Freudian metapsychological opposition of life and death drive. In the ego and the ID, Freud himself defines them as the opposition between the forces of connection/unity and the forces of disconnection/disunity. Disattachment is thus the death drive at its purest, the gesture of ontological derailment which throws the order of being out of joint, the gesture of disinvestment, of contraction/withdrawal from being immersed in the world, and primordial attachment is the counter-move to this negative gesture. In the last resort, this negative tendency to disruption is none other than libido itself. What throws a future subject out of joint is none other than the traumatic encounter with jouissance. 52. Apropos of this primordial gap, one should avoid the temptation to conceive of it as the effect of the intervention of the paternal law/prohibition that disturbs the incestuous dyad of the child and his/her mother, compelling the child to enter the dimension of symbolic castration/distance. The gap, the experience of the dismembered body, is primordial. It is the effect of the death drive, of the intrusion of some excessive/traumatic jouissance that disturbs the smooth balance of the pleasure principle, and the paternal law, not unlike the imaginary identification with the mirror image, is an attempt to gentrify/stabilize this gap. One should never forget that, for Lacan, the Oedipal paternal law is ultimately in the service of the pleasure principle. It is the agency of pacification, normalization which, far from disturbing the balance of pleasure, stabilizes the impossible, bringing about the minimal conditions for the tolerable coexistence of subjects. Misreadings like this sustain the temptation to write a kind of negative introduction to Lacan, taking as the starting point a false cliché about him, and then describing his actual position through its rectification. Apart from the above-mentioned cliché on the paternal law as the agency that introduces the gap, there are the clichés on the piece of wood in the fort, de game as signifying mother's presence/absence, on empty speech as inauthentic babble, on jouissance feminine as the mystical abyss outside the symbolic domain, on gaze as the male subject's look which confines woman to the role of its object, etc. From desire to drive, and back. Our critical remarks on Butler are based on a full endorsement of her basic insight into the profound link between, even the ultimate identity of, the two aspects or modes of reflexivity, reflexivity in the strict philosophical sense of negative self-relating, which is constitutive of subjectivity in the tradition of German idealism from Kant to Hegel, the fact emphasized especially by, among recent interpreters, Robert Pippin, in relating to its other, the subject always already relates to itself, that is, consciousness is always already self-consciousness, and reflexivity in the psychoanalytic sense of the reflexive turn that defines the gesture of primordial repression, the reversal of the regulation of desire into the desire for regulation, etc. Point 53. This reflexive turn is already clearly discernible in what is arguably the paradigmatic narrative of the defense against excessive jouissance, that of Ulysses meeting the Sirens. The order he gives his sailors prior to the meeting is, "You must tie me hard in hurtful bonds, to hold me fast in position upright against the mast, with the rope's ends fastened around it, but if I supplicate you and implore you to set me free, then you must tie me fast with even more lashings." 54. The order to tie me hard in hurtful bonds is clearly excessive in the context of Circe's instructions. We pass from bonding as a defense against the excessive jouissance of the siren's song to bonding itself as the source of erotic satisfaction. This reflexivity nonetheless assumes different modalities, not only between philosophy and psychoanalysis, but also within psychoanalysis itself. The reflexivity of drive we have focused on in this chapter is not the same as the hysterical reflexivity of desire we discussed in chapter 2, i.e. the fact that hysteria is defined by the reversal of the impossibility to satisfy desire into the desire to keep desire itself unsatisfied, etc. How are these two reflexivities related? The opposition here is between perversion and hysteria. If desire as such is hysterical, drive as such is perverse. That is to say, hysteria and perversion are caught in a kind of closed deadly loop within which each of the two can be conceived of as the reaction to its opposite. Drive defines the masochistic parameters of the primordial passionate attachment, of the fundamental fantasy which guarantees the minimum of being to the subject. Subjectivity proper then emerges through the hysterical disavowal of this primordial passionate attachment, through the subject's refusal to assume the position of the object instrument of the other's jouissance. The hysterical subject incessantly questions his/her position. His/her basic question is, what am I for the other? Why am I what the other says I am? So not only can hysterical desire be conceived of as the disavowal of the fundamental fantasy endorsed by the pervert, perversion itself, assuming the position of the object instrument of the other's jouissance, can also be conceived of as the escape into self-objectivization which enables me to avoid the deadlock of the radical uncertainty of what I am as an object. The pervert, by definition, knows what, as an object, he is for the other. Desire and drive are clearly opposed with respect to the way they relate to jouissance. For Lacan, the trouble with jouissance is not only that it is unattainable, always already lost, that it forever eludes our grasp, but, even more, that one can never get rid of it, that its stain drags on forever. That is the point of Lacan's concept of surplus enjoyment. The very renunciation of jouissance brings about a remainder/surplus of jouissance. Desire stands for the economy in which whatever object we get hold of is never it, the real thing, that which the subject is forever trying to attain but which eludes him again and again, while drive stands for the opposite economy, within which the stain of jouissance always accompanies our acts. This also explains the difference in the reflexivity of drive and desire. Desire reflexively desires its own unsatisfaction, the postponement of the encounter with jouissance, that is, the basic formula of the reflexivity of desire is to turn the impossibility of satisfying desire into the desire for non-satisfaction. Drive, on the contrary, finds satisfaction in, i.e. besmirches with the stain of satisfaction, the very movement destined to repress satisfaction. What, then, is drive, especially in its most radical form, that of the death drive? A look at Wagnerian heroes can be of some help here. From their first paradigmatic case, the Flying Dutchman, they are possessed by an unconditional passion for dying, for finding ultimate peace and redemption in death. Their predicament is that at some time in the past they have committed some unspeakable evil deed, so that they are condemned to pay for it not by death, but by being condemned to a life of eternal suffering, of helplessly wandering around, unable to fulfill their symbolic function. Where is the death drive here? It precisely does not lie in their longing to die, to find peace in death. The death drive, on the contrary, is the very opposite of dying. It is a name for the undead eternal life itself, for the horrible fate of being caught in the endless repetitive cycle of wandering around in guilt and pain. The final passing away of the Wagnerian hero, the death of the Dutchman, Wotan, Tristan, Amfortas, is therefore the moment of their liberation from the clutches of the death drive. Tristan in Act 3 is not desperate because of his fear of dying. What makes him so desperate is the fact that, without Isolde, he cannot die and is condemned to eternal longing. He anxiously awaits her arrival so that he can die. The prospect he dreads is not that of dying without Isolde, the standard complaint of a lover, but, rather, that of endless life without her. This gives us a clue to the paradigmatic Wagnerian song, which, precisely, is the complaint clause of the hero, expressing his horror at being condemned to a life of eternal suffering, to wandering around or living as the undead monster, longing for peace in death. From its first example, the Dutchman's great introductory monologue, to the lament of the dying Tristan and the two great complaints of the suffering Amfortas. Although there is no great complaint by Wotan, Brunhilde's final farewell to him, Ruhe, Ruhe, du Gott, points in the same direction. When the gold is returned to the Rhine, Wotan is finally allowed to die in peace. The standard commentary which emphasizes the alleged contradiction in the plot of The Ring, why do the gods still perish, although their debt is paid, that is, the gold is returned to the Rhine? Wasn't this unpaid debt the cause of the gods' downfall? Therefore misses the point. The unpaid debt, the original sin of disturbing the natural equilibrium, is what prevents Wotan from dying. He can die and find peace only after he settles his debt. One can also see why Tannhauser and Lohengrin are not truly Wagnerian operas. 55 They lack a proper Wagnerian hero. Tannhauser is too common, simply split between pure spiritual love, for Elizabeth, and the excess of earthly erotic enjoyment, provided by Venus, unable to renounce earthly pleasures while longing to get rid of them. Lohengrin, on the contrary, is too celestial, a divine creature, artist, longing to live like a common mortal with a faithful woman who will trust him absolutely. Neither of the two is in the position of a proper Wagnerian hero, condemned to the undead existence of eternal suffering. 56. So Wagnerian heroes do suffer from sickness unto death, but in the strict Kierkegaardian sense of the term. In his notion of sickness unto death, Kierkegaard inverted the standard despair of the individual who is split between the certainty that death is the end, that there is no beyond of eternal life, and the unquenchable desire to believe that death is not the last thing, that there is another life, with its promise of redemption and eternal bliss. Kierkegaard's sickness unto death involves the opposite paradox of the subject who knows that death is not the end, that he has an immortal soul, but cannot face the exorbitant demands of this fact, the necessity to abandon vain aesthetic pleasures and work for his salvation, and desperately wants to believe that death is the end, that there is no divine unconditional demand exerting its pressure upon him. So we have here the individual who desperately wants to die, to disappear forever, but knows that he cannot do it, since he is condemned to eternal life, immortality, not death, becomes the ultimate horror. In a way this reversal is analogous to the one we just mentioned, to the Lacanian shift from desire to drive. Desire desperately strives to achieve jouissance, its ultimate object which forever eludes it, while drive, on the contrary, involves the opposite impossibility, not the impossibility of attaining jouissance, but the impossibility of getting rid of it. The lesson of drive is that we are condemned to jouissance. Whatever we do, jouissance will stick to it, we shall never get rid of it, even in our most thorough endeavor to renounce it, it will contaminate the very effort to get rid of it, like the ascetic who perversely enjoys flagellating himself. And the prospect of contemporary genetic technology seems to involve a homologous Kierkegaardian horror. It raises the terrifying prospect not of death, but of immortality. That is to say, what makes genetic manipulation so uncanny is not only that it will be possible to objectivize our existence entirely. In the genome, I will be confronted with the formula of what I objectively am, that is, a genome will function as the ultimate version of the old Indian mystical formula Tattvamatsi, thou art that, but also that, in a way, I will become immortal and indestructible, endlessly reproducible, with my doubles popping up all around me through cloning. 57. Again, this domain is that of drives, of asexual immortality through endless repetitive cloning. That is to say, the crucial point to be made here is to oppose genetic cloning to sexual reproduction. Genetic cloning signals the end of sexual difference as the impossible/real which structures our lives, and, as such, also the end of the symbolic universe in which we dwell as finite, mortal beings of language. This notion of a spectral undead existence also allows us to account for the fundamental paradox of the Freudian/Lacanian death drive. Like the Kierkegaardian sickness unto death, the death drive is not the mark of human finitude, but its very opposite, the name for eternal, spectral, life, the index of a dimension in human existence that persists forever, beyond our physical death, and of which we can never rid ourselves. We can now see in what precise sense Lacan is to be opposed to Heidegger. For Lacan, the death drive is precisely the ultimate Freudian name for the dimension traditional metaphysics designated as that of immortality, for a drive, a thrust, which persists beyond the biological cycle of generation and corruption, beyond the way of all flesh. In other words, in the death drive, the concept dead functions in exactly the same way as Heimlich in the Freudian Unheimlich, as coinciding with its negation. The death drive designates the dimension of what horror fiction calls the undead, a strange, immortal, indestructible life that persists beyond death. This is the infinity compatible with the Lacanian theoretical edifice, not the spurious, bad, infinity of endlessly striving to achieve the final goal or ideal that forever eludes our grasp, but an even worse infinity of jouissance which persists forever, since we can never get rid of it. Lacan's answer to bad infinity is thus not the idealist pseudo-Hegelian assertion of a true positive infinity of the idea, but a gesture of from bad to worse, the assertion of an even worse infinity of an indivisible remainder of jouissance which always sticks to everything we do. How is sexual difference related to this undead drive? Jacques-Alain Miller 58 endeavors to introduce sexual difference into the conclusion of psychoanalytic treatment. Women are not so fully identified with their fantasy, not all of their being is caught in it. This is why, for them, it is easier to acquire a distance towards fantasy, to traverse it, while men, as a rule, come up against a condensed phantasmic kernel, a fundamental symptom, the basic formula of jouissance that they are unable to renounce, so that all they can do is accept it as an imposed necessity. In short, traversing the fantasy is conceived as feminine, and identification with the symptom as masculine. 59. Miller tackles the unresolved tension between desire and drive discernible in this solution in another of his conferences, Le Monologue de la Parole 60, where he focuses on Lacan's obscure claim Le pas d'idéologie et ses limites dans l'interprétation, Parous assure le real. Miller reads this lack of dialogue as la parole, the speech that functions as the apparatus of jouissance, no longer as the means of communicating some meaning. A parole does not involve intersubjectivity, not even as the empty big other that is present when we speak in an interior monologue, trying to clarify our thoughts, not even as the Jaura sense of hurting the other in the core of his/her being, as is the case with injurious speech. It involves a radically self-enclosed assertion of Jaura-sense of empty, meaningless, speech. In short, la parole is to la parole what la langue is to le language. Insofar as, in la parole, we are thus dealing with an idiotic happy circuit of the apparatus which produces Jaura-sense, is this not the very definition of drive? How, then, does interpretation limit this self-enclosed circuit by introducing the dimension of the real? The real here is the impossible, the impossibility of sexual relationship. The happy babble of la parole is asexual. As such, it does not involve any experience of the real qua impossible, that is, of some traumatic inherent limit. Interpretation must therefore sober the subject down from his blissful immersion in the babble of la parole, and compel him to confront the impossible real of the human condition. Interpretation is conceived here not as unlimited/infinite, there is always a new way to read a text, but, on the contrary, as the very gesture of introducing a limit to the unconstrained play of la parole. The problem with this reading is that it identifies la parole with the unconstrained reign of the pleasure principle which precludes the dimension of the real. In this case, however, la parole could not be identified with drive, since drive involves the real of the compulsion to repeat that is by definition beyond the pleasure principle. The problem Miller is struggling with is the central one in late Lacan, after penetrating beneath the Oedipus complex of law/desire, of desire grounded in prohibition, to the enigmatic dark continent of drive and its satisfaction in the repeated circuit of Jaura-sense. How do we introduce a limit, and thus return to the domain of prohibition/law, communication of and meaning? The only consistent solution here is that la parole, the Lacanian version of primary narcissism prior to the introduction of the symbolic law, is not primordial, that there is something which, logically, at least, precedes it. This, precisely, is what we have called the violence of presynthetic imagination, which is not to be identified with the blissful circuit of self-satisfied drive. This circuit of drive is the ultimate matrix of self-affection, of self-affective circulation. Lacan himself evokes lips kissing themselves as the perfect figure of drive, his very formula of drive, se faire. Already evokes self-affection, while presynthetic imagination is the very opposite of self-affection. It stands for a kind of ontological Big Bang, for the primordial violence of breaking out of the immersion and enclosure, exploding the closed circuit, tearing apart any unity of life into the free-floating multiplicity of spectral and monstrous partial objects. Even Lacan's own position on this point is not without its ambiguities. His official stance is best exemplified by the short but crucial text at the end of his Écrits, from the Freudian tribe to the desire of the analyst. 61 What is the analysand to do when he reaches the end of the analytic cure, that is, when he regresses from desire, sustained by fantasy, to drive? Is he to abandon himself to the self-enclosed circuit of drive? Different mystical and philosophical traditions, from Christian mysticism to Nietzsche, seem to advocate this way, except the circuit of the eternal return of the same, finds satisfaction not in reaching a goal but in the very path which leads to it, that is, in repeatedly missing the goal. Lacan, however, insists that going through the fantasy is not strictly equivalent to the shift from drive to desire. There is a desire that remains even after we have traversed our fundamental fantasy, a desire not sustained by a fantasy, and this desire, of course, is the desire of the analyst, not the desire to become an analyst, but the desire which fits the subjective position of the analyst, the desire of someone who has undergone subjective destitution and accepted the role of the excremental abject, desire delivered of the phantasmic notion that there is something in me more than myself, a secret treasure which makes me worthy of the other's desire. This unique desire is what, even after I have fully assumed the big other's non-existence, that is, the fact that the symbolic order is a mere semblance, prevents me from immersing myself in the self-enclosure of drive circuit and its debilitating satisfaction. The desire of the analyst is thus supposed to sustain the analytic community in the absence of any phantasmic support. It is supposed to make possible a communal big other that avoids the transferential effect of the subject supposed to know, believe, enjoy. In other words, the desire of the analyst is Lacan's tentative answer to the question, after we have traversed the fantasy, and accepted the non-existence of the big other, how do we nonetheless return to some new form of the big other that again makes collective coexistence possible? What one should also not lose sight of is the fact that, for Lacan, drive is not primordial, a foundation out of which, by means of the intervention of the symbolic law, desire emerges. A close reading of Lacan's graph of desire 62 shows how drive is a montage of elements which emerges as a kind of necessary byproduct of the instinctual body getting caught in the web of the symbolic order. The fact that an instinctual need is caught in the signifier's web means that the object that satisfies this need starts to function as the sign of the other's love. Consequently, the only way to break out of the deadlock of the subject's enslavement to the other's demand is via the intervention of the symbolic prohibition/law, which makes the full satisfaction of desire forever impossible. All the well-known paradoxes of desire are engendered in this way, from "I can't love you unless I give you up" to "don't give me what I ask you for, because that's not it." Desire is defined by the cens posse, that is, its most elementary and ultimate aim is to sustain itself as desire, in its state of non-satisfaction. 63 Drive, on the other hand, stands for the paradoxical possibility that the subject, forever prevented from achieving his goal, and thus fully satisfying his desire, can nevertheless find satisfaction in the very circular movement of repeatedly missing its object, of circulating around it. The gap constitutive of desire is thus closed. The self-enclosed loop of a circular repetitive movement replaces infinite striving. In this precise sense, drive equals jouissance, since jouissance is, at its most elementary, pleasure in pain, that is, a perverted pleasure provided by the very painful experience of repeatedly missing one's goal. 64. The fact that drive is a byproduct is to be taken also in the precise meaning this term has acquired in the contemporary theory of rational action. 65 In contrast to desire, which can be characterized as an intentional attitude, drive is something in which the subject is caught, a kind of acephalous force which persists in its repetitive movement. For that reason, one can propose as the ethical motto of psychoanalysis the famous "Ne pas céder sur son désir," don't compromise your desire, while the complementary motto, don't compromise your drive, is meaningless, since it is superfluous. The problem with drive is not how not to betray it but, rather, how to break its loop, the hold of its inert power over us. For the same reason, Lacan speaks of the desire of the analyst, never of the drive of the analyst, insofar as the analyst is defined by a certain subjective attitude, that of subjective destitution. The specificity of his position can be determined only at the level of desire. Drive is presubjective/acephalous, it is not the name of a subjective attitude, one can only assume an attitude towards drive. In religious terms, this problem is the problem of different heresies. The Christian Church as a social institution effectively functions as the guarantee of human desire, which can thrive only under the protection of the paternal law, the name of the Father. Far from prohibiting bodily passions, sexuality, the Church endeavors to regulate them. In its long history, it has also developed a series of strategies for domesticating the excess of jouissance which cannot be contained in the paternal law. Say, the option opened up to women to become nuns and thus engage in a jouissance feminine of mystical experiences. The achievement of the Cathar heresy, the heresy if ever there was one, was precisely to undermine this strategic role of the Church in regulating sexual pleasure, the role emphasized by Foucault, that is, to take disregard for the body literally, to preach and practice true chastity, since, as the Cathars put it, every sexual reunion is incestuous. 66 The paradox, of course, is that this radical renunciation of sexual pleasure not only does not deprive the subject of jouissance, but even amplifies it, the ascetic mystic has an access to jouissance that is much more intense than the usual standard sexual pleasure. That is the connection between the Qatar heresy and courtly love, when, instead of being allowed sexual pleasure within the confines of the law, bodily sexuality is totally prohibited. This prohibition of the final sexual unification, this structure of amor interruptus prolonged ad infinitum, gives birth to courtly love in which desire shifts into drive, in which satisfaction is provided by the very indefinite postponement of the sexual union that would bring about actual satisfaction. Christian crusaders against the Cathars were therefore, in a way, right in their suspicion that the ascetic renunciation of earthly pleasures among the Cathars was deeply ambiguous, since it engendered a much more intense jouissance that undermined the very regulating power of the paternal symbolic law. Our ultimate result is thus that desire and drive, in a way, presuppose one another, one cannot deduce one from the other. Drive is not simply the loop of self-satisfaction that emerges as a byproduct of desire, nor is desire the result of shrinking back from the circuit of drive. What if, consequently, desire and drive are the two ways of avoiding the deadlock of negativity that is the subject, by finding satisfaction in the repetitive circular movement of drive or, alternatively, by opening up the unending metonymic search for the lost object of desire? These two ways, that of desire and that of drive, involve two thoroughly different notions of subjectivity. Since enough theoretical eulogies have been written about the notorious subject of desire, the subject divided/thwarted by the symbolic law/prohibition, the void of negativity caught in the eternal search for its lost object cause, saying I am a desiring subject equals saying I am the lack, the gap, in the order of being. It is perhaps time to focus on the much more mysterious subjectivity brought about by the circular movement of drive. Lacan's fundamental Dasein about drive is clear enough. As we have seen, drive involves a kind of self-reflexive turn, not a simple reversal of the active into the passive mode. Say, in the scopic drive, the desire to see it all is not simply turned around into the proclivity to be seen by the other, but into the more ambiguous middle way of se faire voir, of making oneself seen. 67. This reversal of desire into drive can also be specified apropos of choice, at the level of the subject of desire. There is choice, inclusive of the fundamental forced choice, that is, the subject chooses, while we go on to the level of drive when the act of choice is inverted into se faire choisir, making oneself chosen, as in predestination, in which the religious subject does not simply choose God, but makes himself chosen by him. Or, to put it another way, the only, but crucial and highest, freedom I am granted in drive is the freedom to choose the inevitable, freely to embrace my destiny, what will happen to me in any case. However, what kind of subjectivity, if any, does this reversal of desire into drive involve? 68. Two series of cinematic and/or literary examples are perhaps best suited to illustrate the paradox of drive. That of the time loop in science fiction, the subject travels into the past, or the future, where he encounters a certain mysterious entity that eludes his gaze again and again, until it occurs to him that this impossible entity is the subject himself, or, the opposite case, the subject travels into the past with the express purpose of engendering himself, or into the future to witness his own death. In order to avoid the standard examples like Back to the Future, let us recall David Lynch's Lost Highway. A crucial ingredient of Lynch's universe is a phrase, a signifying chain, which resonates as a reel that persists and always returns, a kind of basic formula that suspends and cuts across the linear flow of time. In Dune, it is the sleeper must awake; in Twin Peaks, the owls are not what they seem; in Blue Velvet, Daddy wants to fuck; and, of course, in Lost Highway, the phrase, which contains the first and the last spoken words in the film, Dick Laron is dead, announcing the death of the obscene paternal figure, Mr. Eddie. The entire narrative of the film takes place in the suspension of time between these two moments. At the beginning, Fred, the hero, hears these words on the interphone in his house; at the end, just before running away, he himself speaks them into the interphone, so we have a circular situation. first a message which is heard but not understood by the hero, then the hero himself pronouncing this message. In short, the whole film is based on the impossibility of the hero encountering himself, as in the famous time warp scene in science fiction novels where the hero, traveling back in time, encounters himself in an earlier time. Do we not have here a situation like the one in psychoanalysis, in which, at the beginning, the patient is troubled by some obscure, indecipherable but persistent message, the symptom, which, as it were, bombards him from outside, then, at the conclusion of the treatment, the patient is able to assume this message as his own, to pronounce it in the first person singular? The temporal loop that structures Lost Highway is thus the very loop of psychoanalytic treatment in which, after a long detour, we return to our starting point from another perspective. In his very first seminar, Lacan invokes this temporal loop structure of the symptom when he emphasizes that the Freudian symptom is like a signal bearing a message that comes not, as one would expect, from the deeply buried past of ancient traumas, but from the subject's future, from the future in which, through the work of psychoanalytic treatment, the meaning of the symptom will be realized. 69. In this sense, the above-mentioned 360-degree shot of the passionately embracing couple from Hitchcock's Vertigo, in the course of which the background behind them transposes us from the present, Scotty kissing Judy refashioned into Madeline in her ordinary hotel room, to the past, Scotty kissing Madeline herself just before her suicidal leap from the old barn at the Juan Bautista mission, and then back to the present, perfectly illustrates Drive's temporal loop, the way its movement is folded into itself. Perhaps, then, the vertigo of the film's title ultimately indicates the way Scotty is caught up in Drive's endless loop. That of the narrative in which, in the first moment, we, the subject from whose viewpoint the story is told, confront some horrifying object, alien thing, monster, murderer. Presented as the point with which no identification is possible, all of a sudden, however, we, the spectators, are violently thrown into the perspective of this very alien thing. Recall examples like Frankenstein, the novel, in which, after the monster is presented to us as the alien horror thing, we are thrown all of a sudden into his perspective, that is, he is allowed to tell his side of the story. 70 In Wes Craven's Supreme When a Stranger Calls also, we are thrown all of a sudden into the standpoint of the pathological compulsive killer presented in the first part of the film as absolute otherness, not to mention Hitchcock's Psycho, in which, after the mother is constructed as the horrifying thing, we are, in some shots, like the killing of the detective Arbogast, viewing the action from its perspective. 71. In all these cases, the inaccessible/dramatic thing beyond representation itself becomes subjectivized. This subjectivization does not humanize the thing, demonstrating that what we thought was a monster is in fact an ordinary, vulnerable person. The thing retains its unbearable otherness, it is as such that it subjectivizes itself. Or, to put it in the terms of vision, the thing is first constructed as the inaccessible X around which my desire circulates, as the blind spot I want to see but simultaneously dread and avoid seeing, too strong for my eyes. Then, in the shift towards Drive, I, the subject, make myself seen as the thing. In a reflexive turn, I see myself as it, the traumatic object thing I didn't want to see. Again, do we not find the ultimate example of this impossible thing that is ourselves in the science fiction theme of the so-called ID machine, a mechanism that directly materializes our unacknowledged fantasies, from Fred Wilcox's The Forbidden Planet to Andrei Tarkovsky's Solaris? The latest variation on this theme is Barry Levinson's Sphere, 1997, in which, beneath the ocean surface in the midst of the Pacific, a gigantic spacecraft is suddenly discovered, having sat there on the ocean floor for 300 years. The three scientists who penetrate it gradually discover that the mysterious sphere in the middle of the spacecraft can reach into your mind, it knows your worst fears and starts to make them come true, to materialize them. 72. Uninteresting as Sphere is, it nonetheless deserves attention for its title, as Lacan showed in the chapter of his seminar on transference dedicated to this very theme, La dérision de la sphère 7.3, the fascination exerted on us by the untouchable, impenetrable, self-enclosed, and self-contained form of a sphere lies in the fact that it expresses perfectly, on the imaginary level, the foreclosure of castration, of a cut that would signal the presence of a lack and slash or an excess. And, paradoxically, since our access to reality is conditioned by the cut of castration, the status of this sphere, far from embodying ontological perfection, is stricto sensu pre-ontological. The sphere thing appears to us as something which, in cinematic terms, one could designate as a blurred object, an object that is by definition, a priori, out of focus. 74. This is nicely conveyed in Levinson's film, in which the sphere is perfectly round yet simultaneously somehow alive, undulating and vibrating, as if its surface consists of an infinity of microscopic waves. The sphere is thus like the surface of Tarkovsky's Solaris Ocean in its coincidence of global, overall calm and infinite mobility. Although it is perfectly at peace, it is simultaneously extremely agitated, scintillating all the time, so that it is impossible to fix it, to get hold of it in its positive existence. As such, the sphere is nothing in itself, a pure medium, a perfect mirror that does not mirror/materialize reality but only the real of the subject's fundamental fantasies. When, in the film, the Dustin Hoffman character angrily rebukes Samuel Jackson, playing the African-American mathematician, because he does not want to divulge what is in the sphere to others, Jackson retorts angrily, "But you also have been in it. You know very well that there is nothing in the sphere. That is to say, nothing but what the subject himself puts there, or, to quote Hegel's classic formulation about the content of the supersensible beyond, it is manifest that behind the so-called curtain which is supposed to conceal the inner world, there is nothing to be seen unless we go behind it ourselves, as much in order that we may see, as that there may be something behind there which can be seen." 75. So it is crucial to bear in mind that precisely as real, as the impossible thing, the sphere is an entity of pure semblance, an entity that is in itself anamorphically distorted, an undulating, scintillating, out of focus surface concealing, or sustained by, nothing. As such, it is the perfect neutral medium for fundamental fantasies. Sphere also makes it clear how the notion of a zone or thing in which our desires are directly realized is to be located in the lineage of the old fairy tale theme of three wishes analyzed by Freud. The peasant to whom a fairy grants 3 wishes for a sausage, his wife wishes that the sausage should be stuck to his nose for the stupidity of such a wish, then they use the only remaining wish to get the sausage back from the nose onto the table. The insight beneath this theme is, of course, that of the incommensurability between the subject's true desire and its formulation in a determinate demand. Our desire is never actually in the explicit wish we are able to formulate, that is, we never truly desire what we wish for or will. For that reason, there is nothing more horrible, more undesirable, precisely, than a thing that inexorably actualizes our true desire. For that reason, the only way to evoke desire is to offer the object and then immediately retract it, as in the nice seduction scene from Brastov, when, in front of her house late in the evening, the girl says to the miner whom she intends to seduce, "Would you care to come into my place for a cup of coffee?" "Well, I don't drink coffee." "No problem, I haven't got any." 76. Thus the coincidence of utter alterity with absolute proximity is crucial for the thing. The thing is even more ourselves, our own inaccessible kernel, than the unconscious. It is an otherness which directly is ourselves, staging the phantasmic core of our being. The communication with the thing thus fails not because it is too alien, the harbinger of an intellect infinitely surpassing our limited abilities, playing some perverse games with us whose rationale remains forever outside our grasp, but because it brings us too close to what, in ourselves, must remain at a distance if we are to sustain the consistency of our symbolic universe. In its very otherness, the thing generates spectral phenomena that obey our innermost idiosyncratic whims. If there is a puppet master who pulls the strings, it is ourselves, the thing that thinks in our heart. And is not the ultimate example of this coincidence of the very kernel of my being with the ultimate externality of the alien thing Oedipus himself, who, in search of the murderer of his father, discovers that he himself is the perpetrator? In this precise sense, one can claim that Freud's term Triebschicksal, the destinies/vicissitudes of drive, is deeply justified, even tautological. The Freudian drive is ultimately another name for destiny, for the reversal through which the circle of destiny accomplishes/closes itself. When destiny catches up with Oedipus, he is confronted with the fact that he is the monster he is looking for. And in order to bring home how this dimension of destiny overlaps with the temporal loop, recall the standard tragic science fiction theme of a scientist who travels into the past in order to intervene in it and thus retroactively change, undo, the catastrophic present. All of a sudden, when it is already too late, he becomes aware not only that the result, the present catastrophe, is the same, but that his very attempt to change the present through his retroactive intervention in the past produced the very catastrophe he wanted to undo. His intervention was included in the course of things from the very outset. In this properly dialectical reversal, the alternative reality the agent wanted to bring about turns out to be the very present catastrophic reality. To those versed in Hegelian philosophy, these two features of drive, its temporal loop, the pitiless and inexorable identification of the subject with the inaccessible thing whose lack or withdrawal sustains the space of desire, cannot but evoke two fundamental features of the Hegelian dialectical process. Does not Hegel reiterate again and again how the dialectical process displays the circular structure of a loop? The subject of the process, the absolute idea, is not given in advance, but is generated by the process itself. So, in a paradoxical temporal short circuit, the final result retroactively causes itself, generates its own causes, and, furthermore, how the basic matrix of the dialectical process is that of the subject's self-recognition in the in itself of its absolute otherness. Recall the standard figure of Hegel according to which I have to recognize my own substance in the very force that seems to resist and thwart my endeavor. Does this mean that drive is inherently metaphysical, that it provides the elementary matrix of the closed circle of teleology and of self-recognition in otherness? Yes, but with a twist. It is as if, in drive, this closed loop of teleology is minimally displaced on account of the failure that sets it in motion. It may appear that drive is the paradigmatic case of the closed circle of auto-affection, of the subject's body affecting itself within the domain of sameness, as we have seen. Does not Lacan himself suggest, as the supreme metaphor of drive, lips kissing themselves? One should bear in mind, however, that this reflexive reversal into self-constitutive of drive relies on a fundamental, constitutive failure. The most succinct definition of the reversal constitutive of drive is the moment when, in our engagement in a purposeful activity, activity directed towards some goal, the way towards this goal, the gestures we make to achieve it, start to function as a goal in itself, as its own aim, as something that brings its own satisfaction. This closed loop of circular satisfaction, of the repetitive movement that finds satisfaction in its own circular loop, thus nonetheless relies on the failure to achieve the goal we were aiming at. Drive's self-affection is never fully self-enclosed, it relies on some radically inaccessible X that forever eludes its grasp. The drive's repetition is the repetition of a failure. And, back to German idealism, is not the same failure clearly discernible in the very fundamental structure of Selbstbewusstsein, of self-consciousness? Is it not clear already in Kant that there is transcendental self-consciousness, that I am aware of myself only insofar as I am ultimately inaccessible to myself in my noumenal, transcendent, dimension, as the I or he or it, the thing, that thinks, Kant. So the basic lesson of the transcendental self-consciousness is that it is the very opposite of full self-transparence and self-presence. I am aware of myself, I am compelled to turn reflexively onto myself, only insofar as I can never encounter myself in my noumenal dimension, as the thing I actually am. 77. We can now pinpoint the opposition between the subject of desire and the subject of drive. While the subject of desire is grounded in the constitutive lack, It exists insofar as it is in search of the missing object cause. The subject of drive is grounded in a constitutive surplus, that is to say, in the excessive presence of something that is inherently impossible and should not be here, in our present reality, the thing which, of course, is ultimately the subject itself. The standard heterosexual fatal attraction scene is that of male desire captivated and fascinated by a deadly jouissance feminine. A woman is desubjectivized, caught in the self-enclosed cycle of acephalous drive, ignorant of the fascination she exerts on man, and it is precisely this self-sufficient ignorance which makes her irresistible. The paradigmatic mythical example of this scene, of course, is that of Ulysses captivated by the siren's song, this pure jouissance. What happens, however, when the woman thing herself becomes subjectivized? This, perhaps, is the most mysterious libidinal inversion of all, the moment at which the impossible thing subjectivizes itself. In his short essay on the silence of the sirens, Franz Kafka accomplished such a reversal. His point is that Ulysses was in fact so absorbed in himself, in his own longing, that he did not notice that the sirens did not sing, but just stared at him, transfixed by his image. 78. And again, the crucial point here is that this reversal is not symmetrical. The subjectivity of the subjectivized sirens is not the same as the subjectivity of the male desire transfixed by the irresistible look of the woman thing. When desire subjectivizes itself, when it is subjectively assumed, the flow of words is set in motion, since the subject is finally able to acknowledge it, to integrate it into its symbolic universe. When drive subjectivizes itself, when the subject sees itself as the dreadful thing, this other subjectivization is, on the contrary, signaled by the sudden onset of silence. The idiotic babble of jouissance is interrupted, the subject disengages itself from its flow. The subjectivization of drive is this very withdrawal, this pulling away from the thing that I myself am, this realization that the monster out there is myself. The subject of drive is thus related to the subject of desire, as Oedipus at Colonus is related to the standard Oedipus who unknowingly killed his father and married his mother. He is the subject who got back his own message from the other and was compelled to assume his act, that is, to identify himself as the evil thing he was looking for. Was this recognition reason enough for him to blind himself? It is here that sexual difference is to be taken into account. Perhaps a woman is more able to endure this identification of the core of one's being with the evil thing. In the Louvre, a couple of yards to the left of the Mona Lisa, inconspicuous among much more acclaimed paintings, is Luini's Salome is brought the head of John the Baptist. Bernardino Luini, 1480–1532, a follower of Leonardo in Milan, sentimentalized Leonardo's style. He is known for his series of portraits of the Virgin Mary, painted as a beautiful, somewhat dreamy figure. The surprise of his Salome is that she is portrayed in the same style as his Virgin Mary's. Although the moment depicted is abhorrent, Salome is brought John's head on a platter, and the painting is dominated by the two heads, Salome's and John's, against the dark background. The expression on Salome's face is far from ecstatic. She is not on the verge of embracing the head and kissing it wildly. The finally obtained partial object, a strict equivalent to the bloody head here mentioned in the passage quoted from Hegel's Generale Philosophia. Her expression is rather melancholic, constrained, her gaze fixed on some unspecified distant point. Now that she has got what she was asking for, the finally obtained object is not swallowed but merely encircled, rendered indifferent. Perhaps this painting is the closest one can get to the depiction of the unique moment of the emergence of the subject of drive. 6. Whither Oedipus? The Three Fathers. From the early days of his Complexes Familios, Lacan focused on the historicity of the Oedipus complex itself, as well as of its discovery by Freud. 1. In the modern bourgeois nuclear family, the two functions of the father which were previously separated, that is, embodied in different people, the pacifying ego ideal, the point of ideal identification, and the ferocious superego, the agent of cruel prohibition, the symbolic function of totem and the horror of taboo, are united in one and the same person. The previous separate personification of the two functions accounts for the apparent stupidity of some aborigines who thought that the true father of a child is a stone or an animal or a spirit. The aborigines were well aware that the mother was inseminated by the real father, they merely separated the real father from its symbolic function. The ambiguous rivalry with the father figure, which emerged with the unification of the two functions in the bourgeois nuclear family, created the psychic conditions for modern Western dynamic creative individualism. At the same time, however, it sowed the seeds of the subsequent crisis of Oedipus, or, more generally, with regard to figures of authority as such, of the crisis of investiture that erupted in the late 19th century. Symbolic authority was more and more smeared by the mark of obscenity and thus, as it were, undermined from within. Lacan's point, of course, is that this identity is the truth of the Oedipus complex. It can function normally and accomplish its job of the child's integration into the socio-symbolic order only insofar as this identity remains concealed. The moment it is posited as such, the figure of paternal authority potentially turns into an obscene Joueresseur. The German word is Luder, in whom impotence and excessive rage coincide, a humiliated father caught in imaginary rivalry with his son. Here we have the paradigmatic case of a properly historical dialectic, precisely because Freud was the son of his Victorian times, as many historicist critics of psychoanalysis never tire of repeating, he was able to express its universal feature, which remains invisible in its normal functioning. The other great example of the state of crisis as the only historical moment which allows for an insight into universality is, of course, that of Marx, who articulated the universal logic of the historical development of humanity on the basis of his analysis of capitalism as the excessive, imbalanced, system of production. Capitalism is a contingent monstrous formation whose very normal state is permanent dislocation, a kind of freak of history, a social system caught in the vicious superego cycle of incessant expansion, yet precisely as such, it is the truth of the entire preceding normal history. Point 3. In his early theory of the historicity of the Oedipus complex, Lacan thus already establishes the connection between the psychoanalytic problematic of Oedipus as the elementary form of socialization, of the subject's integration into the symbolic order, and the standard socio-psychological topoi on how modernity is characterized by individualist competitiveness, on how, in modern societies, subjects are no longer fully immersed in, and identified with, the particular social place into which they were born, but can, in principle, at least, move freely between different roles. The emergence of the modern abstract individual who relates to his particular way of life as to something with which he is not directly identified, which, that is, depends on a set of contingent circumstances, this fundamental experience that the particularities of my birth and social status, sex, religion, wealth, etc., do not determine me fully, do not concern my innermost identity, relies on mutation in the functioning of the Oedipus complex, on the unification of the two sides of paternal authority, ego ideal and the prohibitive superego, in one and the same person of the real father described above. Another aspect of this duality is the crucial distinction between the big other qua the symbolic order, the anonymous circuitry which mediates any intersubjective communication and induces an irreducible alienation as the price for entering its circuit, and the subject's impossible relationship to an otherness which is not yet the symbolic big other but the other qua the real thing. The point is that one should not identify this real thing too hastily with the incestuous object of desire rendered inaccessible by symbolic prohibition, i.e. the maternal thing. This thing is, rather, father himself, namely, the obscene father Joueressens prior to his murder and subsequent elevation into the agency of symbolic authority, name of the father. This is why, on the level of mythical narrative, Freud felt the compulsion to supplement the Oedipal myth with another mythical narrative, that of the primordial father, in Totem and Taboo T&T. The lesson of this myth is the exact obverse of that of Oedipus, that is to say, here, far from having to deal with the father who intervenes as the third, the agent who prevents direct contact with the incestuous object, and so sustains the illusion that his annihilation would give us free access to this object, it is the killing of the father thing, the realization of the Oedipal wish, which gives rise to symbolic prohibition. The dead father returns as his name. And what occurs in today's much decried decline of Oedipus, decline of paternal symbolic authority, is precisely the return of figures which function according to the logic of the primordial father, from totalitarian political leaders to the paternal sexual harasser. Why? When the pacifying symbolic authority is suspended, the only way to avoid the debilitating deadlock of desire, its inherent impossibility, is to locate the cause of its inaccessibility in a despotic figure which stands for the primordial jouisseur, we cannot enjoy because he appropriates all enjoyment. We can now see, in what, precisely, consists the crucial shift from Oedipus to TNT. In the Oedipus complex, the parricide and the incest with the mother has the status of the unconscious desire. We, ordinary, male, subjects, all dream about it, since the paternal figure prevents our access to the maternal object, disturbs our symbiosis with it, while Oedipus himself is the exceptional figure, the one who actually did it. In TNT, on the contrary, the parricide is not the object of our dreams, the goal of our unconscious wish. It is, as Freud emphasizes again and again, a prehistoric fact which really had to happen. The murder of the father is an event which had to take place in reality in order for the passage from animal state to culture to take place. Or, to put it in yet another way, in the standard Oedipus myth, Oedipus is the exception who did what we all merely dream about, kill his father, etc., while in TNT we all did it, and this universally shared crime grounded human community. In short, the traumatic event is not something we dream about, entertaining its future prospect, but never really happens and thus, via its postponement, sustains the state of culture, since the realization of this wish, i.e. the consummation of the incestuous link with the mother, would abolish the symbolic distance/prohibition that defines the universe of culture. The traumatic event is, rather, what always already had to happen the moment we are within the order of culture. So how are we to explain that, although we did actually kill the father, the outcome is not the longed-for incestuous union? There, in this paradox, lies the central thesis of TNT, the actual bearer of prohibition. What prevents our access to the incestuous object, is not the living but the dead father, the father who, after his death, returns as his name, that is, as the embodiment of the symbolic law/prohibition. What the matrix of TNT accounts for is thus the structural necessity of the parricide, the passage from direct brutal force to the rule of symbolic authority, of the prohibitory law, is always grounded in a disavowed act of primordial crime. That is the dialectic of you can prove that you love me only by betraying me. The father is elevated into the venerated symbol of law only after his betrayal and murder. This problematic also opens up the vagaries of ignorance, not the subjects, but the big others. The father is dead, but he is not aware of it, that is, he doesn't know that his loving followers have, always already, betrayed him. On the other hand, this means that the father really thinks that he is a father, that his authority emanates directly from his person, not merely from the empty symbolic place he occupies and/or fills. What the faithful follower should conceal from the paternal figure of the leader is precisely this gap between the leader in the immediacy of his personality and the symbolic place he occupies, the gap on account of which father qua effective person is utterly impotent and ridiculous. Exemplary here, of course, is the figure of King Lear, who was confronted violently with this betrayal and the ensuing unmasking of his impotence. Deprived of his symbolic title, he is reduced to a raging old impotent fool. The heretic legend according to which Christ himself ordered Judas to betray him, or at least, let him know his wishes between the lines, is therefore well founded. There, in this necessity of the betrayal of the great man which alone can assure his fame, lies the ultimate mystery of power. The relationship between Michael Collins and Eamon de Valera in the fight for Irish independence illustrates another aspect of this necessity of betrayal. In 1921, de Valera's problem was that he saw the necessity of concluding a deal with the British government, as well as the catastrophic results of the return to a state of war. yet he did not want to conclude this deal himself, and thus take full public responsibility for it, because this would force him to display his impotence, his limitation, publicly. He was well aware that the British government would never concede two key demands: the separate status of the 6 Ulster counties and the renunciation of Ireland as a republic, that is, the recognition of the British king as sovereign over the Commonwealth, and thus also over Ireland. In order to retain his charisma, he had to manipulate another, Collins, into concluding the deal, reserving for himself the freedom to disavow it publicly, while later silently accepting its terms. In this way, the semblance of his charisma would be saved. De Valera himself was heard to say of Collins and other members of the Irish delegation to the London negotiations, "We must have scapegoats." Collins's tragedy was that he readily assumed this role of vanishing mediator, of the subject whose compromising pragmatic stance enables the master to retain his messianic charisma. You might say the trap is sprung, for he wrote after he had agreed to head the London delegation, while after signing the treaty he said, with dark premonition, "I may have signed my actual death warrant." 5. The cliché of the post-revolutionary pragmatic leader who betrays the revolutionary idealist is thus reversed. It is the passionate nationalist idealist, de Valera, who exploits and then betrays the pragmatic realist, the true founding figure. 6. How, however, is this reversal possible? In the TNT matrix, there is still something missing. It is not enough to have the murdered father returning as the agency of symbolic prohibition. In order for this prohibition to be effectual, actually to exert its power, it must be sustained by a positive act of willing. This insight paved the way for the further and last Freudian variation on the Oedipal matrix, the one in Moses and monotheism M&M, in which we are also dealing with two paternal figures. This duality, however, is not the same as the one in TNT. Here, the two figures are not the pre-symbolic obscene/non-castrated father Jourisens and the dead father qua the bearer of symbolic authority, the name of the father, but the old Egyptian Moses, the one who imposed monotheism, who dispensed with old polytheistic superstitions and introduced the notion of a universe determined and ruled by a unique rational order, and the Semitic Moses, who is actually none other than Jehovah, Yahweh, the jealous God who displays vengeful rage when he feels betrayed by his people. In short, M&M reverses the matrix of TNT yet again. The father who is betrayed and killed by his followers/sons is not the obscene primordial father Jourisens but the very rational father who embodies symbolic authority, the figure which personifies the unified rational structure of the universe, Logos. Instead of the obscene primordial pre-symbolic father returning after his murder in the guise of its name, of symbolic authority, we now have the symbolic authority, Logos, betrayed, killed by his followers/sons, and then returning in the guise of the jealous and unforgiving superego figure of God full of murderous rage. 7. It is only here, after this second reversal of the Oedipal matrix, that we reach the well-known Pascalian distinction between the God of philosophers, God qua the universal structure of Logos, identified with the rational structure of the universe, and the God of theologists, the God of love and hate, the inscrutable dark God of capricious irrational predestination. Again, the crucial point is that this God is not the same as the obscene primordial father Jourisur. In contrast to the primordial father endowed with a knowledge of Jourisens, the fundamental feature of this uncompromising God is that he says no to Jourisens. This is a God possessed by ferocious ignorance, la feroce ignorance de Yahweh, by an attitude of I refuse to know, I do not want to hear anything about your dirty and secret ways of Jourisens, a God who banishes the universe of traditional sexualized wisdom, a universe in which there is still a semblance of the ultimate harmony between the big other, the symbolic order, and Jourisens, the notion of macro-cosm as regulated by some underlying sexual tension between male and female principles, yin and yang, light and darkness, earth and heaven. This is the proto-existentialist God whose existence, to apply to him anachronistically Sartre's definition of man, does not simply coincide with his essence, as with the medieval God of St. Thomas Aquinas, but precedes his essence. For that reason, he speaks in tautologies, not only concerning his own quidditas, I am what I am, but also and above all in what concerns logos, the reasons for what he is doing, or, more precisely, for his injunctions, for what he is asking us to do or prohibiting us to do. The inexorable insistence of his orders is ultimately grounded in an it is so because I say it is so. In short, this God is the God of pure will, of the capricious abyss that lies beyond any global rational order of logos, a God who does not have to account for anything he does. In the history of philosophy, this crack in the global rational edifice of the macro-cosm in which the divine will appears was first opened up by Duns Scotus, but it was F.W.J. Schelling to whom we owe the most piercing descriptions of this horrifying abyss of will. Schelling opposed the will to the principle of sufficient reason. Pure willing is always self-identical, it relies only on its own act, I want it because I want it. In his descriptions, radiating an awesome poetic beauty, Schelling emphasizes how ordinary people are horrified when they encounter a person whose behavior displays such an unconditional will. There is something fascinating, properly hypnotic, about it, one is as if bewitched by it. Schelling's emphasis on the abyss of pure willing, of course, targets Hegel's alleged panlogicism. What Schelling wants to prove is that the Hegelian universal logical system is in itself impotent, it is a system of pure potentialities and, as such, in need of the supplementary irrational act of pure will in order to actualize itself. This God is the God who speaks to his followers/sons, to his people. The intervention of voice is crucial here. As Lacan put it in his unpublished seminar on anxiety, 1960-1, the voice, the actual speech act, brings about the passage al act of the signifying network, its symbolic efficiency. This voice is inherently meaningless, nonsensical, even. It is just a negative gesture which gives expression to God's malicious and vengeful anger. All meaning is already there in the symbolic order which structures our universe, but it is precisely as such that it actualizes the purely structural meaning, transforming it into an experience of sense. 9 This, of course, is another way of saying that through this uttering of the voice which manifests his will, God subjectivizes himself. The old Egyptian Moses betrayed and killed by his people was the all-inclusive one of logos, the rational substantial structure of the universe, the writing accessible to those who know how to read the great book of nature, not yet the all-exclusive one of subjectivity who imposes his unconditional will on his creation. And, again, the crucial point not to be missed is that this God, although illogical, capricious, vengeful, irrational, is not the pre-symbolic primordial father jouissance but, on the contrary, the agent of prohibition carried by a ferocious ignorance of the ways of jouissance. The paradox one has to bear in mind here is that this God of groundless willing and ferocious irrational rage is the God who, by means of his prohibition, accomplishes the destruction of the old sexualized wisdom, and thus opens up the space for the desexualized abstract knowledge of modern science. There is objective scientific knowledge, in the modern, post-Cartesian sense of the term, only if the universe of scientific knowledge itself is supplemented and sustained by this excessive, irrational figure of the real Father. In short, Descartes' voluntarism, see his infamous statement that 2 + 2 would be 5 if such were God's will, there are no eternal truths directly consubstantial with divine nature, is the necessary obverse of modern scientific knowledge. Pre-modern Aristotelian and medieval knowledge was not yet objective rational scientific knowledge precisely because it lacked this excessive element of God qua the subjectivity of pure irrational willing. In Aristotle, God directly equals his own eternal rational nature, he is nothing but the logical order of things. The further paradox is that this irrational God as the prohibitory paternal figure also opens up the space for the entire development of modernity, up to the deconstructionist notion that our sexual identity is a contingent socio-symbolic formation. The moment this prohibitory figure recedes, we are back into the Jungian neo-obscurantist notion of the masculine and feminine eternal archetypes which thrives today. This paradox is crucial if we are not to misunderstand completely the gap that separates the proper authority of the symbolic law/prohibition from mere regulation by rules, the domain of symbolic rules, if it is actually to count as such, has to be grounded in some tautological authority beyond rules, which says it is so because I say it is so. Point 10. In short, beyond divine reason there is the abyss of God's will, of his contingent decision which sustains even the eternal truths. Above and beyond opening up the space for modern reflexive freedom, this same gap also opens up the space for modern tragedy. In political terms, the difference between classical tragedy and modern tragedy is the difference between traditional tyranny and modern terror. Point 11. The traditional hero sacrifices himself for the cause, he resists the pressure of the tyrant and accomplishes his duty, cost what it may. As such, he is appreciated, his sacrifice confers on him a sublime aura, his act is inscribed in the register of tradition as an example to be followed. We enter the domain of modern tragedy when the very logic of sacrifice for the thing compels us to sacrifice this thing itself. Therein lies the predicament of Paul Claudel's sign, who is compelled to betray her faith in order to prove her absolute fidelity to God. Sign does not sacrifice her empirical life for what matters to her more than her life, she sacrifices precisely that which is in her more than herself, and thus survives as a mere shell of her former self, deprived of her agilma. We thereby enter the domain of the monstrosity of heroism, when our fidelity to the cause compels us to transgress the threshold of our humanity. Is it not proof of the highest, most absolute faith that, for the love of God, I am ready to lose, to expose to eternal damnation, my eternal soul itself? It is easy to sacrifice one's life with the certainty of thereby redeeming one's eternal soul, how much worse it is to sacrifice one's very soul for God. Perhaps the ultimate historical illustration of this predicament, of the gap which separates the hero, his resistance to tyranny, from the victim of terror, is provided by the Stalinist victim. This victim is not someone who finally learns that communism was an ideological mirage, and becomes aware of the positivity of a simple ethical life outside the ideological cause. The Stalinist victim cannot retreat into a simple ethical life, since he has already forsaken it for his communist cause. This predicament accounts for the impression that although the fate of the victims of the great Stalinist show trials, from Bukharin to Slansky, was horrible beyond description, the properly tragic dimension is missing, that is, they were not tragic heroes, but something more horrible and simultaneously more comical, they were deprived of the very dignity that would confer on their fate its properly tragic dimension. For that reason, Antigone cannot serve as the model for resistance to Stalinist power. If we use her like this, we reduce the Stalinist terror to just another version of tyranny. Antigone maintains the reference to the big other's desire, to accomplish the symbolic ritual and bury her deceased brother properly, as opposed to the tyrant's pseudo-law, the reference which, precisely, is lacking in the Stalinist show trials. In humiliating the victim, the Stalinist terror deprives him of the very dimension which could confer sublime beauty on him. The victim goes beyond a certain threshold, he loses his dignity and is reduced to a pure subject bereft of agilma, destitute, unable to recompose the narrative of his life. Thus terror is not the power of corruption that undermines the ethical attitude from outside, rather, it undermines it from within, by mobilizing and exploiting to its utmost the inherent gap of the ethical project itself, the gap that separates the ethical cause qua real from cause in its symbolic dimension, values, etc., or, to put it in politico-legal terms, the gap that separates the God of the pure act of decision from the God of positive prohibitions and commandments. Does not the Kierkegaardian suspension of the symbolic, ethical also involve a move beyond tragedy? The ethical hero is tragic, whereas the knight of faith dwells in the horrible domain beyond or between the two deaths, since he is ready to sacrifice what is most precious to him, his objet petit, in the case of Abraham, his son. In other words, Kierkegaard's point is not that Abraham is forced to choose between his duty to God and his duty to humanity, such a choice remains simply tragic, but that he has to choose between the two facets of duty to God, and thereby the two facets of God himself, God as universal, the system of symbolic norms, and God as the point of absolute singularity that suspends the dimension of the universal. For this precise reason, Derrida's reading of, Kierkegaard's reading of, Abraham's gesture in Donner la Mort 12, where he interprets Abraham's sacrifice not as a hyperbolic exception but as something which all of us perform again and again, every day, in our most common ethical experience, seems to fall short. According to Derrida, every time we choose to obey a duty to some individual, we neglect, forget, our duty to all others, since tout autre est tout autre, every other person is wholly other. If I attend to my own children, I sacrifice the children of other men. If I help to feed and clothe this other person, I abandon others, and so on. What gets lost in this reduction of Abraham's predicament to a kind of Heideggerian constitutive guild of Dasein which can never use/actualize all its possibilities is the self-referential nature of this predicament. Abraham's deadlock does not lie in the fact that, on behalf of the ultimate tout autre, God, he has to sacrifice another tout autre, his most beloved earthly companion, his son, but, rather, in the fact that, on behalf of his love for God, he has to sacrifice what the very religion grounded in his faith orders him to love. The split is thus inherent in faith itself. It is the split between the symbolic and the real, between the symbolic edifice of faith and the pure, unconditional act of faith. The only way to prove your faith is to betray what this very faith orders you to love. The demise of symbolic efficiency. One can now see why Lacan calls this prohibiting God the real Father as the agent of castration. Symbolic castration is another name for the gap between the big other and jouissance, for the fact that the two can never be synchronized. One can also see in what precise sense perversion enacts the disavowal of castration. The fundamental illusion of the pervert is that he possesses a symbolic knowledge that enables him to regulate his access to jouissance, that is, to put it in more contemporary terms, the pervert's dream is to transform sexual activity into an instrumental purpose-orientated activity that can be projected and executed according to a well-defined plan. So when, today, one speaks of the decline of paternal authority, it is this father, the father of the uncompromising no, who is effectively in retreat. In the absence of his prohibitory no, new forms of the phantasmic harmony between the symbolic order and jouissance can thrive again. This return to the substantial notion of reason as life at the expense of the prohibitory real father is what the so-called New Age holistic attitude is ultimately about, the earth or macrocosm itself. As a living entity, point 13, what these deadlocks indicate is that today, in a sense, the big other no longer exists, but in what sense? One should be very specific about what this non-existence actually amounts to. In a way, it is the same with the big other as it is with God according to Lacan. It is not that God is dead today, God was dead from the very beginning, only he didn't know it. It never existed in the first place, that is, the non-existence of the big other is ultimately equivalent to the fact that the big other is the symbolic order, the order of symbolic fictions which operate on a level different from that of direct material causality. In this sense, the only subject for whom the big other does exist is the psychotic, the one who attributes direct material efficacy to words. In short, the non-existence of the big other is strictly correlative to the notion of belief, of symbolic trust, of credence, of taking what others say at face value. In one of the Marx Brothers films, Groucho Marx, caught in a lie, answers angrily, "Whom do you believe, your eyes or my words?" This apparently absurd logic expresses perfectly the functioning of the symbolic order, in which the symbolic mask mandate matters more than the direct reality of the individual who wears this mask and/or assumes this mandate. This functioning involves the structure of fetishistic disavowal. I know very well that things are the way I see them, that this person is a corrupt weakling, but nonetheless I treat him with respect, since he wears the insignia of a judge, so that when he speaks, it is the law itself which speaks through him. So, in a way, I actually believe his words, not my eyes, that is to say, I believe in another space, the domain of pure symbolic authority, which matters more than the reality of its spokesman. The cynical reduction to reality therefore falls short. When a judge speaks, there is in a way more truth in his words, the words of the institution of law, than in the direct reality of the person of the judge. If one limits oneself to what one sees, one simply misses the point. This paradox is what Lacan is aiming at with his Les non-dupes errant, those who do not let themselves be caught in the symbolic deception/fiction and continue to believe their eyes are the ones who err most. What a cynic who believes only his eyes misses is the efficiency of the symbolic fiction, the way this fiction structures our experience of reality. The same gap is at work in our most intimate relationship with our neighbors. We behave as if we do not know that they also smell bad, secrete excrement, and so on. A minimum of idealization, of fetishizing disavowal, is the basis of our coexistence. And does not the same disavowal account for the sublime beauty of the idealizing gesture discernible from Anne Frank to American communists who believed in the Soviet Union? Although we know that Stalinist communism was an appalling thing, we nevertheless admire the victims of the McCarthy witch hunt who heroically persisted in their belief in communism and support for the Soviet Union. The logic here is the same as that of Anne Frank who, in her diaries, expresses belief in the ultimate goodness of mankind in spite of the horrors perpetrated against Jews in World War II. What makes such an assertion of belief, in the essential goodness of mankind, in the truly human character of the Soviet regime, sublime is the very gap between it and the overwhelming factual evidence against it, that is, the active will to disavow the actual state of things. Perhaps therein lies the most elementary metaphysical gesture, in this refusal to accept the real in its idiocy, to disavow it and to search for another world behind it. Point 14. In his reading of Freud's article on fetishism, Paul Laurent Sound 15 suggests that sexual difference is responsible for two different approaches to the gap between what my eyes tell me and the symbolic fiction, to the gap that separates the visible from the invisible. When a small boy sees a naked girl, he chooses not to believe his eyes, and accept the fact that girls are different. He continues to believe the word, the symbolic fiction, which led him to expect a penis in the girl as well, so he disavows his immediate perception, interprets it as a superficial lure, and starts to search, to form hypotheses that would account for this gap. Girls have a smaller, almost invisible penis, their penis will grow later, it was cut off. In short, the boy's disavowal propels him in the direction of a spontaneous metaphysician, a believer in another world beneath the visible facts. The girl, on the contrary, believes her eyes, she accepts the fact that she does not possess it, so a different set of options is open to her, from the notorious penis envy and the search for substitutes, a child, etc., to the cynical attitude of a fundamental distrust towards the symbolic order. What if male phallic power is a mere semblance? In the history of philosophy, there are three great anecdotal examples of believe my words, not your eyes. Diogenes the Cynic, who refuted the Eleatic thesis that there is no movement by simply taking a walk, and then, as Hegel emphasizes, beat his pupil who applauded the master, that is, believed his eyes more than the words of argumentation. Diogenes' point was that such a direct reference to experience, to what your eyes tell you, does not count in philosophy. The task of philosophy is to demonstrate, by means of argumentation, the truth or untruth of what we see. The medieval story of scholastic monks who discussed how many teeth a donkey has, and were then shocked at the proposal by a younger member of their group that they should simply go to a stall outside their house and count. Finally, the story of Hegel insisting that there are only 8 planets around the Sun even after the discovery of the 9th. Today, with the new digitalized technologies enabling perfectly fake documentary images, not to mention virtual reality, the injunction believe my words, argumentation, not the fascination of your eyes, is more pertinent than ever. That is to say, the logic of whom do you believe, your eyes or my words? That is, of I know very well, but nonetheless. I believe, can function in two different ways, that of the symbolic fiction and that of the imaginary simulacrum. In the case of the efficient symbolic fiction of the judge wearing his insignia, I know very well that this person is a corrupt weakling, but I nonetheless treat him as if I believe that the symbolic big other speaks through him. I disavow what my eyes tell me, and choose to believe the symbolic fiction. In the case of the simulacrum of virtual reality, On the contrary, I know very well that what I see is an illusion generated by digital machinery, but I nonetheless agree to immerse myself in it, to behave as if I believe it. Here, I disavow what my symbolic knowledge tells me, and choose to believe my eyes only. In the history of modern philosophy, the logic of whom do you believe, your eyes or my words, found its strongest expression in Malebranche's occasionalism. Not only is there no sensible proof for occasionalism's central tenet, according to which God is the only causal agent, this tenet is even directly contrary to all sensible experience, which leads us to believe that external objects act directly on our senses, causing sensations in our mind. When Malebranche thus endeavors to convince his readers to believe his words, not their eyes, the central enigma he has to explain is, why did God create the universe in such a way that we, mortal humans, necessarily fall prey to the illusion that sensible objects act directly on our senses? His explanation is moral. If we were to be able to perceive the true state of things directly, we would love God invincibly, through instinct, not on account of our free will and rational insight gained through liberation from the tyranny of our senses. That is, there would be no place for our moral activity, for our struggle to undo the consequences of the fall and regain the lost goodness. Thus Malebranche delineates the contours of the philosophical position which explains man's epistemological limitation, the fact that man's knowledge is limited to phenomena, that the true state of things is out of his reach. By reference to moral grounds, only a being marked by such an epistemological limitation can be a moral being, that is, can acquire goodness as the result of free decision and inner struggle against temptation. This attitude, later adopted by Kant, runs directly against the standard Platonic equation of knowledge and goodness. Evil is the consequence of our ignorance, that is to say, one cannot know the truth and continue to be bad, since the more we know, the closer we are to being good. A certain radical ignorance is the positive condition of our being moral. So what is symbolic efficiency? We all know the old, worn-out joke about the madman who thought he was a grain of corn. After finally being cured and sent home, he returned immediately to the mental institution and explained his panic to the doctor. I met a hen on the road, and I was afraid it would eat me. To the doctor's surprised exclamation, but what's the problem now? You know you're not a grain of corn but a human being who can't be swallowed by a hen. The madman answered, yes, I know I'm no longer a grain of corn, but does the hen? This story, nonsensical at the level of factual reality, where you are either a grain or not, is absolutely sensible if one replaces a grain with some feature that determines my symbolic identity. Do not similar things happen all the time in our dealings with different levels of bureaucracy? Say a high-level office complies with my demand and gives me a higher title. However, it takes some time for the decree to be properly executed and reach the lower-level administration which actually takes care of the benefits from this title, higher salary, etc. We all know the frustration caused by a lower bureaucrat who casts a glance at the decree we confront him with and retorts indifferently, sorry, I haven't been properly informed about this new measure yet, so I can't help you. Isn't this a bit like telling you, sorry, to us you're still a grain of corn, not yet a human being? In short, there is a certain mysterious moment at which a measure or a decree actually becomes operative, registered by the big other of the symbolic institution. The mysterious character of this moment can best be illustrated by a funny thing that happened during the last election campaign in Slovenia, when a member of the ruling political party was approached by an elderly lady from his local constituency, asking him for help. She was convinced that the street number of her house, not the standard 13, but 23, was bringing her bad luck. The moment her house got this new number, due to some administrative reorganization, misfortunes started to afflict her. Burglars broke in, a storm tore the roof off, neighbors began to annoy her, so she asked the candidate to be so kind as to arrange with the municipal authorities for the number to be changed. The candidate made a simple suggestion to the lady. Why didn't she do it alone? Why didn't she simply repaint or replace the plate with the street number herself by, for example, adding another number or letter, say, 23A or 231 instead of 23? The old lady answered, "Oh, I tried that a couple of weeks ago. I myself replaced the old plate with a new one with the number 23A, but it didn't work. My bad luck is still with me. You can't cheat it, it has to be done properly, by the relevant state institution." The it which cannot be duped in this way is the Lacanian big other, the symbolic institution. This, then, is what symbolic efficiency is about. It concerns the minimum of reification on account of which it is not enough for us, all concerned individuals, to know some fact in order to be operative. It, the symbolic institution, must also know/register this fact if the performative consequences of stating it are to ensue. Ultimately this it, of course, can be embodied in the gaze of the absolute big other, God himself. That is to say, do we not encounter exactly the same problem as that of the unfortunate old lady with those Catholics who do not practice direct contraception but have intercourse only on days with no ovulation? Whom do they cheat in this way? As if God cannot read their thoughts and know that they really want to have sex for the mere pleasure of it, with no offspring in mind? The Church has always been extremely sensitive about this gap between mere existence and its proper inscription/registration. Children who died before being christened were not allowed to be buried properly on consecrated ground, since they were not yet properly inscribed into the community of believers. Symbolic efficiency thus concerns the point at which, when the other of the symbolic institution confronts me with the choice of whom do you believe, my word or your eyes, I choose the other's word without hesitation, dismissing the factual testimony of my eyes. 16. The notion of the blockbuster provides an excellent example of the redoubling of the order of positive being in the order of naming, that is, of the symbolic inscription in the big other. First, the term functioned as a direct description of a film which earned a lot of money, then it started to be used to describe a film made as a big production, with the prospect of a huge publicity campaign and big box office receipts. Such a film, of course, can later actually fail at the box office. So, with regard to the two postmans, the Italian Il Postino and the failure with Kevin Costner, it is quite consistent to designate the postman as a failed blockbuster, while Il Postino is not a blockbuster, although it earned a lot more money than the postman. This gap can, of course, also generate rather droll consequences. In the Yugoslavia of the 1970s, the subtitles, as a rule, undertranslated the vulgar expressions that abound in the Hollywood films of the period. Say, when a character on screen says "fuck you up your ass," the subtitle in Slovene read, "go to the devil," or something similarly moderate. In the late 1980s, however, when all censorship barriers came down in Yugoslavia, while Hollywood became slightly more restrained, perhaps under the influence of Reagan-era moral majority pressures, the translators, as if to take revenge for the long years of repression, started to over-translate the vulgar expressions. Say, when a character on screen uttered a simple "go to hell," the subtitle read, "screw your mother down her throat," or something similar. To put it in philosophical terms, symbolic inscription means that the very in itself, the way a thing actually is already there for us, the observers. Take the two dead celebrities, Princess Diana and Mother Teresa. According to the cliché, Diana, even when she was engaged in her charities, was basking in media attention, carefully manipulating mediatic dissemination of the innermost details of her private life, her secret patronage of the Morton biography, while Mother Teresa, a true saint, was silently doing her charitable job outside the media limelight, in the hellish slums of Calcutta. The problem with this opposition, however, is that we all knew about Mother Teresa silently doing her work outside the focus of the media. This, precisely, is what she was famous for. This image of her created by the media is why she was received by heads of state and had a state funeral. So the very opposition between Diana on a shopping spree with her new boyfriend and Mother Teresa taking care of mortally ill beggars in her grey Calcutta hospital is a mediatic opposition par excellence. Here the gap between reality and the order of its symbolic registration is crucial, the gap on account of which symbolic registration is ultimately contingent. Let me mention the recent trend to portray the President of the USA as a brutal murderer, absolute power, murder at 1600. This trend flouts a prohibition that was in force until quite recently. Even a couple of years ago, a film like this would have been unthinkable. It is like the detective in a TV series who, sometime in the 1960s, was no longer required to be a noble figure. He could be a cripple, a gay, a woman. This sudden apperception that the prohibition doesn't matter is crucial. You can have a president who is a murderer, but the presidency still retains its charisma. This does not mean that it was simply like this all the time. It was like this in itself, but not for itself. If one had made a film like Absolute Power in the 1950s, the ideological impact would have been too traumatic. After the shift in the system of symbolic prohibition, the personal honesty of the president no longer matters. The system has accommodated to the change. With every social shift, one should look for this crucial symbolic change. In the hippie era, businessmen could wear jeans, be bearded, and so on, but nevertheless be ruthless profiteers. This moment of change is the crucial moment at which the system restructures its rules in order to accommodate itself to new conditions by incorporating the originally subversive moment. This, then, is the true underlying story beneath the disintegration of the Hays Code of self-censorship in Hollywood. Within a brief span in the 1960s, all of a sudden, everything became possible. The taboos were falling almost day by day. Explicit references to drugs, to the sexual act, to homosexuality, to racial tension, up to the sympathetic portrayal of communists. Nonetheless, the system survived intact. Nothing really changed. Here capitalism is much more flexible than communism, which was unable to afford such radical alleviations. When Gorbachev gradually tried to ease the constraints in order to strengthen the system disintegrated. The big other is thus the order of the lie, of lying sincerely. Take Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky. We all know, or at least surmise, that they did it. Nevertheless, we support Clinton as long as this can be concealed from the big other's gaze. So here we have the paradox of the big other at its purest. The majority of people believe there was something between the two of them. They believe that Clinton was lying when he denied it. Nonetheless, they support him. Although, they assumed that Clinton lied when he denied his sexual affair with that woman, Monica Lewinsky. He lied sincerely, with inner conviction, somehow believing in his very lie, taking it seriously. This paradox itself is to be taken quite seriously, since it designates the key element of the efficiency of an ideological statement. In other words, as long as Clinton's lie is not perceived/registered by the big other, as long as it is possible for him to keep up appearances of presidential dignity, the very fact that we all know, or presume, that he is lying serves as a further ground for the public's identification with him. Not only does the public's awareness that he is lying, and that there actually was something going on between him and Monica Lewinsky, not hurt his popularity, it even actively boosts it. One should never forget that the leader's charisma is sustained by the very features, signs of weakness, of common humanity, that may seem to undermine it. This tension was deftly manipulated and brought to its extreme by Hitler. In his speeches in front of large crowds, he regularly staged the act of losing his cool, of engaging in a hysterical acting out, helplessly shouting and waving his hands, like a spoiled child frustrated by the fact that his demands are not immediately gratified. Again, these very features which seem to contradict the leader's impassioned dignity sustain the crowd's identification with him. All these paradoxes have a fundamental bearing on the way cyberspace affects the subject's symbolic identity. The poor madman who met a hen adopted the attitude of "I know very well that I am a man, but does the big other know it?" In short, he believed that the change in identity had not yet been registered by the big other, that for the big other he was still a grain of corn. Now, let us imagine a rather common case of a shy and inhibited man who, in cyberspace, participates in a virtual community in which he adopts the screen persona of a promiscuous woman. His stance, of course, is that of "I know very well I am really just a shy, modest guy, so why shouldn't I briefly indulge in posing as a promiscuous woman, doing things I could never do in real life?" However, Are things really so simple and straightforward? What if this man's real-life persona, the self he adopts, the way he behaves in his actual social interaction, is a kind of secondary defense formation, an identity he adopts as a mask in order to repress or keep at bay his true inner self, the hardcore of his phantasmic identity, which lies in being a promiscuous woman, and for which he can find an outlet only in his private daydreaming or in anonymous virtual community sexual games. In Seminar 11, Lacan mentions the old Chinese paradox of Chuanzi, who awakens after dreaming that he is a butterfly, and then asks himself, "How do I know I am not a butterfly who is now dreaming that he is a man?" Does not the same hold for our shy virtual community member? Is he not in fact a promiscuous woman dreaming that she is an inhibited man? The temptation to be avoided here is the easy postmodern conclusion that we do not possess any ultimate fixed socio-symbolic identity, but are drifting, more or less freely, among an inconsistent multitude of selves, each of them displaying a partial aspect of one's personality, without any unifying agent guaranteeing the ultimate consistency of this pandemonium. The Lacanian hypothesis of the big other involves the claim that all these different partial identifications are not equivalent in their symbolic status. There is one level at which symbolic efficiency sets in, a level which determines my socio-symbolic position. This level is not that of reality as opposed to the play of my imagination. Lacan's point is not that, behind the multiplicity of phantasmic identities, there is a hard core of some real self. We are dealing with a symbolic fiction, but a fiction which, for contingent reasons that have nothing to do with its inherent nature, possesses performative power, is socially operative, structures the socio-symbolic reality in which I participate. The status of the same person, inclusive of his/her very real features, can appear in an entirely different light the moment the modality of his/her relationship to the big other changes. So the problem today is not that subjects are more dispersed than they were before, in the alleged good old days of the self-identical ego. The fact that the big other no longer exists implies, rather, that the symbolic fiction which confers a performative status on one level of my identity, determining which of my acts will display symbolic efficiency, is no longer fully operative. Perhaps the supreme example of this shift is provided by the recent trends in Christianity. Christianity proper, the belief in Christ's resurrection, is the highest religious expression of the power of symbolic fiction as the medium of universality. The death of the real Christ is sublated in the Holy Spirit, that is, in the spiritual community of believers. This authentic kernel of Christianity, first articulated by St. Paul, is under attack today. The danger comes in the guise of the New Age Gnostic/dualist, mis-reading, which reduces the resurrection to a metaphor of the inner spiritual growth of the individual soul. What is lost thereby is the very central tenet of Christianity, already emphasized by Hegel, the break with the Old Testament logic of sin and punishment, that is, the belief in the miracle of grace which retroactively undoes our past sins. This is the good news of the New Testament, the miracle of the creatio ex nihilo, of a new beginning, of starting a new life from nothing, is possible. Creatio ex nihilo, of course, is feasible only within a symbolic universe, as the establishment of a new symbolic fiction which erases the past one. And the crucial point is that this new beginning is possible only through divine grace. Its impetus must come from outside. It is not the result of man's inner effort to overcome his/her limitations and elevate his/her soul above egotistic material interests. In this precise sense, the properly Christian new beginning is absolutely incompatible with the pagan Gnostic problematic of the purification of the soul. So what is actually at stake in recent New Age pop Gnostic endeavors to reassert a kind of Christ's secret teaching beneath the official Pauline dogma is the effort to undo the event Christ, reducing it to a continuation of the preceding Gnostic lineage. Another important aspect of this Gnostic, reading of Christianity is the growing obsession of popular pseudoscience with the mystery of Christ's alleged tomb and/or progeny, from his alleged marriage with Mary Magdalene. Bestsellers like The Holy Blood and The Holy Grail or The Tomb of God, which focus on the region around Rennes-le-Château in the south of France, weaving into a large coherent narrative the Grail myth, cathars, Templars, Freemasons, these narratives endeavor to supplant the diminishing power of the symbolic fiction of the Holy Spirit, the community of believers, with the bodily real of Christ and / or his descendants. And again, the fact that Christ left his body or bodily descendants behind serves the purpose of undermining the Christian Pauline narrative of resurrection. Christ's body was not actually resurrected, the true message of Jesus was lost with the resurrection. 17 This true message allegedly lies in promoting the path of self-determination, as distinct from obedience to the written word. 18 Redemption results from the soul's inner journey, not from an act of pardon coming from outside, that is, resurrection is to be understood as the inner renewal / rebirth of the soul on its journey of self-purification. Although the advocates of this return of / in the real promote their discovery as the unearthing of the heretic and subversive secret long repressed by the Church as institution, one could counter this claim with the question, what if this very unearthing of the secret is in the service of undoing, of getting rid of the truly traumatic, subversive core of Christian teaching, the skandalon of resurrection and the retroactive forgiveness of sins, that is, the unique character of the event of resurrection. These reversals signal that today, the big other's non-existence has attained a much more radical dimension. What is increasingly undermined is precisely the symbolic trust which persists against all skeptical data. Perhaps the most eye-catching facet of this new status of the non-existence of the big other is the sprouting of committees destined to decide upon the so-called ethical dilemmas which crop up when technological developments ever increasingly affect our life world. 19 Not only cyberspace but also domains as diverse as medicine and biogenetics on the one hand, and the rules of sexual conduct and the protection of human rights on the other, confront us with the need to invent the basic rules of proper ethical conduct. Since we lack any form of big other, any symbolic point of reference that would serve as a safe and unproblematic moral anchor. In all these domains, the difference seems to be irreducible, that is to say, sooner or later we find ourselves in a gray zone whose mist cannot be dispelled by the application of some single universal rule. Here we encounter a kind of counterpoint to the uncertainty principle of quantum physics. There is, for example, a structural difficulty in determining whether some comment was actually a case of sexual harassment or one of racist hate speech. Confronted with such a dubious statement, a politically correct radical a priori tends to believe the complaining victim. If the victim experienced it as harassment, then harassment it was. While a die-hard orthodox liberal tends to believe the accused, if he sincerely did not mean it as harassment, then he should be acquitted. The point, of course, is that this undecidability is structural and unavoidable, since it is the big other, the symbolic network in which victim and offender are both embedded, which ultimately decides on meaning, and the order of the big other is, by definition, open. Nobody can dominate and regulate its effects. That is the problem with replacing aggressive with politically correct expressions. When one replaces short-sighted with visually challenged, one can never be sure that this replacement itself will not generate new effects of patronizing and / or ironic offensiveness, all the more humiliating inasmuch as it is masked as benevolence. The mistake of this politically correct strategy is that it underestimates the resistance of the language we actually speak to the conscious regulation of its effects, especially effects that involve power relations. So to resolve the deadlock, one convenes a committee to formulate, in an ultimately arbitrary way, the precise rules of conduct. It is the same with medicine and biogenetics. At what point does an acceptable and even desirable genetic experiment or intervention turn into unacceptable manipulation? In the application of universal human rights, at what point does the protection of the victim's rights turn into an imposition of Western values? In sexual mores, what is the proper, non-patriarchal procedure of seduction? Not to mention the obvious case of cyberspace, what is the status of sexual harassment in a virtual community? How does one distinguish here between mere words and deeds? The work of these committees is caught in a symptomal vicious cycle. On the one hand, they try to legitimate their decisions by reference to the most advanced scientific knowledge, which, in the case of abortion, tells us that a foetus does not yet possess self-awareness and experience pain, which, in the case of a mortally ill person, defines the threshold beyond which euthanasia is the only meaningful solution. On the other hand, they have to evoke some non-scientific ethical criterion in order to direct and posit a limitation to inherent scientific drive. The key point here is not to confuse this need to invent specific rules with the standard need of phronesis, that is, with the insight, formulated by Aristotle, into how direct application of universal norms to concrete situations is not possible. There is always a need to take into account the twist given to the universal norm by the specific situation. In this standard case, we do have at our disposal some universally accepted sacred text which provides the horizon of our choices, say, the Bible in the Christian tradition, so that the problem of interpretation is to reactualize the text of tradition in each new situation, to discover how this text still speaks to us. Today, it is precisely this universally accepted point of reference which is missing, so that we are thrown into a process of radically open and unending symbolic negotiation and invention without even the semblance of some preceding set of presupposed norms. Or, to put it in Hegelese, when I speak about the rules to be followed, I already presuppose a reflected attitude of strategically adapting myself to a situation by imposing certain rules on myself and others. What gets lost in adopting such an attitude is what Hegel called social substance, the objective spirit as the true substance of my being, which is always already there as the ground on which individuals thrive, although it is kept alive only through the incessant activity of those individuals. So when the proponents of virtual community enthusiastically describe the challenge that cyberspace poses to our capacity for ethical invention, for testing new rules of participation in all aspects of virtual community life, we should always bear in mind that these invented rules supplant the lack of a fundamental law/prohibition. They endeavor to provide the viable frame of interaction for narcissistic post-Oedipal subjects. It is as if the lack of the big other is supplanted by ethical committees, as so many substitute small big others onto which the subject transposes his responsibility and from which he expects to receive a formula that will resolve his deadlock. It is crucial to distinguish between this decline of the symbolic paternal authority and the standard Oedipal gap that forever separates the real person of the father from its symbolic place/function, the fact that the real father always turns out to be an impostor, unable actually to live up to his symbolic mandate. As is well known, there lies the problem of the hysteric. The central figure of his universe is the humiliated father, that is, he is obsessed with the signs of the real father's weakness and failure, and criticizes him incessantly for not living up to his symbolic mandate. Beneath the hysteric's rebellion and challenge to paternal authority there is thus a hidden call for a renewed paternal authority, for a father who would really be a true father and adequately embody his symbolic mandate. Today, however, it is the very symbolic function of the father which is increasingly undermined, that is, which is losing its performative efficiency. For that reason, a father is no longer perceived as one's ego ideal, the more or less failed, inadequate bearer of symbolic authority, but as one's ideal ego, imaginary competitor, with the result that subjects never really grow up, that we are dealing today with individuals in their 30s and 40s who remain, in terms of their psychic economy, immature adolescents competing with their fathers. 20. The Risk Society and its enemies. The fundamental deadlock embodied in the existence of different ethical committees is the focus of the recently popular theory of the Risk Society. 21. The paradigmatic examples of risks to which this theory refers are global warming, the hole in the ozone layer, mad cow disease, the danger of using nuclear power plants as the source of energy, the unforeseen consequences of the application of genetics to agriculture, and so on. All these cases exemplify what are usually referred to as low probability, high consequence risks. No one knows how great the risks are. The probability of the global catastrophe is small. However, if the catastrophe does occur, it will be really terminal. Biologists warn us that the increased use of chemicals in our food and drugs can make the human race extinct, not because of a direct ecological catastrophe, but simply by rendering us infertile. This outcome seems improbable, yet it would be catastrophic. The next crucial feature is that these new threats are so-called manufactured risks. They result from human economic, technological, and scientific interventions into nature, which disrupt natural processes so radically that it is no longer possible to elude the responsibility by letting nature itself find a way to re-establish the lost balance. It is also absurd to resort to a New Age turn against science, since these threats are, for the most part, invisible, undetectable, without the diagnostic tools of science. All today's notions of ecological threat, from the hole in the ozone layer to how fertilizers and chemical food additives are threatening our fertility, are strictly dependent on scientific insight, usually of the most advanced kind. Although the effects of the hole in the ozone layer are observable, their causal explanation through reference to this hole is a scientific hypothesis. There is no directly observable hole up there in the sky. These risks are thus generated by a kind of self-reflexive loop, that is, they are not external risks, like a gigantic comet falling on Earth, but the unforeseen outcome of individuals' technological and scientific endeavor to control their lives and increase their productivity. Perhaps the supreme example of the dialectical reversal by means of which a new scientific insight, instead of simply magnifying our domination over nature, generates new risks and uncertainties is provided by the prospect that, in a decade or two, genetics will not only be able to identify an individual's complete genetic inheritance, but even manipulate individual genes technologically to effect the desired results and changes, to eradicate a tendency towards cancer, and so on. Far from resulting in total predictability and certainty, however, this very radical self-objectivization, the situation in which, in the guise of the genetic formula, I will be able to confront what I objectively am, will generate even more radical uncertainties about what the actual psychosocial effects of such knowledge and its applications will be. What will become of the notions of freedom and responsibility? What will be the unforeseen consequences of meddling with genes? This conjunction of low probability and high consequence makes the standard Aristotelian strategy of avoiding both extremes virtually impossible. It is as if it is impossible today to assume a moderate rational position between scaremongering, ecologists who depict an impending universal catastrophe, and covering up, downplaying the dangers. The downplaying strategy can always emphasize the fact that scaremongering at best takes as certain conclusions which are not fully grounded in scientific observations, while the scaremongering strategy, of course, is fully justified in retorting that once it is possible to predict the catastrophe with full certainty, it will be, by definition, already too late. The problem is that there is no objective scientific or other way to acquire certainty about existence and extent. It is not simply a matter of exploitative corporations or government agencies downplaying the dangers. There is in fact no way to establish the extent of the risk with certainty. Scientists and speculators themselves are unable to provide the final answer. We are bombarded daily by new discoveries which reverse previous common views. What if it turns out that fat really prevents cancer? What if global warming is actually the result of a natural cycle, and we should pump even more carbon dioxide into the atmosphere? There is a priori no proper measure between the excess of scaremongering and the indecisive procrastination of don't let's panic. We don't yet have conclusive results. For example, apropos of global warming, the logic of let us avoid both extremes, the careless further emission of carbon dioxide as well as the quick shutting down of thousands of factories, and proceed gradually is clearly meaningless. Point 22 again, this impenetrability is not simply a matter of complexity, but of reflexivity. The new opaqueness and impenetrability, the radical uncertainty as to the ultimate consequences of our actions, is not due to the fact that we are puppets in the hands of some transcendent global power, fate, historical necessity, the market. On the contrary, it is due to the fact that nobody is in charge, that there is no such power, no other of the other pulling the strings. Opaqueness is grounded in the very fact that today's society is thoroughly reflexive, that there is no nature or tradition providing a firm foundation on which one can rely, that even our innermost impetuses, sexual orientation, etc., are more and more experienced as something to be chosen. How to feed and educate a child, how to proceed in sexual seduction, how and what to eat, how to relax and amuse oneself. All these spheres are increasingly colonized by reflexivity, that is, experienced as something to be learned and decided upon. Is not the ultimate example of reflexivity in today's art the crucial role of the curator? His role is not limited to mere selection. Through his selection, he defines what art is today. That is to say, today's art exhibitions display objects which, at least for the traditional approach, have nothing to do with art, up to human excrement and dead animals. So why is this to be perceived as art? Because what we see is the curator's choice. When we visit an exhibition today, we are thus not directly observing works of art. What we are observing is the curator's notion of what art is. In short, the ultimate artist is not the producer but the curator, his activity of selection. The ultimate deadlock of the risk society lies in the gap between knowledge and decision, between the chain of reasons and the act which resolves the dilemma. In Lacanese, between S2 and S1 there is no one who really knows the global outcome. On the level of positive knowledge, the situation is radically insightable, but we nonetheless have to decide. Of course, this gap was there all the time. When an act of decision grounds itself in a chain of reasons, it always retroactively colors these reasons so that they support this decision. Just think of the believer who is well aware that the reasons for his belief are comprehensible only to those who have already decided to believe. What we encounter in the contemporary risk society, however, is something much more radical, the opposite of the standard forced choice about which Lacan speaks, that is, of a situation in which I am free to choose on condition that I make the right choice, so that the only thing left for me to do is to accomplish the empty gesture of pretending to accomplish freely what is in any case imposed on me. Point 23. In the contemporary risk society, we are dealing with something entirely different. The choice is really free and is, for this very reason, experienced as even more frustrating. We find ourselves constantly in the position of having to decide about matters that will fundamentally affect our lives, but without a proper foundation in knowledge. What Ulrich Beck calls the second enlightenment is thus, with regard to this crucial point, the exact reversal of the aim of the first enlightenment, to bring about a society in which fundamental decisions would lose their irrational character and become fully grounded in good reasons. In a correct insight into the state of things, the second enlightenment imposes on each of us the burden of making crucial decisions which may affect our very survival without any proper foundation in knowledge. All the expert government panels and ethical committees, and so on, are there to conceal this radical openness and uncertainty. Again, far from being experienced as liberating, this compulsion to decide freely is experienced as an anxiety-provoking obscene gamble, a kind of ironic reversal of predestination. I am held accountable for decisions which I was forced to make without proper knowledge of the situation. The freedom of decision enjoyed by the subject of the risk society is not the freedom of someone who can freely choose his destiny, but the anxiety-provoking freedom of someone who is constantly compelled to make decisions without being aware of their consequences. There is no guarantee that the democratic politicization of crucial decisions, the active involvement of thousands of concerned individuals, will necessarily improve the quality and accuracy of decisions, and thus effectively lessen the risks. Here one is tempted to evoke the answer of a devout Catholic to the atheist liberal criticism that they, Catholics, are so stupid as to believe in the infallibility of the Pope. We Catholics at least believe in the infallibility of one and only one person. Does not democracy rely on a much more risky notion that the majority of the people, millions of them, are infallible? The subject thus finds himself in a Kafkaesque situation of being guilty of not even knowing what, if anything, he is guilty of. I am forever haunted by the prospect that I have already made decisions which will endanger me and everyone I love, but I will learn the truth only, if ever, when it is already too late. Here let us recall the figure of Forrest Gump, that perfect vanishing mediator, the very opposite of the master, the one who symbolically registers an event by nominating it, by inscribing it into the big other. Gump is presented as the innocent bystander who, simply by doing what he does, unknowingly sets in motion a shift of historic proportions. When he visits Berlin to play football, and inadvertently throws the ball across the wall, he thereby starts the process which brings down the wall. When he visits Washington and is given a room in the Watergate complex, he notices some strange things going on in the rooms across the yard in the middle of the night, calls the guard, and sets in motion the events which culminated in Nixon's downfall. Is this not the ultimate metaphor for the situation at which the proponents of the notion of risk society aim, a situation in which we are forced to make moves whose ultimate effects are beyond our grasp? In what precise way does the notion of the risk society involve the non-existence of the big other? The most obvious point would be the fact, emphasized again and again by Beck and Giddens, that today we live in a society which comes after nature and tradition. In our active engagement with the world around us, we can no longer rely either on nature as the permanent foundation and resource of our activity. There is always the danger that our activity will disrupt and disturb the stable cycle of natural reproduction, or on tradition as the substantial form of customs that predetermine our lives. However, the break is more radical. Although the dissolution of all traditional links is the standard theme of 19th-century capitalist modernization, repeatedly described by Marx, the all that is solid melts into air theme, the whole point of Marx's analysis is that this unheard-of dissolution of all traditional forms, far from bringing about a society in which individuals run their lives collectively and freely, engenders its own form of anonymous destiny in the guise of market relations. On the one hand, the market does involve a fundamental dimension of risk. It is an impenetrable mechanism which can, in a wholly unpredictable way, ruin the effort of an honest worker and make a sleazy speculator rich. Nobody knows what the final outcome of speculation will be. However, although our acts can have unforeseen and unintended consequences, the notion still persists that they are coordinated by the infamous invisible hand of the market, the basic premise of free market ideology. Each of us pursues his/her particular interests, and the ultimate result of this clash and interaction of the multiplicity of individual acts and conflicting intentions is global welfare. In this notion of the cunning of reason, the big other survives as the social substance in which we all participate by our acts, as the mysterious spectral agency that somehow re-establishes the balance. The fundamental Marxist idea, of course, is that this figure of the big other, of the alienated social substance, that is, the anonymous market as the modern form of fate, can be superseded, and social life brought under the control of humanity's collective intellect. In this way, Marx remained within the confines of the first modernization, which aimed at the establishment of a self-transparent society regulated by the collective intellect. No wonder this project found its perverted realization in actually existing socialism, which, despite the extreme uncertainty of an individual's fate, at least in the times of paranoiac political purges, was perhaps the most radical attempt to suspend the uncertainty that pertains to capitalist modernization. Real socialism's modest appeal is best exemplified by the election slogan of Slobodan Milosevic's Socialist Party in the first free elections in Serbia: "With us, there is no uncertainty." Although life was poor and drab, there was no need to worry about the future. Everyone's modest existence was guaranteed. The party took care of everything, that is, all decisions were made by them. Despite their contempt for the regime, people nonetheless half-consciously trusted them, relied on them, believed that there was somebody holding all the reins and taking care of everything. There was actually a perverse kind of liberation in this possibility of shifting the burden of responsibility onto the other. In her report on a voyage through post-communist Poland, the country of her youth, Eva Hoffman relates how the infamous desolate grayness of the socialist environs, with depressing concrete buildings on broad streets without posters or neon lights, looked different, even more oppressive, in 1990. I know this grayness, I even used to love it, as part of the mood and weather with which one grew up here, and which sank into the bones with a comforting melancholy. Why, then, does it seem so much more desolate than before? I guess I'm looking at it with different antennae, without the protective filters of the system, which was the justification, the explanation for so much, even for the gray. Indeed, the drabness was partly their doing, a matter not only of economics but of deliberate puritanism. now this neighborhood is just what it is, bareness stripped of significance. 24. What we have here is the perversely liberating aspect of alienation in actually existing socialism. Reality was not really ours, the ordinary people's, it belonged to them, the party nomenclatura, its grayness bore witness to their oppressive rule and, paradoxically, this made it much easier to endure life. Jokes could be told about everyday troubles, about the lack of ordinary objects like soap and toilet paper, although we suffered the material consequences of these troubles. The jokes were at their expense, we told them from an exempt, liberated position. Now, with them out of power, we are suddenly and violently compelled to assume this drab grayness. It is no longer theirs, it is ours. What happens today, with the postmodern risk society, is that there is no invisible hand whose mechanism, blind as it may be, somehow re-establishes the balance, no other scene in which the accounts are properly kept, no fictional other place in which, from the perspective of the Last Judgment, our acts will be properly located and accounted for. Not only do we not know what our acts will in fact amount to, there is even no global mechanism regulating our interactions. This is what the properly postmodern non-existence of the big other means. Foucault spoke of the strategies without subject that power uses in its reproduction. Here we have almost the exact opposite, subjects caught in the unpredictable consequences of their acts, but no global strategy dominating and regulating their interplay. Individuals who are still caught in the traditional modernist paradigm are desperately looking for another agency which one could legitimately elevate into the position of the subject supposed to know, and which would somehow guarantee our choice. Ethical committees, the scientific community itself, government authority, up to the paranoiac big other, the secret invisible master of conspiracy theories. So what is wrong with the theory of the risk society? Does it not fully endorse the non-existence of the big other, and draw all ethico-political consequences from this? The problem is that, paradoxically, this theory is simultaneously too specific and too general, with all its emphasis on how the second modernization forces us to transform old notions of human agency, social organization, and so on, up to the most intimate ways of relating to our sexual identity. The theory of the risk society nevertheless underestimates the impact of the emerging new societal logic on the very fundamental status of subjectivity. On the other hand, in conceiving of risk and manufactured uncertainty as a universal feature of contemporary life, this theory obfuscates the concrete socio-economic roots of these risks. And it is my contention that psychoanalysis and Marxism, as a rule dismissed by theorists of the risk society as outdated expressions of the first-wave modernization, the fight of the rational agency to bring the impenetrable unconscious to light, the idea of a self-transparent society controlled by the common intellect, can contribute to a critical clarification of these 2 points. The Unbehagen in the risk society. Psychoanalysis is neither a theory which bemoans the disintegration of the old modes of traditional stability and wisdom, locating in them the cause of modern neuroses and compelling us to discover our roots in old archaic wisdom or profound self-knowledge, the Jungian version, nor just another version of reflexive modern knowledge teaching us how to penetrate and master the innermost secrets of our psychic life. What psychoanalysis focuses on, its proper object, consists, rather, in the unexpected consequences of the disintegration of traditional structures that regulated libidinal life. Why does the decline of paternal authority and fixed social and gender roles generate new anxieties, instead of opening up a brave new world of individuals engaged in the creative care of the self, enjoying the perpetual process of shifting and reshaping their fluid multiple identities? What psychoanalysis can do is to focus on the Unbehagen in the risk society, on the new anxieties generated by the risk society, which cannot be simply dismissed as the result of the tension or gap between the subjects sticking to the old notions of personal responsibility and identity, like fixed gender roles and the family structure, and the new situation of fluid, shifting identities and choices. What the advent of the risk society affects is not simply tradition or some other reliable symbolic frame of reference, but the symbolic institution itself in the much more fundamental sense of the functioning of the symbolic order. With the advent of the risk society, the performative dimension of symbolic trust and commitment is potentially undermined. The problem with theorists of the risk society is thus that they underestimate the radical character of this change, with all their insistence on how, in today's risk society, reflexivity is universalized, so that nature and tradition no longer exist. In all their talk about the Second Enlightenment doing away with the naive certainties of the first wave of modernization, they leave intact the subject's fundamental mode of subjectivity. Their subject remains the modern subject, able to reason and reflect freely, to decide on and select his/her set of norms, and so on. Here, the error is the same as that of feminists who want to do away with the Oedipus complex, and so on, and nevertheless expect the basic form of subjectivity that was generated by the Oedipus complex, the subject free to reason and decide, etc., to survive intact. In short, what if it is not the postmodern pessimists who come to their catastrophic conclusion because they measure the new world with old standards? What if, on the contrary, it is theorists of the risk society themselves who unproblematically rely on the fact that, in the conditions of the disintegration of symbolic trust, the reflexive subject of the Enlightenment somehow, inexplicably, survives intact? This disintegration of the big other is the direct result of universalized reflexivity. Notions like trust all rely on a minimum of non-reflected acceptance of the symbolic institution. Ultimately, trust always involves a leap of faith. When I trust somebody, I trust him because I simply take him at his word, not for rational reasons which tell me to trust him. To say I trust you because I have decided, upon rational reflection, to trust you, involves the same paradox as the statement having weighed up the reasons for and against, I decided to obey my father. Symptomatic of this disintegration of fundamental trust is the recent rise of a U.S. Christian revival group that quite adequately calls itself the Promise Keepers. Their plea is a desperate appeal to men to assume again their symbolic mandate of responsibility, of the burden of decision, against the weak and hysterical female sex unable to cope with the stresses of contemporary life. The point to be made against this is not only that we are dealing with the conservative patriarchal reinscription of the sexual difference, weak hysterical women versus men whose word should again become their bond, but that the way in which this very explicit emphasis on promises to be kept is already part of a hysterical economy, a trust which has to be reasserted in this public ritualized way, as it were, undermines its own credentials. The inability of risk society theory to take all the consequences of global reflexivization into account is clearly discernible in its treatment of the family. This theory is right to emphasize how the relationship between parents and children in the traditional family was the last bastion of legal slavery in our Western societies. A large stratum of society, minors, were denied full responsibility and autonomy, and retained in a slave status with regard to their parents, who controlled their lives and were responsible for their acts. With reflexive modernization, children themselves are treated as responsible subjects with freedom of choice. In divorce procedures, they are allowed to influence the decision on which of the two parents they will live with. They can start a court procedure against their parents if they feel that their human rights have been violated, etc. In short, parenthood is no longer a natural substantial notion, but becomes in a way politicized. It turns into another domain of reflexive choice. However, is not the obverse of this reflexivization of family relations, in which the family loses its character of immediate substantial entity whose members are not autonomous subjects, the progressive familialization of public professional life itself? Institutions which were supposed to function as an antidote to the family start to function as surrogate families, allowing us somehow to prolong our family dependence and immaturity. Schools, even universities, increasingly assume therapeutic functions, corporations provide a new family home, and so on. The standard situation in which, after the period of education and dependency, I am allowed to enter the adult universe of maturity and responsibility is thus doubly turned around. As a child I am already recognized as a mature responsible being, and, simultaneously, my childhood is prolonged indefinitely, that is, I am never really compelled to grow up, since all the institutions which follow the family function as ersatz families, providing caring surroundings for my narcissistic endeavors. In order to grasp all the consequences of this shift, one would have to return to Hegel's triad of family, civil society, free interaction of individuals who enjoy their reflexive freedom, and state. Hegel's construction is based on the distinction between the private sphere of family and the public sphere of civil society, a distinction which is vanishing today, insofar as family life itself becomes politicized, is turning into part of the public domain. On the other hand, public professional life becomes familialized, that is, subjects participate in it as members of a large family, not as responsible mature individuals. So the problem here is not patriarchal authority and the emancipatory struggle against it, as most feminists continue to claim. The problem, rather, is the new forms of dependency that arise from the very decline of patriarchal symbolic authority. It was Max Horkheimer, in his study on authority and family in the 1930s, who drew attention to the ambiguous consequences of the gradual disintegration of paternal authority in modern capitalist society. Far from being simply the elementary cell and generator of authoritarian personalities, the modern nuclear family was simultaneously the structure that generated the autonomous critical subject able to confront the predominant social order on account of his/her ethical convictions, so that the immediate result of the disintegration of paternal authority is also the rise of what sociologists call the conformist other-orientated personality. 25 Today, with the shift towards the narcissistic personality, this process is even stronger, and has entered a new phase. With regard to the postmodern constellation, or to what the theorists of the risk society call reflexive modernization characteristic of the second modernity and/or the second enlightenment, perhaps their over-insistent emphasis on how they are opposed to postmodernism is to be read as a disavowal of their unacknowledged proximity to it. 26, in which patriarchy is fatally undermined, so that the subject experiences himself as freed from any traditional constraints, lacking any internalized symbolic prohibition, bent on experimenting with his life and on pursuing his life project, and so on. We have therefore to raise the momentous question of the disavowed passionate attachments which support the new reflexive freedom of the subject delivered from the constraints of nature and/or tradition. What if the disintegration of the public, patriarchal, symbolic authority is paid for, or counterbalanced, by an even stronger disavowed passionate attachment to subjection? As, among other phenomena, the growth of sadomaso-lesbian couples where the relationship between the two women follows the strict and severely enacted master-slave matrix seems to indicate, the one who gives the orders is the top, the one who obeys is the bottom, and in order to become the top one has to go through an arduous process of apprenticeship. While it is wrong to read this top/bottom duality as a sign of direct identification with the male aggressor, it is no less wrong to perceive it as a parodic imitation of patriarchal relations of domination. We are dealing, rather, with the genuine paradox of the freely chosen master/slave form of coexistence which provides a deep libidinal satisfaction. Thus the standard situation is reversed. We no longer have the public order of hierarchy, repression, and severe regulation, subverted by secret acts of liberating transgression, as when we laugh at our pompous master privately, behind his back. On the contrary, we have public social relations among free and equal individuals, where the passionate attachment to some extreme form of strictly regulated domination and submission becomes the secret transgressive source of libidinal satisfaction. The obscene supplement to the public sphere of freedom and equality. The rigidly codified master/slave relationship turns up as the very form of inherent transgression of subjects living in a society in which all forms of life are experienced as a matter of the free choice of a lifestyle. And this paradoxical reversal is the proper topic of psychoanalysis. Psychoanalysis deals not with the severe authoritarian father who forbids you to enjoy, but with the obscene father who enjoins you to enjoy, and thus renders you impotent or frigid much more effectively. The unconscious is not secret resistance against the law, the unconscious is the prohibitive law itself. So the answer of psychoanalysis to the risk society topos of the global reflexivization of our lives is not that there is nonetheless some pre-reflexive substance called the unconscious which resists reflexive mediation. The answer is to emphasize another mode of reflexivity that is neglected by theorists of the risk society, the reflexivity at the very core of the Freudian subject. This reflexivity spoils the game of the postmodern subject free to choose and reshape his identity. As we have already seen, there are numerous variations on this reflexivity in psychoanalysis. In hysteria, the impossibility of satisfying desire is reflexively inverted into the desire for non-satisfaction, the desire to maintain desire itself unsatisfied. In obsessional neurosis, we are dealing with the reversal of the repressive regulation of desire into the desire for regulation, this masochistic reflexive turn, through which the repressive regulatory procedures themselves are libidinally invested and function as a source of libidinal satisfaction, provides the key to how power mechanisms function. Regulatory power mechanisms remain operative only insofar as they are secretly sustained by the very element they endeavor to repress. Perhaps the ultimate example of the universalized reflexivity of our lives, and thereby of the retreat of the big other, the loss of symbolic efficiency, is a phenomenon known to most psychoanalysts today, the growing inefficiency of psychoanalytic interpretation. Traditional psychoanalysis still relied on a substantial notion of the unconscious as the non-reflected dark continent, the impenetrable decentered substance of the subject's being to be arduously penetrated, reflected, mediated, by interpretation. Today, however, the formations of the unconscious, from dreams to hysterical symptoms, have definitely lost their innocence, the free associations of a typical educated analyst and consist for the most part of attempts to provide a psychoanalytic explanation of their disturbances, so that one is quite justified in saying that we have not only Jungian, Kleinian, Lacanian, interpretations of the symptoms, but symptoms which are themselves Jungian, Kleinian, Lacanian, that is, whose reality involves implicit reference to some psychoanalytic theory. The unfortunate result of this global reflexivization of interpretation, everything becomes interpretation, the unconscious interprets itself, is, of course, that the analyst's interpretation loses its performative symbolic efficiency and leaves the symptom intact in its idiotic jouissance. In other words, what happens in psychoanalytic treatment is similar to the paradox, already noted, of a neo-Nazi skinhead who, when really pressed to give the reasons for his violence, suddenly starts to talk like social workers, sociologists, and social psychologists, quoting diminished social mobility, rising insecurity, the disintegration of paternal authority, lack of maternal love in his early childhood, when the big other qua the substance of our social being disintegrates, the unity of practice and its inherent reflection disintegrates into raw violence and its impotent, inefficient interpretation. This impotence of interpretation is also one of the necessary obverse of the universalized reflexivity hailed by risk society theorists. It is as if our reflexive power can flourish only insofar as it draws its strength from and relies on some minimal pre-reflexive substantial support which eludes its grasp, so that its universalization is paid for by its inefficiency, that is, by the paradoxical re-emergence of the brute real of irrational violence, impermeable and insensitive to reflexive interpretation. And the tragedy is that, faced with this deadlock of the inefficiency of their interpretative interventions, even some psychoanalysts who otherwise resist the obvious false solution of abandoning the domain of psychoanalysis proper and taking refuge in biochemistry or body training are tempted to take the direct way of the real. They emphasize that since the unconscious is already its own interpretation, all the psychoanalyst can do is act, so, instead of the patient acting, say, producing acts monks, and the analyst interpreting the patient's acts, we get a patient interpreting and his analyst introducing a cut into this flow of interpretation with an act, say, of closing the session. Point 27. So, in terms of the Frankfurt School, the choice we are facing apropos of the second modernity is again that between Adorno/Horkheimer and Habermas. Habermas's crucial break with Adorno and Horkheimer is to reject their fundamental notion of the dialectic of enlightenment. For Habermas, phenomena like totalitarian political regimes or the so-called alienation of modern life are ultimately generated not by the inherent dialectics of the very project of modernity and enlightenment, but by its non-consequent realization, they bear witness to the fact that modernity remained an unfinished project. In contrast, Adorno and Horkheimer remain faithful to the old Hegelian and Marxist dialectical procedure of reading the troubling excess that occurs in the realization of some global project as the symptomal point at which the truth of the entire project emerges. The only way to reach the truth of some notion or project is to focus on where this project went wrong. It's the political economy, stupid. As for the socio-economic relations of domination that go with the postmodern constellation, the public image of Bill Gates is worthy of some comment. 28 What matters is not factual accuracy, is Gates really like that, but the very fact that a certain figure started to function as an icon, filling some phantasmic slot. If the features do not correspond to the true Gates, they are all the more indicative of the underlying phantasmic structure. Gates is not only no longer the patriarchal father, master, he is also no longer the corporate big brother running a rigid bureaucratic empire, dwelling on the inaccessible top floor, guarded by a host of secretaries and deputies. He is, rather, a kind of little brother. His very ordinariness functions as the indication of its opposite, of some monstrous dimension so uncanny that it can no longer be rendered public in the guise of symbolic title. What we encounter here, most violently, is the deadlock of the double who is simultaneously like ourselves and the harbinger of an uncanny, properly monstrous dimension. Indicative of this is the way title pages, drawings, or photo montages present Gates, as an ordinary guy, whose devious smile nonetheless implies a wholly different underlying dimension of monstrosity beyond representation which threatens to shatter his ordinary guy image. 29 In this respect, it is also a crucial feature of Gates as icon that he is, perceived as, the exacer who made it. One should confer on the term hacker all its subversive / marginal / anti-establishment connotations of those who want to disturb the smooth functioning of large bureaucratic corporations. At the phantasmic level, the underlying notion here is that Gates is a subversive marginal hooligan who has taken over and dresses himself up as a respectable chairman. In Bill Gates, the little brother, the average ugly guy, thus coincides with and contains the figure of the evil genius who aims for total control of our lives. In old James Bond movies this evil genius was still an eccentric figure, dressed up extravagantly or in a proto-communist Maoist grey uniform. In the case of Gates, this ridiculous charade is no longer needed. The evil genius turns out to be the obverse of the ordinary guy next door. In other words, what we encounter in the icon of Bill Gates is a kind of reversal of the theme of the hero endowed with supernatural powers, but in his everyday life a common, confused, clumsy guy, Superman, who in his ordinary existence is a clumsy bespectacled journalist. Here it is the bad guy who is characterized by this kind of split. 30 The ordinariness of Bill Gates is thus not of the same order as the emphasis on the so-called ordinary human features of the traditional patriarchal master. The fact that this traditional master never lived up to his mandate, that he was always imperfect, marked by some failure or weakness, not only did not impede his symbolic authority, but even served as its support, bringing home the constitutive gap between the purely formal function of symbolic authority and the empirical individual who occupies its post. In contrast to this gap, Bill Gates's ordinariness points to a different notion of authority, that of the obscene superego that operates in the real. There is an old European fairy tale theme of diligent dwarves, usually controlled by an evil magician, who during the night, while people are asleep, emerge from their hiding place and accomplish their work, put the house in order, cook the meals. So that when people wake up in the morning, they find their work magically done. This theme persists through Richard Wagner's Rheingold, the Nibelungs who work in their underground caves, driven by their cruel master, the dwarf Alberich, to Fritz Lang's Metropolis, in which the enslaved industrial workers live and work deep beneath the earth's surface to produce wealth for the ruling capitalists. This matrix of underground slaves dominated by a manipulative evil master brings us back to the old duality of the two modes of the master, the public symbolic master and the secret evil magician who actually pulls the strings and does his work during the night. Are not the two Bills who now run the USA, Clinton and Gates, the ultimate exemplifications of this duality? When the subject is endowed with symbolic authority, he acts as an appendix to his symbolic title, that is to say, it is the big other, the symbolic institution, which acts through him. Recall our previous example of a judge, who may be a miserable and corrupt person, but the moment he puts on his robe and other insignia, his words are the words of the law itself. On the other hand, the invisible master, whose paradigmatic case is the anti-Semitic figure of the Jew who, invisible to the public eye, pulls the strings of social life, is a kind of uncanny double of public authority. He has to act in shadow, irradiating a phantom-like, spectral omnipotence. 31. This, then, is the conclusion to be drawn from the Bill Gates icon, how the disintegration of the patriarchal symbolic authority, of the name of the Father, gives rise to a new figure of the Master who is simultaneously our common peer, our fellow creature, our imaginary double, and, for this very reason, phantasmically endowed with another dimension of the evil genius. In Lacanian terms, the suspension of the ego ideal, of the feature of symbolic identification, that is, the reduction of the master to an imaginary ideal, necessarily gives rise to its monstrous obverse, to the superego figure of the omnipotent evil genius who controls our lives. In this figure, the imaginary, semblance, and the real, of paranoia, overlap, owing to the suspension of the proper symbolic efficiency. The point of insisting that we are dealing with Bill Gates as an icon is that it would be mystifying to elevate the real Gates into a kind of evil genius who masterminds a plot to achieve global control over us all. Here, more than ever, it is crucial to remember the lesson of the Marxist dialectic of fetishization, the reification of relations between people, the fact that they assume the form of phantasmagorical relations between things, is always redoubled by the apparently opposite process, by the false personalization, psychologization, of what are in fact objective social processes. It was in the 1930s that the first generation of Frankfurt School theoreticians drew attention to how, at the very moment when global market relations started to exert their full domination, making the individual producer's success or failure dependent on market cycles totally out of control, the notion of a charismatic business genius reasserted itself in spontaneous capitalist ideology, attributing the success or failure of a businessman to some mysterious sais qua which he possesses. 32 And does not the same hold even more today, when the abstraction of market relations that run our lives is brought to an extreme? The book market is overflowing with psychological manuals advising us on how to succeed, how to outdo our partner or competitor, in short, making our success dependent on our proper attitude. So, in a way, one is tempted to reverse Marx's famous formula: in contemporary capitalism, the objective market relations between things tend to assume the phantasmagorical form of pseudo-personalized relations between people. No, Bill Gates is no genius, good or bad, he is just an opportunist who knew how to seize the moment and, as such, the result of the capitalist system run amok. The question is not how did Gates do it, but how is the capitalist system structured, what is wrong with it, that an individual can achieve such disproportionate power. A phenomenon like that of Bill Gates thus seems to indicate its own solution. Once we are dealing with a gigantic global network formally owned by a single individual or corporation, is it not a fact that ownership becomes, in a way, irrelevant to its functioning? There is no longer any worthwhile competition, profit is guaranteed, so that it becomes possible simply to cut off this head and to socialize the entire network without greatly disturbing its functioning? Does not such an act amount to a purely formal conversion that simply brings together what, de facto, already belongs together, the collective of individuals and the global communicational network they are all using, and which thus forms the substance of their social lives? This already brings us to the second aspect of our critical distance towards risk society theory, the way it approaches the reality of capitalism. Is it not that, on closer examination, its notion of risk indicates a narrow and precisely defined domain in which risks are generated, the domain of the uncontrolled use of science and technology in the conditions of capitalism? The paradigmatic case of risk, which is not simply one among many but risk as such, is that of a new scientific technological invention put to use by a private corporation without proper public democratic debate and control, then generating the specter of unforeseen catastrophic long-term consequences. However, is not this kind of risk rooted in the fact that the logic of market and profitability is driving privately owned corporations to pursue their course and use scientific and technological innovations, or simply expand their production, without actually taking account of the long-term effects of such activity on the environment, as well as the health of humankind itself? Thus, despite all the talk about a second modernity which compels us to leave the old ideological dilemmas of left and right, of capitalism versus socialism, and so on, behind, is not the conclusion to be drawn that in the present global situation, in which private corporations outside public political control are making decisions which can affect us all, even up to our chances of survival, the only solution lies in a kind of direct socialization of the productive process, in moving towards a society in which global decisions about the fundamental orientation of how to develop and use productive capacities at the disposal of society would somehow be made by the entire collective of the people affected by such decisions. Theorists of the risk society often evoke the need to counteract the reign of the depoliticized global market with a move towards radical repoliticization, which will take crucial decisions away from state planners and experts and put them into the hands of the individuals and groups concerned themselves, through the revitalization of active citizenship, broad public debate, and so on. However, they stop short of putting in question the very basics of the anonymous logic of market relations. And global capitalism, which imposes itself today more and more as the neutral real accepted by all parties and, as such, more and more depoliticized. 33. Two recent English films, both stories about the traumatic disintegration of old-style working-class male identity, express two opposing versions of this deadlock of depoliticization. Brast Off focuses on the relationship between real political struggle, the miners' struggle against threatened pit closures legitimized in terms of technological progress, and the idealized symbolic expression of the miners' community, their brass band. At first, the two aspects seem to be opposed. To the miners caught up in the struggle for economic survival, the only music matters attitude of their old bandmaster dying of lung cancer looks like a vain fetishized insistence on the empty symbolic form deprived of its social substance. Once the miners lose their political struggle, however, the music matters attitude, their insistence on playing and participating in a national competition, turns into a defiant symbolic gesture, a proper act of asserting fidelity to their political struggle. As one of them puts it, when there's no hope, there are only principles to follow. In short, the act occurs when we reach this crisscross or, rather, short circuit of levels, so that insistence on the empty form itself, will continue playing in our brass band, whatever happens, becomes the sign of fidelity to the content, to the struggle against the closures, for the continuation of the miners' way of life. The miners' community belongs to a tradition condemned to disappear. Nonetheless, it is precisely here that one should avoid the trap of accusing the miners of standing for the old reactionary male chauvinist working-class way of life. The principle of community discernible here is well worth fighting for, and should by no means be left to the enemy. The Full Monty, our second example, is, like Dead Poets Society or City Lights, one of those films whose entire narrative line moves towards its final climactic moment, in this case, the 5 unemployed men's Full Monty appearance in the striptease club. Their final gesture, going to the end, revealing their penises to the packed hall, involves an act which, although in a way opposite to that of Brast Off, ultimately amounts to the same thing, to the acceptance of the loss. The heroism of the final gesture in the Full Monty is not that of persisting in the symbolic form, playing in the band, when its social substance disintegrates, but, on the contrary, of accepting what, from the perspective of the male working class ethic, cannot but appear as the ultimate humiliation, readily giving away false male dignity. Recall the famous bit of dialogue near the beginning, when one of the heroes says that after seeing women urinating in a standing position, he finally understands that they are lost, that their, men's, time is over. The tragicomic dimension of their predicament lies in the fact that the carnivalesque spectacle, of stripping, is performed not by the usual well-endowed striptease dancers but by ordinary decent and shy middle-aged men who are definitely not beautiful. Their heroism is that they agree to perform the act, although they are aware that their physical appearance is not appropriate to it. This gap between the performance and the obvious inappropriateness of the performers confers on the act its properly sublime dimension. From the vulgar amusement of stripping, their act becomes a kind of spiritual exercise in abandoning false pride. Although the oldest among them, their ex-foreman, is informed, just prior to their show, that he has got a new job, he nevertheless decides to join his mates in the act out of fidelity. The point of the show is thus not merely to earn the much-needed money, but a matter of principle. What one should bear in mind, however, is that both acts, that of Brastoff and that of the full Monty, are the acts of losers, that is to say, two modes of coming to terms with the catastrophic loss, insisting on the empty form as fidelity to the lost content. When there's no hope, only principles remain, heroically renouncing the last vestiges of false narcissistic dignity and accomplishing the act for which one is grotesquely inadequate. And the sad thing is that, in a way, this is our situation today, after the breakdown of the Marxist notion that capitalism itself generates the force that will destroy it in the guise of the proletariat. None of the critics of capitalism, none of those who describe so convincingly the deadly vortex into which the so-called process of globalization is drawing us, has any well-defined notion of how we can get rid of capitalism. In short, I am not preaching a simple return to the old notions of class struggle and socialist revolution. The question of how it is really possible to undermine the global capitalist system is not a rhetorical one. Maybe it is not really possible, at least not in the foreseeable future. So there are two attitudes: either today's left nostalgically engages in the ritualistic incantation of old formulas, be it those of revolutionary communism or those of welfare state reformist social democracy, dismissing all talk of new postmodern society as empty fashionable prattle that obfuscates the harsh reality of today's capitalism, or it accepts global capitalism as the only game in town, and follows the double tactics of promising the employees that the maximum possible welfare state will be maintained, and the employers that the rules of the global capitalist game will be fully respected and the employees' irrational demands firmly censored. So, in today's leftist politics, we seem in effect to be reduced to the choice between the solid orthodox attitude of proudly, out of principle, sticking to the old, communist or social democratic, tune, although we know its time has passed, and the new labor radical center attitude of going the full Monty in stripping, getting rid of the last vestiges of proper leftist discourse. Paradoxically, the ultimate victim of the demise of really existing socialism was thus its great historical opponent throughout most of our century, reformist social democracy itself. The big news of today's post-political age of the end of ideology is thus the radical depoliticization of the sphere of the economy, the way the economy functions, the need to cut social welfare, etc., is accepted as a simple insight into the objective state of things. However, as long as this fundamental depoliticization of the economic sphere is accepted, all the talk about active citizenship, about public discussion leading to responsible collective decisions, and so on, will remain limited to the cultural issues of religious, sexual, ethnic, and other way of life differences, without actually encroaching upon the level at which long-term decisions that affect us all are made. In short, the only way effectively to bring about a society in which risky long-term decisions would ensue from public debate involving all concerned is some kind of radical limitation of capital's freedom, the subordination of the process of production to social control, the radical repoliticization of the economy. That is to say, if the problem with today's post-politics, administration of social affairs, is that it increasingly undermines the possibility of a proper political act, this undermining is directly due to the depoliticization of economics, to the common acceptance of capital and market mechanisms as neutral tools/procedures to be exploited. We can now see why today's post-politics cannot attain the properly political dimension of universality, because it silently precludes the sphere of economy from politicization. The domain of global capitalist market relations is the other scene of the so-called repoliticization of civil society advocated by the partisans of identity politics and other postmodern forms of politicization. All the talk about new forms of politics bursting out all over, focused on particular issues, gay rights, ecology, ethnic minorities. All this incessant activity of fluid, shifting identities, of building multiple ad hoc coalitions, and so on, has something inauthentic about it, and ultimately resembles the obsessional neurotic who talks all the time and is otherwise frantically active precisely in order to ensure that something, what really matters, will not be disturbed, that it will remain immobilized. 34 So, instead of celebrating the new freedoms and responsibilities brought about by the second modernity, it is much more crucial to focus on what remains the same in this global fluidity and reflexivity, on what serves as the very motor of this fluidity, the inexorable logic of capital. The spectral presence of capital is the figure of the big other which not only remains operative when all the traditional embodiments of the symbolic big other disintegrate, but even directly causes this disintegration, far from being confronted with the abyss of their freedom, that is, laden with the burden of responsibility that cannot be alleviated by the helping hand of tradition or nature. Today's subject is perhaps more than ever caught in an inexorable compulsion that effectively runs his life. The irony of history is that, in the Eastern European ex-communist countries, the reformed communists were the first to learn this lesson. Why did many of them return to power via free elections in the mid-1990s? This very return offers the ultimate proof that these states have in fact entered capitalism. That is to say, what do ex-communists stand for today? Due to their privileged links with the newly emerging capitalists, mostly members of the old nomenclatura privatizing the companies they once ran, they are first and foremost the party of big capital. Furthermore, to erase the traces of their brief but nonetheless rather traumatic experience with politically active civil society, they as a rule ferociously advocate a quick de-ideologization, a retreat from active civil society engagement into passive, apolitical consumerism, the very two features which characterize contemporary capitalism. So dissidents are astonished to discover that they played the role of vanishing mediators on the way from socialism to capitalism, in which the same class as before rules under a new guise. It is therefore wrong to claim that the ex-communists' return to power shows how people are disappointed by capitalism and long for the old socialist security. In a kind of Hegelian negation of negation, it is only with the ex-communists' return to power that socialism was effectively negated, that is to say, what the political analysts perceive as disappointment with capitalism is in fact disappointment with the ethico-political enthusiasm for which there is no place in normal capitalism. 35 We should thus reassert the old Marxist critique of reification, today, emphasizing the depoliticized objective economic logic against allegedly outdated forms of ideological passions is the predominant ideological form, since ideology is always self-referential, that is, it always defines itself through a distance towards an other dismissed and denounced as ideological. 36 For that precise reason, because the depoliticized economy is the disavowed fundamental fantasy of postmodern politics, a properly political act would necessarily entail the repoliticization of the economy. Within a given situation, a gesture counts as an act only insofar as it disturbs, traverses, its fundamental fantasy. Insofar as today's moderate left, from Blair to Clinton, fully accepts this depoliticization, we are witnessing a strange reversal of roles. The only serious political force which continues to question the unrestrained rule of the market is the populist extreme right, Buchanan in the USA, Le Pen in France. When Wall Street reacted negatively to a fall in the unemployment rate, the only one to make the obvious point that what is good for capital is obviously not what is good for the majority of the population was Buchanan. In contrast to the old wisdom according to which the extreme right openly says what the moderate right secretly thinks, but doesn't dare say in public, the open assertion of racism, of the need for strong authority and the cultural hegemony of Western values, etc., We are therefore approaching a situation in which the extreme right openly says what the moderate left secretly thinks, but doesn't dare say in public: the necessity to curb the freedom of capital. One should also not forget that today's rightist survivalist militias often look like a caricaturized version of the extreme militant leftist splinter groups of the 1960s. In both cases we are dealing with radical anti-institutional logic, that is, the ultimate enemy is the repressive state apparatus, the FBI, the army, the judicial system, which threatens the group's very survival, and the group is organized as a tight disciplined body in order to be able to withstand this pressure. The exact counterpoint to this is a leftist like Pierre Bourdieu, who defends the idea of a unified Europe as a strong social state, guaranteeing the minimum of social rights and welfare against the onslaught of globalization. It is difficult to abstain from irony when one sees a radical leftist raising barriers against the corrosive global power of capital, so fervently celebrated by Marx. So, again, it is as if the roles are reversed today. Leftists support a strong state as the last guarantee of social and civil liberties against capital, while rightists demonize the state and its apparatuses as the ultimate terrorist machine. Of course, one should fully acknowledge the tremendous liberating impact of the postmodern politicization of domains which were hitherto considered apolitical: feminism, gay and lesbian politics, ecology, ethnic and other so-called minority issues. The fact that these issues not only became perceived as inherently political but also gave birth to new forms of political subjectivization thoroughly reshaped our entire political and cultural landscape. So the point is not to play down this tremendous advance in favor of the return to some new version of so-called economic essentialism. The point is, rather, that the depoliticization of the economy generates the populist new right with its moral majority ideology, which today is the main obstacle to the realization of the very feminist, ecological demands on which postmodern forms of political subjectivization focus. In short, I am pleading for a return to the primacy of the economy, not to the detriment of the issues raised by postmodern forms of politicization, but precisely in order to create the conditions for the more effective realization of feminist, ecological, and so on, demands. A further indicator of the necessity for some kind of politicization of the economy is the overtly irrational prospect of concentrating quasi-monopolistic power in the hands of a single individual or corporation, like Rupert Murdoch or Bill Gates. If the next decade brings the unification of the multitude of communicative media in a single apparatus reuniting the features of interactive computer, TV, video and audiophone, video and CD player, and if Microsoft actually succeeds in becoming the quasi-monopolistic owner of this new universal medium, controlling not only the language used in it but also the conditions of its application, then we obviously approach the absurd situation in which a single agent, exempt from public control, will in effect dominate the basic communicational structure of our lives and will thus, in a way, be stronger than any government. This opens up the prospect of paranoiac scenarios, since the digital language we shall all use will nonetheless be man-made, constructed by programmers. Is it not possible to imagine the corporation that owns it installing in it some special secret program ingredient which will enable it to control us, or a virus which the corporation can trigger, and thus bring our communication to a halt? When biogenetic corporations assert their ownership of our genes through patenting them, they also give rise to a similar paradox of owning the innermost parts of our body, so that we are already owned by a corporation without even being aware of it. The prospect we are confronting is thus that both the communicational network we use and the genetic language we are made of will be owned and controlled by corporations, or even a corporation, out of public control. Again, does not the very absurdity of this prospect, the private control of the very public base of our communication and reproduction, the very network of our social being, impose a kind of socialization as the only solution? In other words, is not the impact of the so-called information revolution on capitalism the ultimate exemplification of the old Marxian thesis that at a certain stage of their development, the material productive forces of society come into conflict with the existing relations of production, or, what is but a legal expression of the same thing, with the property relations within which they have been at work hitherto, 37 Do not the two phenomena we have mentioned, the unpredictable global consequences of decisions made by private companies, the patent absurdity of owning a person's genome, or the media individuals use for communication, to which one should add at least the antagonism contained in the notion of owning scientific knowledge, since knowledge is by nature neutral to its propagation, that is, it is not worn out by its spread and universal use, explain why today's capitalism has to resort to more and more absurd strategies to sustain the economy of scarcity in the sphere of information, and thus to contain within the frame of private property and market relations the demon it has unleashed, say, by inventing ever new modes of preventing the free copying of digitalized information? In short, does not the prospect of the informational global village signal the end of market relations, which are by definition, based on the logic of scarcity, at least in the sphere of digitalized information? After the demise of socialism, the ultimate fear of Western capitalism is that another nation or ethnic group will beat the West on its own capitalist terms, combining the productivity of capitalism with a form of social mores foreign to us in the West. In the 1970s, the object of fear and fascination was Japan, while now, after a short interlude of fascination with Southeast Asia, attention is focusing more and more on China as the next superpower, combining capitalism with the communist political structure. Such fears ultimately give rise to purely phantasmic formations, like the image of China surpassing the West in productivity while retaining its authoritarian socio-political structure. One is tempted to designate this phantasmic combination the Asiatic mode of capitalist production. Against these fears, one should emphasize that China will, sooner or later, pay the price for the unbridled development of capitalism in new forms of social unrest and instability. The winning formula of combining capitalism with the Asiatic closed ethical community life world is doomed to explode. Now, more than ever, one should reassert Marx's old formula that the limit of capitalism is capital itself. The danger to Western capitalism comes not from outside, from the Chinese or some other monster beating us at our own game while depriving us of Western liberal individualism, but from the inherent limit of its own process of colonizing ever new, not only geographic but also cultural, psychic, etc., domains, of eroding the last resistant spheres of non-reflected substantial being, which has to end in some kind of implosion, when capital will no longer have any substantial content outside itself to feed on. 38 One should take Marx's metaphor of capital as a vampire-like entity literally. It needs some kind of pre-reflexive natural productivity, talents in different domains of art, inventors in science, etc., in order to feed on its own blood, and thus to reproduce itself. When the circle closes itself, when reflexivity becomes thoroughly universal, the whole system is threatened. Another sign which points in this direction is how, in the sphere of what Adorno and Horkheimer called Kulturindustrie, the desubstantialization and/or reflexivity of the production process has reached a level that threatens the whole system with global implosion. Even in high art, the recent fashion for exhibitions in which everything is permitted and can pass as an art object, up to mutilated animal bodies, betrays this desperate need of cultural capital to colonize and include in its circuit even the most extreme and pathological strata of human subjectivity. Paradoxically, and not without irony, the first musical trend which was in a way fabricated, exploited for a short time and very soon forgotten, since it lacked the musical substance to survive and attain the status of classics like the early rock of the Beatles and Rolling Stones, was none other than punk, which simultaneously marked the strongest intrusion of violent working-class protest into mainstream pop culture, in a kind of mocking version of the Hegelian infinite judgment, in which opposites directly coincide. The raw energy of social protest coincided with the new level of commercial prefabrication which, as it were, creates the object it sells out of itself, with no need for some natural talent to emerge and be subsequently exploited, like Baron Munchausen saving himself from the swamp by pulling himself up by his own hairs. Do we not encounter the same logic in politics, where the point is less and less to follow a coherent global program but, rather, to try to guess, by means of opinion polls, what the people want, and offer them that. Even in theory, doesn't the same hold for cultural studies in the Anglo-Saxon domain, or for the very theory of the risk society? 39 theorists are less and less involved in substantial theoretical work, restraining themselves to writing short interventions which mostly display their anxiety to follow the latest theoretical trends. In feminism, for example, perspicacious theorists soon realized that radical social constructionism, gender as performatively enacted, and so on, is out, that people are getting tired of it, so they start to rediscover psychoanalysis, the unconscious. In post-colonial studies, the latest trend is to oppose multiculturalism as a false solution. The point is thus not simply that cultural studies or risk society theory is insufficient on account of its content. An inherent commodification is discernible in the very form of the social mode of functioning of what are supposed to be the latest forms of the American or European academic left. This reflexivity, which is also a crucial part of the second modernity, is what the theorists of the reflexive risk society tend to leave out of consideration. Point 40. Returns in the real. The fundamental lesson of dialectic of enlightenment is therefore still relevant today. It bears directly on what theorists of the risk society and reflexive modernization praise as the advent of the Second Enlightenment. Apropos of this Second Enlightenment, with subjects delivered from the weight of nature and or tradition, the question of their unconscious passionate attachments must be raised again. The so-called dark phenomena, burgeoning fundamentalisms, neo-racisms, etc., which accompany this second modernity can in no way be dismissed as simple regressive phenomena, as remainders of the past that will simply vanish when individuals assume the full freedom and responsibility imposed on them by the second modernity. Point 41. Proponents of the Second Enlightenment praise Kant, so the question of Kant avec Sada arises again. Sada's achievement was to extend the utilitarian logic of instrumentalization to the very intimate relations of sex. Sex is no longer a phenomenon confined to the private sphere, exempt from the utilitarian cruelty of public professional life. It must also be made part of the utilitarian rules of equivalent exchange that structure what Hegel called civil society. With the so-called second modernity, the attitude that was hitherto reserved for public as opposed to private life, reflexivity, the right to choose one's way of life instead of accepting it as imposed by tradition, etc., has also penetrated the most intimate private sphere of sexuality. No wonder the price of this step is the increase in sadistic practices that stage sexuality as the domain of contract and mutual exploitation. And it is precisely at this point that we can see how our two criticisms of risk society theory, that it is simultaneously too general, avoiding locating the key risk-generating factor in the specificity of the capitalist market economy, and too particular, not taking into account the way the non-existence of the big other affects the status of subjectivity, converge. It is the very specific logic of reflexive commodification of intimate spheres which, in the way it affects subjectivity, undermines the standard figure of the modern free autonomous subject. Point 42. One should therefore reject the narrative of the process that leads from the patriarchal Oedipal order to postmodern, or second modernity, multiple contingent identities. What this narrative obliterates are the new forms of domination generated by the decline of Oedipus itself. For this reason, those who continue to locate the enemy in Oedipus are obliged to insist on how postmodernity remains an unfinished project, on how Oedipal patriarchy continues to lead its subterranean life and prevents us from realizing the full potential of postmodern self-fashioning individuality. This properly hysterical endeavor to break with the Oedipal past mislocates the danger. It lies not in the remainders of the past, but in the obscene need for domination and subjection engendered by the new post-Oedipal forms of subjectivity themselves. In other words, today we are witnessing a shift no less radical than the shift from the pre-modern patriarchal order directly legitimized by the sexualized cosmology, masculine and feminine as the two cosmic principles, to the modern patriarchal order that introduced the abstract universal notion of man. As is always the case with such ruptures, one should be very careful to avoid the trap of measuring the new standards against the old. Such blindness leads either to catastrophic visions of total disintegration, the vision of the emerging society as that of proto-psychotic narcissists lacking any notion of trust and obligation, or to a no less false celebration of the new post-Oedipal subjectivity that fails to account for the new forms of domination emerging from postmodern subjectivity itself. What psychoanalysis enables us to do is to focus on this obscene, disavowed supplement of the reflexive subject freed from the constraints of nature and tradition. As Lacan put it, the subject of psychoanalysis is none other than the subject of modern science. Let us begin with the so-called culture of complaint, with its underlying logic of ressentiment. Far from cheerfully assuming the non-existence of the big other, the subject blames the other for its failure and/or impotence, as if the other is guilty of the fact that it doesn't exist, that is, as if impotence is no excuse. The big other is responsible for the very fact that it wasn't able to do anything. The more the subject's structure is narcissistic, the more he puts the blame on the big other, and thus asserts his dependence on it. 43 The basic feature of the culture of complaint is a call, addressed to the big other, to intervene and put things right, to compensate the damaged sexual or ethnic minority, etc. How, exactly, this is to be done is again a matter for various ethico-legal committees. The specific feature of the culture of complaint is its legalistic twist, the endeavor to translate the complaint into the legal obligation of the other, usually the state, to indemnify me, for what? For the very unfathomable surplus enjoyment I am deprived of, whose lack makes me feel underprivileged. Is not the culture of complaint therefore today's version of hysteria, of the hysterical impossible demand addressed to the other, a demand that actually wants to be rejected, since the subject grounds his/her existence in his/her complaint? I am insofar as I make the other responsible for and/or guilty of my misery. Instead of undermining the position of the other, the complaining underprivileged address themselves to it. By translating their demand into the terms of legalistic complaint, they confirm the other in its position in the very gesture of attacking it. There is an insurmountable gap between this logic of complaint and the true radical, revolutionary, act which, instead of complaining to the other and expecting it to act, that is, displacing the need to act onto it, suspends the existing legal frame and accomplishes the act itself. 44 Consequently, this culture of complaint is correlative to sadomaso practices of self-mutilation. They form the two opposed but complementary aspects of the disturbed relationship towards the law, relating to each other as do hysteria and perversion. The sadomaso practice acts out the phantasmic scenarios of humiliation, rape, victimization, which traumatize the hysterical subject. What makes this passage from hysteria to perversion possible is the change in the relationship between law and jouissance. For the hysterical subject, the law is still the agency which prohibits access to jouissance, so he can only fantasize about the obscene jouissance hidden beneath the figure of the law, while for the pervert, the law emanates from the very figure that embodies jouissance, so he can directly assume the role of this obscene other as the instrument of jouissance. 45. The paradoxical result of the mutation in the non-existence of the big other, of the growing collapse of symbolic efficiency, is thus the proliferation of different versions of a big other that actually exists, in the real, not merely as a symbolic fiction. The belief in the big other which exists in the real is, of course, the most succinct definition of paranoia. For this reason, two features which characterize today's ideological stance, cynical distance and full reliance on paranoiac fantasy, are strictly codependent. The typical subject today is the one who, while displaying cynical distrust of any public ideology, indulges without restraint in paranoiac fantasies about conspiracies, threats, and excessive forms of enjoyment of the other. The distrust of the big other, the order of symbolic fictions, the subject's refusal to take it seriously, relies on the belief that there is an other of the other, that a secret, invisible, and all-powerful agent actually pulls the strings and runs the show. Behind the visible, public power there is another obscene, invisible power structure. This other, hidden agent acts the part of the other in the Lacanian sense, the part of the meta-guarantee of the consistency of the big other, the symbolic order that regulates social life. It is here that we should look for the roots of the recent impasse of narrativization, that is, of the theme of the end of great narratives, in our era, when, in politics and ideology as well as in literature and cinema, global, all-encompassing narratives, the struggle of liberal democracy with totalitarianism, etc., no longer seem possible. The only way to achieve a kind of global cognitive mapping is through the paranoiac narrative of a conspiracy theory. It is all too simplistic to dismiss conspiracy narratives as the paranoiac proto-fascist reaction of the infamous middle classes which feel threatened by the process of modernization. They function, rather, as a kind of floating signifier which can be appropriated by different political options, enabling them to obtain a minimal cognitive mapping, not only by right-wing populism and fundamentalism, but also by the liberal center, the mystery of Kennedy's assassination 46, and left-wing orientations. Recall the old obsession of the American left with the notion that some mysterious government agency is experimenting with nerve gases which would give them the power to regulate the behavior of the population. Point 47. Another version of the other's return in the real is discernible in the guise of the New Age Jungian resexualization of the universe. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. According to this, there is an underlying, deeply anchored archetypal identity which provides a kind of safe haven in the flurry of contemporary confusion of roles and identities. From this perspective, the ultimate origin of today's crisis is not the difficulty in overcoming the tradition of fixed sexual roles, but the disturbed balance in modern man, who puts excessive emphasis on the male rational conscious aspect, neglecting the female compassionate aspect. Although this tendency shares its anti-Cartesian and anti-patriarchal bias with feminism, it rewrites the feminist agenda into a reassertion of archetypal feminine roots repressed in our competitive male mechanistic universe. A further version of the real other is the figure of the father as sexual harasser of his young daughters, the focal point of so-called false memory syndrome. Here, also, the suspended father as the agent of symbolic authority, that is, the embodiment of a symbolic fiction, returns in the real. What causes such controversy is the contention of those who advocate rememoration of childhood sexual abuses that sexual harassment by the father is not merely fantasized or, at least, an indissoluble mixture of fact and fantasy, but a plain fact, something which, in the majority of families, really happened in the daughter's childhood, an obstinacy comparable to Freud's no less obstinate insistence on the murder of the primordial father as a real event in humanity's prehistory. It is easy to discern here the link between false memory syndrome and anxiety. False memory syndrome is a symptomatic formation that enables the subject to escape anxiety by taking refuge in the antagonistic relationship with the parental other harasser. That is to say, one should bear in mind that for Lacan, and in contrast to the Freudian Dasein, anxiety does not emerge when the object cause of desire is lost, as when we speak of castration anxiety, usually expressing the fear that the male subject will be deprived of his virile member, or even of birth anxiety expressing the fear of being separated from the mother. On the contrary, anxiety emerges when, and signals that, the object cause of desire is too close, when and if we come too near it. We can appreciate Lacan's finesse here, in contrast to the standard notion according to which fear has a determinate object, of which we are afraid, while anxiety is a disposition that lacks any positive/determinate object serving as its cause. For Lacan it is fear which, contrary to misleading appearances, is actually without a determinate object cause. When I have a dog phobia, say, I do not fear the dog as such, but the irrepresentable abstract void behind him, while anxiety does have a determinate object cause. It is the very over-proximity of this object that triggered it. 48. To get this point clear, we have to bear in mind once more that in the Lacanian perspective desire is ultimately the other's desire. The question enigma of desire is ultimately not what do I really want, but what does the other really want from me? What, as an object, am I myself for the other? I myself, the subject, as the object cause of the other's desire, am the object whose over-proximity triggers anxiety. That is, anxiety emerges when I am reduced to the position of the object exchanged/used by the other. Along the same lines, in the case of false memory syndrome, the antagonistic relationship with the parental harasser enables me to avoid anxiety generated by the fact that I am the direct, incestuous, object of parental desire, that I desire myself as such. One last example, in his unpublished paper Ideology and Its Paradoxes, Glenn Daly draws attention to the topic of cracking the code in today's popular ideology, from New Age pseudoscientific attempts to use computer technology to crack some sort of fundamental code which gives access to the future destiny of humanity, the Bible code, the code contained in the Egyptian pyramids, up to the paradigmatic scene of cyberspace thrillers in which the hero, or, more often, the heroine, like Sandra Bullock in The Net, hunched over a computer, frantically works against time to overcome the obstacle of access denied and gain access to the ultra-secret information, say, about the workings of a secret government agency involved in a plot against freedom and democracy, or some equally severe crime. Does this topic not represent a desperate attempt to reassert the big other's existence, that is, to posit some secret code or order that bears witness to the presence of some agent which actually pulls the strings of our chaotic social life? The empty law. Yet another, much more uncanny assertion of the big other is discernible, however, in the allegedly liberating notion of the subjects compelled to invent the rules of their coexistence without any guarantee in some meta-norm. Kant's ethical philosophy can already serve as its paradigmatic case. In Coldness and Cruelty, Deleuze provides an unsurpassable formulation of Kant's radically new conception of the moral law. The law is no longer regarded as dependent on the good, but on the contrary, the good itself is made to depend on the law. This means that the law no longer has its foundation in some higher principle from which it would derive its authority, but that it is self-grounded and valid solely by virtue of its own form. Kant, by establishing the law as an ultimate ground or principle, added an essential dimension to modern thought. The object of the law is by definition unknowable and elusive. Clearly the law, as defined by its pure form, without substance or object of any determination whatsoever, is such that no one knows nor can know what it is. It operates without making itself known. It defines a realm of transgression where one is already guilty, and where one oversteps the bounds without knowing what they are, as in the case of Oedipus. Even guilt and punishment do not tell us what the law is, but leave it in a state of indeterminacy equaled only by the extreme specificity of the punishment. 49. The Kantian law is thus not merely an empty form applied to a random empirical content in order to ascertain if this content meets the criteria of ethical adequacy. The empty form of the law, rather, functions as the promise of an absent content, never to come. This form is not the neutral universal mold of the plurality of different empirical contents. It bears witness to the persisting uncertainty about the content of our acts. We never know if the determinate content that accounts for the specificity of our acts is the right one, that is, if we have actually acted in accordance with the law and have not been guided by some hidden pathological motives. Kant thus announces the notion of law which culminates in Kafka and the experience of modern political totalitarianism, since, in the case of the law, its das Sein, the fact of the law, precedes its was Sein. What this law is, the subject finds himself in a situation in which, although he knows there is a law, he never knows, and a priori cannot know, what this law is. A gap forever separates the law from its positive incarnations. The subject is thus a priori, in his very existence, guilty without knowing what he is guilty of, and guilty for that very reason, infringing the law without knowing its exact regulations. 50. What we have here, for the first time in the history of philosophy, is the assertion of the law as unconscious. The experience of form without content is always the index of a repressed content. The more intensely the subject sticks to the empty form, the more traumatic the repressed content becomes. The gap that separates this Kantian version of the subject reinventing the rules of his ethical conduct from the postmodern Foucauldian version is easily discernible, although they both assert that ethical judgment ultimately displays the structure of aesthetic judgment, in which, instead of simply applying a universal rule to a particular situation, one has to invent the universal rule in each unique concrete situation. For Foucault, this simply means that the subject is thrown into a situation in which he has to shape his ethical project with no support in any transcendent, law, while for Kant this very absence of law, in the specific sense of a determinate set of positive universal norms, renders all the more sensible the unbearable pressure of the moral law qua the pure empty injunction to do one's duty. So, from the Lacanian perspective, it is here that we encounter the crucial distinction between rules to be invented and their underlying law/prohibition. Only when the law qua set of positive universal symbolic norms fails to appear, do we encounter the law at its most radical, the law in its aspect of the real of an unconditional injunction. The paradox to be emphasized here lies in the precise nature of the prohibition entailed by the moral law. At its most fundamental, this prohibition is not the prohibition to accomplish some positive act that would violate the law, but the self-referential prohibition to confuse the impossible law with any positive symbolic prescription and/or prohibition, that is, to claim for any positive set of norms the status of the law. Ultimately, the prohibition means that the place of the law itself must remain empty. To put it in classic Freudian terms, in Foucault, we get a set of rules regulating the care of the self in his use of pleasures, in short, a reasonable application of the pleasure principle, while in Kant, the invention of rules follows an injunction which comes from the beyond of the pleasure principle. Of course, the Foucauldian/Deleuzian answer to this would be that Kant is ultimately the victim of a perspective illusion which leads him to perceive the radical immanence of ethical norms, the fact that the subject has to invent the norms regulating his conduct autonomously, at his own expense and on his own responsibility, with no big other to take the blame for it, as its exact opposite, as a radical transcendence, presupposing the existence of an inscrutable transcendent other which terrorizes us with its unconditional injunction, simultaneously prohibiting us access to it. We are under a compulsion to do our duty, but forever prevented from clearly knowing what this duty is. The Freudian answer is that such a solution, the translation of the big other's inscrutable call of duty into immanence, relies on the disavowal of the unconscious. The fact which usually goes unnoticed is that Foucault's rejection of the psychoanalytic account of sexuality also involves a thorough rejection of the Freudian unconscious. If we read Kant in psychoanalytic terms, the gap between self-invented rules and their underlying law is none other than the gap between consciously preconscious rules we follow and the law qua unconscious. The basic lesson of psychoanalysis is that the unconscious is, at its most radical, not the wealth of illicit repressed desires but the fundamental law itself. So even in the case of a narcissistic subject dedicated to the care of the self, his use of pleasures is sustained by the unconscious unconditional superego injunction to enjoy. Is not the ultimate proof the feeling of guilt which haunts him when he fails in his pursuit of pleasure? Does not the fact that, according to most opinion polls, people find less and less attraction in sexual activity point in this direction? This uncanny indifference towards intense sexual pleasure contrasts starkly with the official ideology of our postmodern society as bent on instant gratification and pleasure-seeking. Today's subject dedicates his life to pleasure and gets so deeply involved in the preparatory activities, jogging, massaging, tanning, applying cream and lotions, that the attraction of the official goal of his efforts fades away. In the course of a brief stroll along Christopher Street or in Chelsea, one encounters hundreds of gays putting extraordinary energy into bodybuilding, obsessed with the dreadful prospect of getting old, dedicated to pleasure, yet obviously living in permanent anxiety and under the shadow of their ultimate failure. What is undermined today, in our post-Oedipal permissive societies, is sexual jouissance as the foundational passionate attachment, as the desired/prohibited focal point around which our life revolves. From this perspective, even the figure of the paternal sexual harasser looks like a nostalgic image of someone who is still fully able to enjoy it. Once again the superego has accomplished its task successfully. The direct injunction enjoy is a much more effective way to hinder the subject's access to enjoyment than the explicit prohibition which sustains the space for its transgression. The lesson is that narcissistic care of the self, not the repressive network of social prohibitions, is the ultimate enemy of intense sexual experiences. The utopia of a new post-psychoanalytic subjectivity engaged in the pursuit of new idiosyncratic bodily pleasures beyond sexuality has reverted to its opposite. What we are getting instead is disinterested boredom, and it seems that the direct intervention of pain, sadomasochistic sexual practices, is the only remaining path to the intense experience of pleasure. In the very last page of Seminar 11, Lacan claims that any shelter in which may be established a viable, temperate relation of one sex to the other necessitates the intervention. This is what psychoanalysis teaches us, of that medium known as the paternal metaphor. 51 Far from hindering its realization, the paternal law guarantees its conditions. No wonder, then, that the retreat of the big other, of the symbolic law, entails the malfunctioning of normal sexuality and the rise of sexual indifference. As Darian Leader has pointed out 52 the fact that, in the X-Files, so many things happen out there, where the truth dwells, aliens threatening us, etc., is strictly correlative to the fact that nothing happens down here, between the two heroes, Gillian Anderson and David Duchovny, that there is no sex between them. The suspended paternal law, which would make sex between the two heroes possible, returns in the real, in the guise of the multitude of undead spectral apparitions which intervene in our ordinary lives. This disintegration of paternal authority has two facets. On the one hand, symbolic prohibitive norms are increasingly replaced by imaginary ideals, of social success, of bodily fitness. On the other, the lack of symbolic prohibition is supplemented by the re-emergence of ferocious superego figures. So we have a subject who is extremely narcissistic, who perceives everything as a potential threat to his precarious imaginary balance. Take the universalization of the logic of victim. Every contact with another human being is experienced as a potential threat. If the other person smokes, if he casts a covetous glance at me, he is already hurting me, far from allowing him to float freely in his undisturbed balance. However, this narcissistic self-enclosure leaves the subject to the not so tender mercies of the superego injunction to enjoy. So-called postmodern subjectivity thus involves a kind of direct superegoization of the imaginary ideal, caused by the lack of the proper symbolic prohibition. Paradigmatic here are the postmodern hackers programmers, these extravagant eccentrics hired by large corporations to pursue their programming hobbies in an informal environment. They are under the injunction to be what they are, to follow their innermost idiosyncrasies, allowed to ignore social norms of dress and behavior. They obey only some elementary rules of polite tolerance of each other's idiosyncrasies. They thus seem to realize a kind of proto-socialist utopia of overcoming the opposition between alienated business, where you earn money, and the private hobby, activity that you pursue for pleasure at weekends. In a way, their job is their hobby, which is why they spend long hours at weekends in their workplace behind the computer screen. When one is paid for indulging in one's hobby, the result is that one is exposed to a superego pressure incomparably stronger than that of the good old Protestant work ethic. Therein lies the unbearable paradox of this postmodern disalienation. The tension is no longer between my innermost idiosyncratic creative impulses and the institution that does not appreciate them or wants to crush them in order to normalize me. What the superego injunction of a postmodern corporation like Microsoft targets is precisely the score of my idiosyncratic creativity. I became useless for them the moment I start losing this imp of perversity, the moment I lose my countercultural subversive edge and start to behave like a normal mature subject. What we are dealing with here is thus a strange alliance between the rebellious subversive core of my personality, my imp of perversity, and the external corporation. From phallus to the act. The retreat of the big other thus has two interconnected, albeit opposed, consequences. On the one hand, this failure of the symbolic fiction induces the subject to cling increasingly to imaginary simulacra, to the sensual spectacles which bombard us today from all sides. On the other, it triggers the need for violence in the real of the body itself, piercing the flesh, inserting prosthetic supplements into the body. How does this bodily violence relate to the structure of castration as the condition of symbolic empowerment? In our popular narratives and myths, From RoboCop to Stephen Hawking, a person becomes a supernaturally powerful hero only after being the victim of some traumatic accident or illness which literally shatters his body. RoboCop becomes the perfect machine cop when his body is artificially recomposed and supplemented after an almost deadly accident. Hawking's insight into the mind of God is clearly correlated to his crippling illness. The standard analyses of RoboCop endeavor to oppose progressive elements, a cyborg which suspends the distinction between human and a machine, and regressive elements, the obvious phallic, aggressive penetrating nature of his metal equipment, which serves as a prosthesis to his mutilated body. These analyses, however, miss the point. What is phallic in the strict Lacanian sense is the very structure of the artificial mechanical prosthesis that supplements the wound to our body. Since the phallus itself qua signifier is such a prosthesis, empowering its bearer at the price of some traumatic mutilation. Here it is crucial to maintain the distinction between the phallus as signified, the meaning of the phallus, and the phallic signifier. The phallic signified is the part of jouissance integrated into the paternal symbolic order, phallus as the symbol of virility, penetrating power, the force of fertility and insemination, etc., while the phallus as signifier stands for the price the male subject has to pay if he is to assume the meaning of the phallus, it's signified. Lacan specifies this meaning of the phallus as the imaginary number, the square root of 1, an impossible number whose value can never be positivized, but which nonetheless functions. We encounter the meaning of the phallus when, apropos of some notion, we enthusiastically feel that this is it, the real thing, the true meaning, although we are never able to explain what, precisely, this meaning is. Say, in a political discourse, the master signifier, our nation, is this kind of empty signifier which stands for the impossible fullness of meaning, that is, its meaning is imaginary in the sense that its content is impossible to positivize. When you ask a member of the nation to define in what the identity of his nation consists, his ultimate answer will always be, I can't say. You must feel it, it's it, what our lives are really about. So why is it necessary, in our postmodern age, for the wound of castration to inscribe itself again into the body, as a wound in its very flesh? In the good old times of modern subjectivity, an individual had no need to sacrifice part of his flesh, circumcision, a ritualized initiatory ordeal of risking one's life, tattooing. In order to gain symbolic status, the sacrifice was purely symbolic, that is, a symbolic act of renunciation of all positive substantial content. 53 This renunciation displays the precise structure of the loss of a loss that defines the modern tragedy. Janez, a recent Serb film, deals with the fate of an officer in the Yugoslav army of Slovene ethnic origin, married to a Macedonian woman, caught in the turmoils of the disintegration of Yugoslavia. When the conflict erupts between Slovenia proclaiming independence and the Yugoslav army, which endeavored to keep Slovenia within Yugoslavia, the officer sacrifices his particular, Slovene, ethnic roots, that is, the very substance of his being, for fidelity to the universal cause, Yugoslav unity. Only to discover later that the sad reality of this universal cause, for which he sacrificed everything that mattered to him most, is the corrupt and deprived Serbia of the nationalist regime of Slobodan Milosevic. So, at the end, we see the hero alone and drunk, totally at a loss. A similar double movement of renunciation, of first sacrificing everything, the very substance of our being, for some universal cause, and then being compelled to confront the vacuousness of this cause itself, is constitutive of modern subjectivity. 54 Today, however, this double movement of renunciation seems no longer to be operative, since subjects increasingly stick to their particular substantial identity, unwilling to sacrifice it for some universal cause. This is what so-called identity polities, as well as the search for ethnic roots, are about. So is this why the cut of symbolic castration had again to be inscribed onto the body, in the guise of some horrifying mutilation as the price of the subject's symbolic empowerment? Crucial here is the difference between the traditional, pre-modern, cut in the body, circumcision, etc., and the postmodern cut. 55 Although the two may be superficially alike, that is, although the postmodern cut may look like the return to pre-modern procedures of marking the body, their inherent libidinal economies are opposed, as with postmodernism, which may look like the return of the pre-modern archaic forms, but in reality these forms are already mediated, colonized by modernity, so that postmodernism signals the moment when modernity no longer has to fight traditional forms, but can use them directly. Today's astrologist or fundamentalist preacher, in his very mode of activity, is already marked by modernity. One of the definitions of modernity is the appearance of the natural naked body within the symbolic space, nudism and other forms of the celebration of nakedness, not as part of secret initiatory transgressive rituals, as in pre-modern pagan societies, but as finding pleasure in asserting the innocent beauty of one's natural body, are distinctly modern phenomena. 56. Here one has to repeat the gesture accomplished by Hegel apropos of the sudden rise of nature as the topos in 17th century art, precisely because the spirit has returned to itself, that is able to grasp itself directly and no longer needs nature as the medium of its symbolic expression. Nature becomes perceptible in its innocence, as it is in itself, as a beautiful object of contemplation, not as a symbol of spiritual struggle. Along the same lines, when the modern subject internalize symbolic castration into the loss of a loss, the body no longer has to bear the burden of castration and is thus redeemed, free to be celebrated as an object of pleasure and beauty. This appearance of the unmutilated naked body is strictly correlative to the imposition of the disciplinary procedures described in detail by Michel Foucault. With the advent of modernity, when the body is no longer marked, inscribed upon, it becomes the object of strict disciplinary regulations destined to make it fit. We can thus distinguish 4 stages in the logic of the cut in the body. First, in pre-Judean pagan tribal societies, I am marked, therefore I am, that is, the cut in my body, tattoo, etc., stands for my inscription into the socio-symbolic space. Outside it I am nothing, more like an animal than a member of a human society. Then comes the Jewish logic of circumcision, a cut to end all cuts, that is, the exceptional/negative cut strictly correlative to the prohibition of the pagan multitude of cuts. You shall not make any gashes in your flesh for the dead or tattoo any marks upon you, I am the Lord, Leviticus 19:28. 57. Finally, with Christianity, this exceptional cut is itself internalized, there are no cuts. Where, then, lies the difference between the pre-modern plethora of ways to shape one's body, tattooing, piercing, mutilation of organs, and the 4th stage, the postmodern neo-tribal cut in the body? To put it in somewhat simplified terms, the traditional cut ran in the direction from the real to the symbolic, while the postmodern cut runs in the opposite direction, from the symbolic to the real. The aim of the traditional cut was to inscribe the symbolic form onto raw flesh, to gentrify raw flesh, to mark its inclusion into the big other, its subjection to it. The aim of postmodern sadomaso practices of bodily mutilation is, rather, the opposite one, to guarantee, to give access to, the pain of existence, the minimum of the bodily real in the universe of symbolic simulacra. In other words, the function of today's postmodern cut in the body is to serve not as the mark of symbolic castration but, rather, as its exact opposite, to designate the body's resistance against submission to the socio-symbolic law. When a girl has her ears, cheeks, and vaginal lips pierced with rings, the message is not one of submission but one of the defiance of the flesh. She changes what, in a traditional society, was the mode of submission to the symbolic big other of tradition into its opposite, into the idiosyncratic display of her individuality. Only in this way is reflexivization thoroughly global, when, to put it in Hegelese, it remains by itself in its otherness, that is, when, what was previously, its very opposite starts to function as its expression, as in postmodern architecture, in which a faked return to traditional styles displays the fancies of reflexive individuality. The old motto plus ca change, plus c'est la même chose should be supplemented by its opposite, plus c'est la même chose, plus ca change, The sign of this radical historical change is the fact that the very features that once defined patriarchal sexual economy are allowed to stay, since they now function in a new way. Simply recall the phenomenon of Rule Girls 58. We are apparently dealing with an attempt to re-establish the old rules of seduction. Women are chaste and have to make themselves inaccessible, that is, to retain the status of the elusive object and never display an active interest in the man they are attracted to, etc. However, although the content of these rules is, for all practical purposes, the same as that of the old rules regulating the patriarchal process of seduction, the subjective position of enunciation differs radically. We are dealing with thoroughly postmodern emancipated subjects who, in order to enhance their pleasure, reflexively adopt a set of rules. So here again the adoption of a past procedure is transubstantiated and serves as the means of expression of its very opposite, of postmodern reflexive freedom. 59. This brings us to what one is tempted to call the antinomy of postmodern individuality, the injunction to be yourself, to disregard the pressure of your surroundings and achieve self-realization by fully asserting your unique creative potential. Stumble sooner or later upon the paradox that if you are completely isolated from your surroundings, you are left with nothing whatsoever, with a void of idiocy pure and simple. The inherent obverse of be your true self, is therefore the injunction to cultivate permanent refashioning, in accordance with the postmodern postulate of the subject's indefinite plasticity. In short, extreme individualization reverts to its opposite, leading to the ultimate identity crisis. Subjects experience themselves as radically unsure, with no proper face, changing from one imposed mask to another, since what is behind the mask is ultimately nothing, a horrifying void they are frantically trying to fill in with their compulsive activity or by shifting between more and more idiosyncratic hobbies or ways of dressing, meant to accentuate their individual identity. Here we can see how extreme individualization, the endeavor to be true to oneself outside imposed fixed socio-symbolic roles, tends to overlap with its opposite, with the uncanny, anxiety-provoking feeling of the loss of one's identity. Is this not the ultimate confirmation of Lacan's insight into how one can achieve a minimum of identity and be oneself only by accepting the fundamental alienation in the symbolic network? The paradoxical result of out-and-out narcissistic hedonism is thus that enjoyment itself is increasingly externalized. In the thorough reflexivity of our lives, any direct appeal to our experience is invalidated. That is to say, I no longer trust my own direct experience, but expect the other to tell me how I really feel, as in the anecdote about the conversation between two behaviorists. Tell me how I feel today. Good, what about me? More precisely, this direct externalization of my innermost experience is much more uncanny than the usual behaviorist reduction. The point is not simply that what counts is the way I behave in observable external reality, not my inner feelings. In contrast to the behaviorist reduction of inner self-experience, I do retain my feelings, but these feelings themselves are externalized. The ultimate paradox of individuation, however, is that this complete dependence on others, I am what I am only through my relations with others, see the postmodern obsession with quality relationships, generates the opposite effect of drug dependence, in which I am dependent not on another subject but on a drug that directly provides excessive jouissance. Is not the dust of heroin or crack the ultimate figure of surplus enjoyment, an object on which I am hooked, which threatens to swallow me up in the excessive jouissance that suspends the big other, that is, all symbolic links? Is not the drug user's relationship to the drug therefore the ultimate exemplification of Lacan's formula S.A.? This antinomy can also be formulated as the antinomy between the simulacrum, of the masks I wear, of the roles I play in the game of intersubjective relationships, and the real, of traumatic bodily violence and cuts. The key point here is again to assert the Hegelian speculative identity between these two opposites. The price of the global reign of simulacra is extreme violence to the bodily real. Long ago, Lacan provided the formula for this paradoxical coincidence of opposites. When symbolic efficiency is suspended, the imaginary falls into the real. So how are we to break out of this vicious cycle? Any attempt to return to Oedipal symbolic authority is clearly self-defeating, and can lead only to ridiculous spectacles like those of the Promise Keepers. What is needed is the assertion of a real which, instead of being caught in the vicious cycle with its imaginary counterpart, introduces the dimension of the impossibility that shatters the imaginary. In short, what is needed is an act as opposed to mere activity, the authentic act that involves disturbing, traversing, the fantasy. Whenever a subject is active, especially when he is driven into frenetic hyperactivity, the question to be asked is, what is the underlying fantasy sustaining this activity? The act, as opposed to activity, occurs only when this phantasmic background itself is disturbed. In this precise sense, act for Lacan is on the side of the object qua real as opposed to signifier. To speech act we can perform speech acts only insofar as we have accepted the fundamental alienation in the symbolic order and the phantasmic support necessary for the functioning of this order, while the act as real is an event which occurs ex nihilo, without any phantasmic support. As such, the act as object is also to be opposed to the subject, at least in the standard Lacanian sense of the alienated divided subject. The correlate to the act is a divided subject, but not in the sense that, because of this division, the act is always failed, displaced, and so on. On the contrary, the act in its dramatic dugy is that which divides the subject who can never subjectivize it, assume it as his own, posit himself as its author-agent. The authentic act that I accomplish is always by definition a foreign body, an intruder which simultaneously attracts/fascinates and repels me, so that if and when I come too close to it, this leads to my aphonesis, self-erasure. If there is a subject to the act, it is not the subject of subjectivization, of integrating the act into the universe of symbolic integration and recognition, of assuming the act as my own, but, rather, an uncanny acephalous subject through which the act takes place as that which is in him more than himself. The act thus designates the level at which the fundamental divisions and displacements usually associated with the Lacanian subject, the split between the subject of the enunciation and the subject of the enunciated/statement, the subject's decentrement with regard to the symbolic big other, etc., are momentarily suspended. In the act, the subject, as Lacan puts it, posits himself as his own cause, and is no longer determined by the decentered object cause. For that reason, Kant's description of how a direct insight into the thing in itself, the noumenal God, would deprive us of our freedom and turn us into lifeless puppets if we subtract from it the scenic imagery, fascination with the divine majesty, and reduce it to the essential, an entity performing what it does automatically, without any inner turmoil and struggle, paradoxically fits the description of the ethical act perfectly. This act is precisely something which unexpectedly just occurs. It is an occurrence which also, and even most, surprises its agent itself. After an authentic act, my reaction is always even I don't know how I was able to do that, it just happened. The paradox is thus that, in an authentic act, the highest freedom coincides with the utmost passivity, with a reduction to a lifeless automaton who blindly performs its gestures. The problematic of the act thus compels us to accept the radical shift of perspective involved in the modern notion of finitude. What is so difficult to accept is not the fact that the true act in which noumenal and phenomenal dimensions coincide is forever out of our reach. The true trauma lies in the opposite awareness that there are acts, that they do occur, and that we have to come to terms with them. In the criticism of Kant implicit in this notion of the act, Lacan is thus close to Hegel, who also claimed that the unity of the noumenal and the phenomenal adjourned ad infinitum in Kant is precisely what takes place every time an authentic act is accomplished. Kant's mistake was to presuppose that there is an act only insofar as it is adequately subjectivized, that is, accomplished with a pure will, a will free of any pathological motivations, and, since one can never be sure that what I did was in fact prompted by the moral law as its sole motive, i.e. since there is always a lurking suspicion that I accomplished a moral act in order to find pleasure in the esteem of my peers, etc., the moral act turns into something which in fact never happens. There are no saints on this earth, but can only be posited as the final point of an infinite asymptotic approach of the purification of the soul. For that reason, that is, in order nonetheless to guarantee the ultimate possibility of the act, Kant had to propose his postulate of the immortality of the soul, which, as can be shown, effectively amounts to its very opposite, to the Sadian fantasy of the immortality of the body. 60. Only in such a way can one hope that after endless approximation, one will reach the point of being able to accomplish a true moral act. The point of Lacan's criticism is thus that an authentic act does not, as Kant assumes on misleading self-evidence, presuppose its agent on the level of the act, with his will purified of all pathological motivations, etc. It is not only possible, even inevitable, that the agent is not on the level of its act, that he himself is unpleasantly surprised by the crazy thing he has just done, and unable fully to come to terms with it. This, incidentally, is the usual structure of heroic acts. Somebody who, for a long time, has led an opportunistic life of maneuvering and compromises, all of a sudden, inexplicably even to himself, resolves to stand firm, cost what it may. This, precisely, was how Giordano Bruno, after a long history of rather cowardly attacks and retreats, unexpectedly decided to stick to his views. The paradox of the act thus lies in the fact that although it is not intentional in the usual sense of the term of consciously willing it, it is nevertheless accepted as something for which its agent is fully responsible. I cannot do otherwise, yet I am none the less fully free in doing it. Consequently, this Lacanian notion of act also enables us to break with the deconstructionist ethics of the irreducible finitude, of how our situation is always that of a displaced being caught in a constitutive lack, so that all we can do is heroically assume this lack. The fact that our situation is that of being thrown into an impenetrable finite context. 61. The corollary of this ethics, of course, is that the ultimate source of totalitarian and other catastrophes is man's presumption that he can overcome this condition of finitude, lack, and displacement, and act like God, in a total transparency, overcoming his constitutive division. Lacan's answer to this is that absolute/unconditional acts do occur, but not in the idealist guise of a self-transparent gesture performed by a subject with a pure will who fully intends them. They occur, on the contrary, as a totally unpredictable duji, a miraculous event which shatters our lives. To put it in somewhat pathetic terms, this is how the divine dimension is present in our lives, and the different modalities of ethical betrayal relate precisely to the different ways of betraying the act event. The true source of evil is not a finite mortal man who acts like God, but a man who denies that divine miracles occur and reduces himself to just another finite mortal being. One should reread Lacan's matrix of the four discourses as the three modes of coming to terms with the trauma of the analysts. Act. 62. To these three strategies of disavowal of the act, one should add the fourth, properly psychotic one, since an authentic act involves the choice of the worse, since it is by definition catastrophic, for the existing discursive universe. Let us then directly provoke a catastrophe and the act will somehow occur. Therein lies the desperate terrorist act of trying to sober the masses lulled into ideological sleep, from the RAF in the Germany of the early 1970s to the Unabomber. While this temptation must, of course, be resisted, one should no less firmly resist the opposite temptation of the different modalities of dissociating the act from its inherent catastrophic consequences. Insofar as the political act par excellence is a revolution, two opposing strategies arise here. One can endeavor to separate the noble idea of the revolution from its abominable reality. Recall Kant's celebration of the sublime feeling the French Revolution evoked in the enlightened public all over Europe, which goes hand in hand with utter disdain for the reality of the revolutionary events themselves. Or one can idealize the authentic revolutionary act itself, and bemoan its regrettable but unavoidable later betrayal. Recall the nostalgia of Trotskyite and other radical leftists for the early days of the revolution, with workers' councils popping up spontaneously everywhere, against the Thermidor, that is, the later ossification of the revolution into a new hierarchical state structure. Against all these temptations, one should insist on the unconditional need to endorse the act fully in all its consequences. Fidelity is not fidelity to the principles betrayed by the contingent facticity of their actualization, but fidelity to the consequences entailed by the full actualization of the revolutionary principles. Within the horizon of what precedes the act always and by definition appears as a change from bad to worse. The usual criticism of conservatives against revolutionaries: yes, the situation is bad, but your solution is even worse. The proper heroism of the act is fully to assume this worse beyond the good. This means that there is nonetheless something inherently terroristic in every authentic act, in its gesture of thoroughly redefining the rules of the game, inclusive of the very basic self-identity of its perpetrator. A proper political act unleashes the force of negativity that shatters the very foundations of our being. So, when a leftist is accused of laying the ground for the Stalinist or Maoist terror through his otherwise sincere and benevolent proposals, he should learn to avoid the liberal trap of accepting this accusation at face value and then trying to defend himself by pleading not guilty. Our socialism will be democratic, respecting human rights, dignity, happiness. There will be no universal obligatory party line. No, liberal democracy is not our ultimate horizon. Uneasy as it may sound, the horrible experience of the Stalinist political terror should not lead us into abandoning the principle of terror itself. One should search even more stringently for the good terror. Is the structure of a true political act of liberation not, by definition, that of a forced choice and, as such, terroristic? When, in 1940, the French resistance called on individuals to join its ranks and actively oppose the German occupation of France, the implicit structure of its appeal was not "you are free to choose between us and the Germans, but you must choose us." If you choose collaboration, you renounce your very freedom. In an authentic choice of freedom, I choose what I know I have to do. It was Bertolt Brecht who, in his learning play The Measure Taken, 1930, fully deployed this terroristic potential of the act, defining the act as the readiness to accept one's thorough self-obliteration. Second death. The youth who joins the revolutionaries, then endangers them through his humanist compassion for the suffering workers, agrees to be thrown into a pit where his body will disintegrate, with no trace of him left behind. 63 Here, the revolution is endangered by the remainder of naive humanity, that is, by perceiving other people not only as figures in the class struggle but also, and primarily, as suffering human beings. Against this reliance on one's direct sentiments of compassion, Brecht offers the excremental identification of the revolutionary subject with the terror needed to erase the last traces of terror itself, thus accepting the need for its own ultimate self-obliteration. Who are you? Stinking, be gone from the room that has been cleaned. Would that you were the last of the filth which you had to remove. 64. In his famous short play Mauser, 1970, Heiner Müller endeavored to write a dialectical rebuttal of Brecht, confronting this figure of the betrayal of the revolution on account of humanist compassion. I cannot kill the enemies of revolution, because I also see in them ignorant suffering human beings, helpless victims caught in the historical process, with the opposing figure of the revolutionary executioner who identifies excessively with his brutal work, instead of executing enemies with the necessary impassivity, aware that his murderous work is the painful but necessary measure destined to bring about a state in which killing will no longer be necessary. He elevates the destruction of the enemies of the revolution into an end in itself, finding fulfillment in the destructive orgy as such. 65 At the end of the play, it is thus the revolutionary executioner turned into a killing machine, not the compassionate humanist, who is proclaimed the enemy of the revolution and condemned to execution by the party chorus. Far from simply undermining the measure taken with its dialectical counterexample, however, the execution of the revolutionary executioner himself in Mauser offers a perfect example of the last of the filth which had to be removed. A revolution is achieved, not betrayed, when it eats its own children, the excess that was necessary to set it in motion. In other words, the ultimate revolutionary ethical stance is not that of simple devotion and fidelity to the revolution but, rather, that of willingly accepting the role of vanishing mediator, of the excessive executioner to be executed, as the traitor, so that the revolution can achieve its ultimate goal. More precisely, in Mauser the executioner himself is not executed simply for enjoying his killing on behalf of the revolution as an end in itself, he is not caught in some kind of pseudo-Battalian orgy of self-destruction. 66, the point is, rather, that he wants to kill the dead themselves again, to obliterate the dead totally from historical memory, to disperse their very bodies, to make them disappear completely, so that the new age will start from the 0 point, with a clean slate, in short, to bring about what Lacan, following Sada, called the second death. Paradoxically, however, it is precisely this that the three revolutionaries in Brecht's The Measure Taken aim at. Their young comrade must not only be killed, his very disappearance must disappear, no trace of it must be left, his annihilation must be total, the young comrade must disappear, and totally. 67 So when the three revolutionaries ask their young comrade to say yes, to his fate, they want him freely to endorse this total self-obliteration, that is, his second death itself. This is the aspect of the measure taken that is not covered in Müller's Mauser. The problem Brecht is struggling with is not the total annihilation, the second death, of the enemies of the revolution, but the horrible task of the revolutionary himself, to accept and endorse his own second death, to erase himself totally from the picture. For that reason, also, one can no longer oppose, as Müller does, the destructive total obliteration of the victim to the respectful taking care of the dead, to fully assuming the burden of the killing, once the victim is killed on behalf of the revolution, when, at the end of the measure taken, in a scene reminiscent of a Pietà, the three comrades gently take their young friend in their arms, they are carrying him towards the precipice they will throw him into, that is, they are precisely affecting his total obliteration, the disappearance of his disappearance itself. So is there a third way between humanist hysterical shirking the act and the perverse over-identification with the act, or are we caught in the vicious cycle of violence in which the very revolutionary attempt to break radically with the past reproduces its worst features? Therein lies Müller's displacement with regard to Brecht. The revolutionary act of self-obliteration preached by Brecht doesn't work, the revolutionary negation of the past gets caught in the loop of repeating what it negates, so that history appears to be dominated by a deadly compulsion to repeat. The third way advocated by the party chorus in Mauser involves a nice paradox: you can maintain a distance towards your act of revolutionary violence, killing the enemies of the revolution, insofar as you conceive of yourself as the instrument of the big other, that is, insofar as you identify yourself as the one through whom the big other itself, history, directly acts. This opposition between direct over-identification, in which the violent act turns into the self-destructive orgy as an end in itself, and identifying oneself as the instrument of the big other of history, in which the violent act looks like the means of creating conditions in which such acts will no longer be necessary, far from being exhaustive, designates precisely the two ways of eschewing the proper dimension of the ethical act. While the act should not be confused with the self-destructive orgy as an end in itself, it is an end in itself in the sense that it is deprived of any guarantee in the big other. An act is, by definition, authorized only by itself, it precludes any self-instrumentalization, any justification through reference to some figure of the big other. Furthermore, if there is a lesson to be learned from psychoanalysis, it is that direct over-identification and self-instrumentalization ultimately coincide. Perverse self-instrumentalization, positing oneself as the instrument of the big other, necessarily becomes violence as an end in itself. To put it in Hegelian terms, the truth of the pervert's claim that he is accomplishing his acts as the instrument of the big other is its exact opposite: he is staging the fiction of the big other in order to conceal the jouissance he derives from the destructive orgy of his acts. So where is evil today? The predominant ideological space provides two opposed answers, the fundamentalist one and the liberal one. According to the first answer, Clinton is Satan, as someone recently claimed at a CNN roundtable, not overtly evil, but subtly corroding our moral standards as irrelevant. What does it matter if one lies, commits perjury, obstructs justice, as long as the economy is booming? From this perspective, the true moral catastrophe is not a direct outburst of cruel violence but the subtle loss of moral anchors in an affluent consumerist society where things just run smoothly. The horror of evil is that it does not look horrible at all, that it lulls us into a meaningless life of pleasures. In short, for a conservative fundamentalist, Clinton is in a way worse than Hitler, because Hitler, Nazism, was an evil directly experienced as such and provoking moral outrage, while with Clinton sleaze we are drawn into moral lassitude without even being aware of it. Although this attitude may appear utterly foreign to a leftist liberal stance, is it not true that, as I have already noted, even today's leftist liberals experience a strange relief at figures like Buchanan in the USA or Le Pen in France? Here, at least, we have someone who openly breaks the liberal consensus stalemate and, by passionately advocating a repulsive stance, enables us to engage in an authentic political struggle. It is easy to discern in this stance the repetition of the old leftist stance apropos of Hitler's takeover. For the German Communist Party, Nazis were better than the bourgeois parliamentary regime or even the Social Democrats, because with them, at least we knew where we stood, that is, they forced the working class to get rid of the last parliamentary liberal illusion and accept class struggle as the ultimate reality. In contrast to this position, the liberal version locates the figure of evil in the good itself in its fundamentalist, fanatical aspect. Evil is the attitude of a fundamentalist who endeavors to extirpate, prohibit, censor, and so on, all attitudes and practices that do not fit his frame of goodness and truth. These two opposed versions can sometimes also be used to condemn the same event as evil. Recall the case of Mary K. Letourneau, the 36-year-old schoolteacher imprisoned for a passionate love affair with her 14-year-old pupil, one of the great recent love stories in which sex is still linked to authentic social transgression. This affair was condemned by moral majority fundamentalists, as an obscene illegitimate affair, as well as by politically correct liberals, as a case of child sexual molestation. The old and often quoted Hegelian motto that evil is in the eye of the beholder, that it lies in the point of view which observes evil all around, has thus found a double confirmation today. Each of the two opposed stances, liberal and conservative, ultimately defines evil as a reflected category, as the gaze that wrongly projects/perceives evil in its opponent. Is not evil for today's multiculturalist tolerant liberals the very righteous conservative gaze that perceives moral corruption all around? Is not evil for moral majority conservatives this very multiculturalist tolerance which, a priori, condemns every passionate taking sides and engaged struggle as exclusive and potentially totalitarian? Again, it is the act that enables us to cut the Gordian knot of this mutual interweaving of good and evil, of evil reflectively residing in the very eye of the beholder who perceives it. As long as we define ethics in terms of the good, this Gordian knot is our fate, and, if we want to be radical, we end up sooner or later in some delusive, falsely romantic fascination with radical or diabolical evil. The only way out is to enforce a disjunction between the good and the domain of the ethical act. As Lacan put it, an ethical act proper by definition involves a move beyond the good, not beyond good and evil, but simply beyond the good. The fact that acts are still possible today is demonstrated by the case of Mary K. Letourneau. In order to discern the true contours of Mary K's act, one should locate it within the global coordinates that determine the fate of sexual love. Today, the opposition between reflexivization and new immediacy is that between sexuality under the regime of science and New Age spontaneity. Both terms ultimately lead to the end of sexuality proper, of sexual passion. The first option, direct scientific medical intervention into sexuality, is best exemplified by the notorious Viagra, the potency pill that promises to restore the capacity of male erection in a purely biochemical way, bypassing all problems with psychological inhibitions. What will be the psychic effects of Viagra if it actually fulfills its promise? To those who claim that feminism unleashed a threat to masculinity, men's self-confidence was seriously undermined by being under attack all the time from emancipated women who wanted to be liberated from patriarchal domination, and retain the initiative in sexual contact, and simultaneously demanded full sexual satisfaction from their male partners. Viagra opens up an easy way out of this stressful predicament. Men no longer have to worry, they know they will be able to perform properly. On the other hand, feminists can claim that Viagra finally deprives male potency of its mystique, and thus in effect makes men equal to women. However, the least one can say against this second argument is that it simplifies the way male potency actually functions. What actually confers a mythical status on it is the threat of impotence. In the male sexual psychic economy, the ever-present shadow of impotence, the threat that, in the next sexual encounter, my penis will refuse to erect, is crucial to the very definition of what male potency is. Let me recall here my own description of the paradox of erection. Erection depends entirely on me, on my mind. As the joke goes, what is the lightest object in the world? The penis, because it is the only one that can be raised by a mere thought, yet it is simultaneously that over which I ultimately have no control. If I am not in the right mood, no amount of willpower will achieve it. That is why, for St. Augustine, the fact that erection escapes the control of my will is the divine punishment for man's arrogance and presumption, for his desire to become master of the universe. To put it in the terms of the Adornian critique of commodification and rationalization, erection is one of the last remainders of authentic spontaneity, something that cannot be thoroughly mastered through rational instrumental procedures. This minimal gap, the fact that it is never directly me, myself, who can freely decide on erection, is crucial. A sexually potent man elicits a certain attraction and envy not because he can do it at will, but because that unfathomable X which, although beyond conscious control, decides on erection presents no problem for him. The crucial point here is to distinguish between penis, the erectile organ itself, and phallus, the signifier of potency, of symbolic authority, of the symbolic, not biological, dimension that confers authority and or potency on me. Just as we have noted, a judge, who may be a worthless individual in himself, exerts authority the moment he puts on the insignia that confer his legal authority on him, the moment he no longer simply speaks only for himself, since it is the law itself that speaks through him. The individual male's potency functions as a sign that another symbolic dimension is active through him. The phallus designates the symbolic support which confers on my penis the dimension of proper potency. Because of this distinction, for Lacan, castration anxiety has nothing to do with the fear of losing one's penis. What makes us anxious, rather, is the threat that the authority of the phallic signifier will be revealed as a fraud. For this reason, Viagra is the ultimate agent of castration. If a man swallows the pill, his penis functions, but he is deprived of the phallic dimension of symbolic potency. The man who is able to copulate thanks to Viagra is a man with a penis but without a phallus. So can we really imagine how changing erection into something that can be achieved through a direct medical mechanical intervention, by taking a pill, will affect sexual economy? To put it in somewhat male chauvinist terms, what will remain of a woman's notion of being properly attractive to a man, of effectively arousing him? Furthermore, is not erection or its absence a kind of signal which lets us know what our true psychic attitude is? Turning erection into a mechanically achievable state is somehow similar to being deprived of the capacity to feel pain. How will a male subject get to know what his true attitude is? In what forms will his dissatisfaction or resistance find an outlet, when it is deprived of the simple sign of impotence? The standard designation of a sexually voracious man is that when lust takes over he thinks not with his head but with his penis. What happens, however, when his head takes over completely? Will not access to the dimension usually referred to as that of emotional intelligence be further, and perhaps decisively, hindered? It is easy to celebrate the fact that we will no longer have to battle with our psychological traumas, that hidden fears and inhibitions will no longer be able to impede our sexual capacity. However, these hidden fears and inhibitions will, for that very reason, not disappear. They will persist on what Freud called the other scene, being deprived merely of their main outlet, waiting to explode in what will probably be a much more violent and self-destructive way. Ultimately, this turning of erection into a mechanical procedure will simply desexualize the act of copulation. At the opposite end of the spectrum, New Age wisdom seems to offer a way out of this predicament. However, what does it actually offer us? Let me turn to its ultimate popular version, James Redfield's mega bestseller The Celestine Prophecy. According to the Celestine Prophecy, the first new insight that will open the path to humanity's spiritual awakening is the awareness that there are no contingent encounters, since our psychic energy participates in the energy of the universe, which secretly determines the course of things. Contingent external encounters always carry a message addressed to us, to our concrete situation. They occur as an answer to our needs and questions. For example, if I am bothered by a certain problem, and then something unexpected happens, a long-forgotten friend visits me, something goes wrong at work, this accident certainly contains a message relevant to my problem. We thus find ourselves in a universe in which everything has a meaning, in a proto-psychotic universe in which this meaning is discernible in the very contingency of the real, and what is of special interest are the consequences of all this for intersubjectivity. According to the Celestine Prophecy, we are caught today in a false competition with our fellow human beings, seeking in them what we lack, projecting into them our fantasies of this lack, depending on them, and since ultimate harmony is impossible, since the other never provides what we are looking for, tension is irreducible. After spiritual renewal, however, we shall learn to find in ourselves what we were seeking in vain in others, one's male or female complement. Each human being will become a Platonic complete being, delivered of exclusive dependence on another, leader or love partner, delivered of the need to draw energy from him/her. When a truly free subject enters a partnership with another human being, he is thus beyond a passionate attachment to the other. His partner is for him only a vehicle for some message. He endeavors to discern in the other messages that are relevant to his own inner evolution and growth. Here we encounter the necessary obverse of New Age spiritualist elevation, the end of the passionate attachment to the other, the emergence of a self-sufficient ego to whom his other partner is no longer a subject, merely the bearer of a message concerning himself. In psychoanalysis, we also encounter the position of the bearer of a message. The subject is unaware that he embodies some message, as in some detective novels where someone's life is threatened all of a sudden, a mysterious agent tries to kill him. Obviously the subject knows something he shouldn't have known, partakes in some prohibited knowledge, say, the secret which could put a top mafia figure in prison. The key point here is that the subject is completely unaware what this knowledge is. He knows only that he knows something he shouldn't know. This position, however, is the very opposite of the New Age ideology perception of the other as the bearer of some message which is relevant to me. In psychoanalysis, the subject is not the potential reader but the bearer of a message addressed to the other and therefore, in principle, inaccessible to the subject himself. Back to Redfield, my point is that the allegedly highest insight of spiritual wisdom overlaps with our most common everyday experience. If we take Redfield's description of the ideal state of spiritual maturity literally, it already holds for late capitalist commercialized everyday interpersonal experience, in which passions proper disappear, in which the other is no longer an unfathomable abyss concealing and announcing that which is in me more than myself, but the bearer of messages for the self-sufficient consumerist subject. New Agers are not giving us even an ideal spiritual supplement to commercialized everyday life, they are giving us the spiritualized/mystified version of this commercialized everyday life itself. What, then, is the way out of this predicament? Are we condemned to the rather depressing oscillation between scientific objectivization and New Age wisdom, between Viagra and the Celestine Prophecy? That there still is a way out is demonstrated by the case of Mary Kay. The ridicule of defining this unique passionate love affair as the case of a woman raping an underage boy cannot fail to strike the eye. Nonetheless, practically no one dared to defend the ethical dignity of her act in public. Two patterns of reaction emerged. One either simply condemned her as evil, fully responsible for forgetting the elementary sense of duty and decency in letting herself go and engaging in an affair with a 6th-grade schoolboy, or, like her defense lawyer, one took refuge in psychiatric mumbo-jumbo, medicalizing her case, treating her as an ill person, describing her as suffering from a bipolar disorder, a new term for manic-depressive states. When she is in one of her manic fits, she is simply not aware of the danger she is getting into, or, as her lawyer put it, repeating the worst anti-feminist cliché, the only person to whom Mary Kay poses any threat is herself. She is the greatest danger to herself. One is tempted to add here, with defense lawyers like that, who needs a prosecution? Along these lines, Dr. Julie Moore, the psychiatrist who evaluated Mary Kay, insisted emphatically that Mary Kay's problem is not psychological, but medical, to be treated by drugs that will stabilize her behavior. For Mary Kay, morality begins with a pill. It was rather uncomfortable to listen to this doctor who brutally medicalized Mary Kay's passion, depriving her of the dignity of an authentic subjective stance. She claimed that when Mary Kay talks about her love for the boy, she simply should not be taken seriously. She is transported into some heaven, disconnected from the demands and obligations of her social surroundings. The notion of bipolar disorder popularized by 2 Oprah Winfrey shows is interesting. Its basic claim is that a person suffering from this disorder still knows the difference between right and wrong, still knows what is right and good for her. Patients are, as a rule, women, but when she is in a manic state she goes ahead and makes impulsive decisions, suspending her capacity of rational judgment which tells her what is right and good for her. Is not such a suspension, however, one of the constituents of the notion of the authentic act of being truly in love? Crucial here was Mary Kay's unconditional compulsion to accomplish something she knew very well was against her own good. Her passion was simply too strong. She was fully aware that, beyond all social obligations, the very core of her being was at stake in it. This predicament allows us to specify the relationship between act and knowledge. Oedipus didn't know what he was doing, killing his own father, yet he did it. Hamlet knew what he had to do, which is why he procrastinated and was unable to accomplish the act. There is, however, a third position, that of, among others, Paul Claudel signed de Cofontaine from his drama The Hostage 68, a version of J. Bien, mais quand même, Sign fully knew, was fully aware of, the horrible reality of what she was about to do, bringing ruin to her eternal soul, yet she did it. Does not the same hold also for the noir hero, who is not simply duped by the femme fatale, but fully aware that his liaison with her will end in total catastrophe, that she will betray him, nevertheless he goes ahead and commits himself to her. The fact that this formula of sign coincides with the formula of cynicism should not deceive us. Sign's act stands for the radical opposite of cynicism. We are thus dealing here with the structure of Hegelian speculative judgment, with the statement which can be read in 2 opposite ways, as the lowest cynicism: I know that what I am about to do is the lowest depravity, but what the hell, who cares, I'll just do it. And the highest tragic split: I am fully aware of the catastrophic consequences of what I am about to do, but I can't help it, it's my unconditional duty to do it, so I'll go on with it. A recent German poster for Davidoff cigarettes deftly manipulates this gap between knowledge and act, this suspension of knowledge in the act, this I'll do it, although I'm well aware of the catastrophic consequences of my act, in order to counteract the effect of the obligatory warning at the bottom of every cigarette advertisement. A variation on the theme smoking may be dangerous for your health. The image of an experienced man smoking is accompanied by the words "the more you know," suggesting the conclusion, if you are truly daring, then the more you know about the dangers of smoking, the more you should demonstrate your defiance by taking the risk and continuing to smoke, that is, by refusing to give up smoking for reasons concerning care for your own survival. This advertisement is the logical counterpart to the obsession with health and longevity that characterizes today's narcissistic individual. And does not this formula of the tragic split also perfectly express Mary Kay's predicament? This, then, is the sad reality of our late capitalist tolerant liberal society. The very capacity to act is brutally medicalized, treated as a manic outburst within the pattern of bipolar disorder, and as such to be submitted to biochemical treatment. Do we not encounter here our own, Western, liberal democratic counterpart to the old Soviet attempts to diagnose dissidence as a mental disorder, the practice centered on the infamous Skerbsky Institute in Moscow? No wonder, then, that part of the sentence was that Mary Kay has to undergo therapy. The lawyer even explained her second transgression, being found with her lover in a car in the middle of the night after her release, which led to her outrageous sentence of over 6 years in prison, as resulting from the fact that in the days immediately preceding this encounter she was not given her prescribed medication regularly. Oprah Winfrey herself, who dedicated one of her shows to Mary Kay, was at her worst here. She was right to reject the talk of bipolar personality as legal prattle, yet she rejected it for the wrong reason, as a simple excuse allowing Mary Kay to avoid her fundamental guilt of behaving irresponsibly. Although Oprah pretended to be neutral and not to take sides, she referred to Mary Kay's love all the time in a mockingly distantiated way, what she thought was love, etc., and finally passionately voiced the surprised question of her peers, of her husband, of the so-called decent common people: how could she have done it, not thinking about the catastrophic consequences of her act? How could she not only put at risk, but effectively abandon and renounce, everything that formed the very substance of her life, her family, with 3 children, her professional career? Is not such a suspension of the principle of sufficient reason, however, the very definition of the act? Undoubtedly the most depressive moment was when, at the trial, under the pressure of her surroundings, Mary Kay conceded, in tears, that she knew she was doing something that was legally and morally wrong, a moment of ethical betrayal in the precise sense of compromising one's desire if ever there was one. In other words, her guilt at that point lay precisely in renouncing her passion. When she later reasserted her unconditional fidelity to her love, stating with dignity that she had learned to remain true and faithful to herself, we have a clear case of someone who, after almost succumbing to the pressure of her surroundings, overcomes her guilt and regains her ethical composure by deciding not to compromise her desire. The ultimate false argument against Mary Kay evoked by a psychologist on the Oprah show was that of gender symmetry. Let us imagine the opposite Lolita case of a 34-year-old male teacher who gets involved with a 13-year-old girl, his pupil. Is it not true that in this case we would insist much more unambiguously on his guilt and responsibility? This argument is misleading and wrong, not only for the same reason that the argumentation of those who oppose affirmative action, helping underprivileged minorities, on the grounds that it is a case of inverted racism is wrong. The fact is that men rape women, not vice versa. Point 69. On a more radical level, one should insist on the uniqueness, the absolute idiosyncrasy, of the ethical act proper. Such an act involves its own inherent normativity which makes it right. There is no neutral external standard that would enable us to decide in advance, by a simple application to a single case, on its ethical status. So our ultimate lesson is that we should supplement the Lacanian notion of between two deaths with between the two death drives. The ultimate choice is directly the one between two death drives. The first aspect of the death drive is the indestructible stupidity of superego enjoyment. A supreme example of this idiotic superego compulsion is provided by Charles Russell's film The Mask, with Jim Carrey, 1994, the story of a weak ordinary bank teller, humiliated again and again by his peers and by women, who acquires extraordinary powers when he puts on a mysterious old mask found on a city beach. A series of details are essential to the story's background. When the mask is thrown onto the seashore, it sticks to the slimy decaying remains of a corpse, bearing witness to what remains of the person behind the mask after he totally identifies with the mask, a formless slime like that of Mr. Valdemar from Poe's story when he is resuscitated from death, this indivisible remainder of the real. Another crucial feature is that the hero, before acquiring the mask, is presented as a compulsive TV cartoon watcher. When he puts on the green wooden mask, and it takes possession of him, he is able to behave, in real life, as a cartoon hero, dodging the bullets, dancing and laughing madly, sticking his eyes and tongue far out of his head when he is excited. In short, he becomes undead, entering the spectral phantasmic domain of unconstrained perversion, of eternal life in which there is no death, or sex, in which the plasticity of the bodily surface is no longer constrained by any physical laws. Faces can be stretched indefinitely, I can spit out from my body bullets which were shot into me. After I fall from a high building, spread-eagled on the pavement, I simply reassemble myself and walk away. This universe is inherently compulsive, even those who observe it cannot resist its spell. Suffice it to recall perhaps the supreme scene of the film in which the hero, wearing his green mask, is cornered by a large police force, dozens of cars, helicopters. To get out of this impasse he treats the light focused on him as spotlights on a stage, and starts to sing and dance a crazy Hollywood musical version of a seductive Latino song. The policemen are unable to resist its spell, they also start to move and sing as if they are part of a musical number choreography. A young policewoman is shedding tears, visibly fighting back the power of the mask, but she nonetheless succumbs to its spell and joins the hero in a popular song and dance number. Crucial here is the inherent stupidity of this compulsion. It stands for the way each of us is caught in the inexplicable spell of idiotic jouissance, as when we are unable to resist whistling some vulgar popular song whose melody is haunting us. This compulsion is properly extimate, imposed from the outside, yet doing nothing but realizing our innermost whims, as the hero himself puts it in a desperate moment. When I put the mask on, I lose control, I can do anything I want. Having control over oneself thus in no way simply relies on the absence of obstacles to the realization of our intentions. I am able to exert control over myself only insofar as some fundamental obstacle makes it impossible for me to do anything I want. The moment this obstacle falls away, I am caught in a demoniac compulsion, at the whim of something in me more than myself. When the mask, the dead object, comes alive by taking possession of us, its hold on us is effectively that of a living dead, of a monstrous automaton imposing itself on us. Is not the lesson to be drawn from this that our fundamental fantasy, the kernel of our being, is itself such a monstrous thing, a machine of jouissance? 70. On the other hand, against this stupid superego injunction to enjoy which increasingly dominates and regulates the perverse universe of our late capitalist experience, the death drive designates the very opposite gesture, the desperate endeavor to escape the clutches of the undead eternal life, the horrible fate of being caught in the endless repetitive cycle of jouissance. The death drive does not relate to the finitude of our contingent temporal existence, but designates the endeavor to escape the dimension that traditional metaphysics described as that of immortality, the indestructible life that persists beyond death. It is often a thin, almost imperceptible line which separates these two modalities of the death drive, which separates our yielding to the blind compulsion to repeat more and more intense pleasures, as exemplified by the adolescent transfixed by the video game on the screen, from the thoroughly different experience of traversing the fantasy. So we not only dwell between the two deaths, as Lacan put it, but our ultimate choice is directly the one between the two death drives. The only way to get rid of the stupid superego death drive of enjoyment is to embrace the death drive in its disruptive dimension of traversing the fantasy. One can beat the death drive only by the death drive itself, so, again, the ultimate choice is between bad and worse. And the same goes for the properly Freudian ethical stance. The superego injunction enjoy, is ultimately supported by some figure of the totalitarian master. Du darfst. /You may, the logo on a brand of fat-free meat products in Germany, provides the most succinct formula of how the totalitarian master operates. That is to say, one should reject the standard explanation of today's new fundamentalisms as a reaction against the anxiety of excessive freedom in our late capitalist permissive liberal society, offering us a firm anchor by providing strong prohibitions. This cliché about individuals escaping from freedom into the totalitarian haven of closed order is profoundly misleading. One should also reject the standard Freudo, Marxist thesis according to which the libidinal foundation of the totalitarian, fascist, subject is the so-called authoritarian personality structure, the individual who finds satisfaction in compulsively obeying authority, repressing spontaneous sexual urges, fearing insecurity and irresponsibility, and so on. The shift from the traditional authoritarian to the totalitarian master is crucial here, although, on the surface, the totalitarian master also imposes severe orders, compelling us to renounce our pleasures and to sacrifice ourselves for some higher duty. His actual injunction, discernible between the lines of his explicit words, is exactly the opposite, the call to unconstrained and unrestrained transgression. Far from imposing on us a firm set of standards to be obeyed unconditionally, the totalitarian master is the agency that suspends moral punishment, that is to say, his secret injunction is, "You may." The prohibitions that seem to regulate social life and guarantee a minimum of decency are ultimately worthless, just a device to keep the common people at bay, while you are allowed to kill, rape and plunder the enemy, let yourself go and excessively enjoy, violate ordinary moral prohibitions. Insofar as you follow me. Obedience to the master is thus the operator that allows you to reject or transgress everyday moral rules, all the obscene dirty things you were dreaming of, all that you had to renounce when you subordinated yourself to the traditional patriarchal symbolic law, you are now allowed to indulge in them without punishment, exactly like the fat-free German meat which you may eat without any risk to your health. It is here, however, that we encounter the last, fatal trap to be avoided. What psychoanalytic ethics opposes to this totalitarian "you may" is not some basic "you mustn't," some fundamental prohibition or limitation to be unconditionally respected. Respect the autonomy and dignity of your neighbor. Do not encroach violently upon his/her intimate fantasy space. The ethical stance of self-limitation, of no trespassing, in all its versions, inclusive of its recent ecologico-humanist twist, do not engage in biogenetic engineering and cloning. Do not tamper too much with natural processes. Do not try to violate the sacred democratic rules and risk a violent social upheaval. Respect the customs and mores of other ethnic communities, is ultimately incompatible with psychoanalysis. One should reject the usual liberal conservative game of fighting totalitarianism with a reference to some firm set of ethnical standards whose abandonment is supposed to lead to catastrophe. No, the Holocaust and the Gulag did not occur because people forgot about the basic rules of human decency and set free the beast in themselves, letting themselves give rein to the unconstrained realization of their murderous impulses. So, once more, and for the last time, the choice is between bad and worse. What Freudian ethics opposes to the bad superego version of "you may," is another, even more radical "you may," a silicet, you are allowed to. The title of the yearbook edited by Lacan in the early 1970s, no longer vouched for by any figure of the master. Lacan's maxim "do not compromise your desire," fully endorses the pragmatic paradox of ordering you to be free. It exhorts you to dare.